Hello. Hello. How is everybody doing? Hang on. There we go. Make sure our sound is good. Make sure. Yep, it is good.
Right? Like
Mega.
the right isn't a different cases, and calling this out is like hypocrisy.
Okay.
Politics. We just here's a.
We got shit going on. We're at 60. 60 followers. How wonderful. Getting closer. 15 more to get to 75, which is les revenus. Be fucking amazing. Well on our way to be in the big time. Okay. Shit, I was doing stuff and I wasn't paying attention, so I started in a rush. I still got like a million things going on over here. Fuck. But you know, the show must go on. I must be here at the right time. Must be here at the right time. Okay. Make some changes. Doing things. Maintenance and shit. I know this is very boring for you right now. I'm sorry. Huh. I thought I had something. I'm sure you guys love looking at the back of my head while I do this. Weird. Well. Okay. Well, fuck it. I feel like I did. Do you guys not see anything for my about section? Oh, Lisa. Hey, sorry. I was doing shit on my computer. How you doing? Welcome. I got caught up doing some stuff, and so I started a little, like, getting everything set up a little later than I normally do. So I was kind of distracted when I started the stream. But I got to start at the same time every time, right? That's important. Yeah, I was trying to see if you're able to jump over to, like, my stream on Kick. I'm doing good. If you're able to jump over on my stream on Kick, they're telling me my about section isn't showing up. But, like, on my about section on my end, when I look at, like, my description, I have the same paragraph that I have written on YouTube. You know, that thing about, like, my background and shit. And it's weird that you guys can't see it. Kick.com/JordanWorld. Okay, because, like, when I go there, I see it. I see it. What if I go there on my phone? If I go there on my phone? Huh? If I go to my channel. About? Yeah, I see it. What's that guy talking about? Am I tripping? I must be tripping. I'll download Kick on my phone, so let me download real quick. Sure, go for it. Take your time. Okay. Well, whatever. Let me know what you see when you look at it. Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to start some Dave the Diver while we wait for people to come in. Let's do it. Let's catch some fish. What the heck? Okay. There we go. And that to the top. Refresh. Cool. Let's catch some fish. What do we got? What do we got? We got this weird jellyfish that I gotta catch. Catch this puppy. Fishmon. Sleepy. What's good, brother? Welcome, buddy. How you doing? Still feeling sleepy? Oh, Discord messages. What's up? Be on in a few minutes. Dope. Awesome, man. Love it. I will be here. I got a whole list of shit I want to talk about. A bunch of stuff happened since last time, and I've been doing some research on certain things. Oh, there he is. There he is. All right, come on. Boom. Got you. Got you. Let me get you. Let me get you. Let me get you. Got him! What about you, fish? Oh, I did the main thing I wanted to do. I'm stoked. Oh. Boom. Got him. Delicious. Gonna make tasty sushi. Very delicious sushi, I can already tell. Damn fish look good. Come here, bro. Just come right over here, bro. Just come right over here, bro. Ow! Rude. Oh, fuck. Oh, put myself in a precarious position. Ooh! Ooh! Yeah. Ooh! Ooh, that was close. Come on, bro. Fucking die! You fucking die! Ah! Oh shit, that was real close. Got him! That's right. Delicious. Gonna be some tasty shark later on. Bancho's gonna be all over that sushi, you already know. It's the kind of shit he masters. Oh. Come on. Ooh. Oh, that was close. Real close. Come on, bro. Just die. Die already. Ah! Ho, ho! Oh my god. Oh, I am like getting away with shit big time here. Barely getting away from these hits. Blub, 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 blub. More Discord messages. username is not working. Can you share my Kick link? Absolutely. Oh yeah, my username is a little bit different on Kick. It's just Jordan World, but I will go ahead and share it to you. There you go. Who we got? Oh, it's my girl Kenzie.
Destiny's having a debate with Maddie about Hamas and stuff.
Yeah, I was watching that earlier, actually. About the Mahmoud Khalil guy, or did they actually just start talking about Hamas?
No. He's talking about right now. He's talking about how Hamas and our government declared Hamas a terrorist organization.
As
which
like
is
an example of how they declare terrorist organizations?
No, it's more complicated than that.
I was watching some of it, but I was also like rushing to get my shit ready.
Okay.
What up, Thanos? Todo bien, amigo?
Sí.
Qué bueno, qué bueno. What up, Sleepy Joe? Everybody coming in at once. I love it. So we've hit a new milestone, guys. 60 followers, 60, 15 more till I can monetize. Let's go. Big win.
There you go.
Yeah.
Huh?
And then y'all can subscribe and pay me money. Look at that. Isn't that wonderful?
Hell yeah.
Hey, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Candy's like, uh-huh.
This is about as much support you're gonna get from me. Let me stop.
Oh, wow. Look, I'm not actually expecting you to do that right away, okay? But, hey, maybe one day that would be cool. But I'm not, like, sitting here like, oh, my God, yeah, you gotta do it. Like, that's not who I am. That's not who I am.
I'll give you a sub, Candy.
There you
What's
go.
that?
I said I'll give you a sub.
See, this is the thing. Like, once he gets big, then he's gonna forget about us little people. The ones that were here for him when he only had 7 viewers.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I have like literally already thought about. Hey, Elisa, thank you for the follow on Kick. You're the best. I have like already thought about all of this stuff. And
the little people.
Not only are you guys like, you guys will get special badges. You guys, I will always respond to your stuff. Like, that's never gonna happen, okay? I don't treat my friends that way. That's not how I am, okay? Yes! My emote, my favorite emote. Don't you worry about that, Candy. Alright? Plus,
he's
you
talking
are, like,
about
part of my content, people. Like,
yeah, well,
you know, you make it interesting. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting here by myself.
yeah.
Is there another chat you're reading?
Like, I was surprised when I saw it again by yourself.
Oh, okay.
So I said, well, I'll be using this emote. Oh yeah, absolutely use it. Right? I love that one. It's so funny. I took that emote from Candy and Joe. You see the emote she's talking about. I took that emote out of a picture. Yeah, from me. It was me and my sister together when we were cooking for Thanksgiving this past Thanksgiving, and Daniel.
You wouldn't think by the expression in that emote that he was it was Thanksgiving and he was cooking.
Hey, look, I'm a funny guy. What do you want? I'm a funny guy. All right.
He got that face, like.
But it works. It's a good emote to have. I feel like
It is a good emote.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't put together like Thanksgiving, family, cooking with that emote. You would put that more like, I don't know, angry at somebody kind of emote.
I know. But like, I was having a great time too because my sister and I were cooking together. I was watching football and we were watching Dragon Ball together. It was great. It was a great time. I got my sister into Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball.
Claim that one for myself. Yeah. Dragon Ball.
How are you, Joe?
Huh?
I said, hi, Joe. How are you?
Hello, Candy. I was sleepy. Like real tired.
Which is very, very in tune with your name, right, Sleepy Joe?
No, that's why I made myself that.
Is you sleepy? No.
It has nothing to do with Joe Biden.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't believe that for a second.
I mean, it's just both. It's hand in hand.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. So, well, we got the crew here. Let's see. There were quite a few topics.
Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe Biden. To the voice.
Yeah. Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe Biden. Okay. He's terrible. He does terrible things. All right. So, things I want to go over. Let's see. What do we want to start with? Did you guys follow this public statement that John Roberts made recently?
Nope.
So let me go ahead and pull that up.
No, not me.
Oh, the Justice Roberts about the judges getting impeached.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna go ahead and read this, and then we can talk about it a little bit. I imagine the three of us, or the four of us, probably aren't going to be too apart on this particular one. This is from AP.
I was Minecrafting.
You were Minecrafting?
I was Minecraft.
What, when the news dropped, or you're Minecrafting now?
Just before I got here, I was Minecraft.
Oh, okay. In an extraordinary display of conflict between the executive and the judiciary branches, Chief Justice John Roberts rejected calls for impeaching judges Tuesday, shortly after President Donald Trump demanded the removal of one who ruled against his deportation plans. The rebuke from the Supreme Court's leader demonstrated how the controversy over recent deportations of alleged Venezuelan gang members has inflamed tensions over the judiciary's role, with a legal case challenging Trump's actions now threatening to spiral into a clash of constitutional powers. For more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision, Roberts said. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose. The rare statement came just hours after a social media post from Trump, who described U.S. District Judge James E. Boasberg as an unelected troublemaker and agitator. Boasberg had issued an order blocking deportation flights that Trump was carrying out by invoking wartime authorities from an 18th century law. Here's the tweet. He didn't win. I feel so unserious reading these. He didn't win anything.
Basically, the news is, hey guys, this just in. Trump is a man-child. Is this news to anyone?
He didn't win anything. I won for many reasons and an overwhelming mandate, but fighting illegal immigration may have been the number one reason for the historic victory. That's not necessarily wrong. That was one of the main reasons. Am I right, Joe? Trump wrote on his social media platform, Truth Social, "I'm just doing what the voters wanted me to do. This judge, like many of the crooked judges I am forced to appear before, should be impeached," in all caps with many exclamation points. Although Trump has routinely criticized judges, especially as they limit his efforts to expand presidential power, His latest post escalated his conflict with the judiciary that's been one of the few restraints on his aggressive agenda. Impeachment is a rare step that is usually taken only in cases of grave ethical or criminal misconduct. And then we've got a graphic on impeachment outcomes. Yeah, we've got... That's right, Andrew Johnson was the first presidential impeachment for violating Tenure of Office Act by removing his Secretary of War from office. He was acquitted. Everyone was acquitted. No president, obviously, has been convicted by the Senate. In an interview with Fox News later on Tuesday, Trump emphasized that Roberts didn't mention my name in his statement, suggesting... Oh, I had that in my notes. They beat me to the punch. Suggesting that the Chief Justice could have been referring to other people who have said Boasberg should be impeached. I mean, he was probably referring to everybody, like, if we're being completely honest. Trump said Boasberg had overstepped his authority by interfering with deportation plans. That's a presidential job, he said. That's not for a local judge to be making that determination. So the problem I have with that is that's not how the balance of powers works. First of all, he's not a local judge. He's a federal judge, right? Let me double check. Hang on. Judge Boasberg. Chief Judge of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. So he's a district court. Is that a local? Is that local or federal? Is district court local or federal? Yep, district courts are the general trial courts of the federal court system. So that is an incorrect statement. He's not a local judge. He is a federal judge. Trump said he would not ignore a court order, a step that his administration has already been accused of taking, and they're still adjudicating that. No, you can't do that. However, we have bad judges, Trump said. He added that, quote, at a certain point, you have to start looking at what do you do when you have a rogue judge. Well, that's, you appeal is what you do. The relationship between Roberts and Trump has shifted through the years. Roberts emphasized judicial independence during Trump's first term, taking issue with the president's description of a judge who rejected his migrant asylum policy as a, quote, Obama judge in 2018. Before, Elisa giving me fun emojis in the chat. Before Trump was sworn in for a second term, Roberts warned against threats to the judiciary and called for even unpopular court decisions to be respected. The Chief Justice also had a prominent role in a major ruling last year that said presidents have broad immunity from criminal prosecution, one that I personally am not a big fan of. The decision helped Trump avoid one of his criminal trials before the election that returned him to the White House. Trump greeted Roberts warmly earlier this month, thanking him and saying, "I won't forget," as the justices attended his address to a joint session of Congress. The president said later he was thanking Roberts for swearing him into office. The latest dispute involving the judiciary comes after a court challenged his invocation of the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. It's been used only 3 times before in U.S. history, all during congressionally declared wars, and I think that's something really important to note. Trump issued a proclamation that the law was newly in effect due to what he claimed was an invasion by the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, which we've read about on previous streams. I think that's a very interesting take because as I understand it, and let me double check before I say anything, how many Tren de Aragua members in the U.S.? So in total, including in Venezuela, their membership is believed to be about 5,000 people. So, I mean, technically we could say that, numbers don't necessarily determine whether a sort of declaration of a wartime law makes sense or not. But it doesn't seem... I mean, we have gangs with a lot more people here that we don't invoke these kinds of laws for. So I'm not a big fan of the invocation of this law, personally. His administration is paying El Salvador to imprison alleged members of the gang. Boasberg, who was appointed by President Barack Obama, that's actually not true. I believe he was appointed by George Bush and elevated to the district court by Barack Obama. But let me double check.
I mean, isn't what's going on basically like Bukele gave Trump a really nice blowjob, and he wants to give him the give the favor back by giving him some fresh slaves?
I mean, I guess that's a way to describe it. I don't know if I would put it that way. Okay, let's see. Yeah, he was appointed by President George Bush. He served as a judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia before Barack Obama nominated him to the U.S. District Court. So he was appointed by Bush and then elevated to the District Court by Obama. Trump administration lawyers defended their actions, saying Boasberg's written order wasn't explicit, while an attorney for the American Civil Liberties Union said, "I think we're getting very close to a constitutional crisis." The Justice Department is also pushing in court to have Boasberg removed from the case. I mean, I don't understand why they're doing that and not just going through the appeals process. The Constitution gives the House of Representatives, where Republicans hold a slim majority, the power to impeach a judge with a simple majority vote. But like a presidential impeachment, any removal requires a vote from a 2/3 majority of the Senate.
And that's not going to happen.
That ain't gonna fucking happen.
Unless they can get like half the Democrats on
There's
board,
no
which
way
I
it's gonna
don't
happen.
think will.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that ain't happening. The
Man baby doing man baby things. Really funny.
Okay, relax. The president's latest social media post aligns him more with allies like billionaire Elon Musk, who has made similar demands. What we are seeing is an attempt by one branch of government to intimidate another branch from performing its constitutional duty. It's a direct threat to judicial independence. Martin Levy, a Duke University School of Law professor who specializes in the federal courts, said in an email. Only one day earlier, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said, "I have not heard the president talk about impeaching judges." I mean, she would say that.
What are you reading, by the way?
An article from AP. Just 15 judges have been impeached in the nation's history, according to the U.S. court's governing body, and just 8 have been removed. The last judicial impeachment was in 2010. G. Thomas Porteus Jr. of New Orleans was impeached on charges he accepted bribes and then lied about it. He was convicted by the Senate and removed from office in December 2010. Calls to impeach judges have been rising as Trump's sweeping agenda faces pushback in the courts, and at least 2 members of Congress have said online they plan to introduce articles of impeachment against Boasberg. House Republicans already have filed articles of impeachment against 2 other judges, Amir Ali and Paul Engelmeyer, over rulings they've made in Trump-related lawsuits. Leavitt is one of 3 administration officials who face a lawsuit from the Associated Press on First and Fifth Amendment grounds. The AP says the 3 are punishing the news agency for editorial decisions they oppose. White House says the AP is not following an executive order to refer to the Gulf of the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. So let's talk about it. Joe, do you have any initial thoughts?
Honestly, not really.
No.
I think that if he wants to impeach him and they can do it, then they should do it. And if they don't, they don't.
I mean, they have the right. They absolutely have the right.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think it will be successful. Like, I don't think they'll get a
Not me either.
conviction. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're just going to have to go through the appeals process. But I do think it was really interesting that because it's really rare for the Chief Justice to come out and make a public statement like this. And so it is interesting, and I am, that gives me the feeling that if they were to go through the appeals process, it's unlikely that the Supreme Court would side with him on this.
Other than the thoughts that I gave, I don't really have any other thoughts.
Mm-hmm. So I think this is going to be a really interesting one to follow going forward. Obviously, the appeals process takes time, but yeah, I'll definitely be keeping a close eye on this one. Now,
I just think it's like it's the fact that they came at Trump with so many impeachments, and now they're crying that he's trying to impeach someone. I think that's the only thing that I find interesting.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think that's, I guess, a fair point from like a perspective of like, why are you getting upset about when you guys do impeachments all the time, especially if there's really no chance he's going to get removed. But I mean, Justice Roberts, is a Republican. He's sided with Trump on certain things. That's the part that I find very interesting. It seems to me like it's a bit of a, I don't know about a warning. I wouldn't say a warning, but it's sort of like a, hey, man, like, we're paying attention to you,
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to follow this case. And then a little bit later, I'll bring it back around to this again because I want to talk about judicial enforcement, because that was a topic I know Candy wanted to talk about a lot. And it's like an interesting question about, like, let's say they're defying a court order, like what, who has the power to actually do anything about it? Is there any power to do anything about it? And so there's like a conversation to be had there as well. But in the meantime, let's go into something I think you will have some, some good, some pretty deep input on. The sort of latest develop. Oh,
wait, hold on. I have something to say. You didn't ask me.
Oh, my
No,
bad,
too late.
Candy.
We moved on. Sorry.
Go ahead, Candy. Go for it.
I think it's a good thing that Roberts did that simply because it's just kind of getting out of hand where everything is politicized.
Uh-huh.
A judge disagreed with me. He's, a leftist crazy. You know, I wanted to take somebody's lollipop and they didn't give it to me. Oh, it's a leftist because he didn't want to give me. Everything nowadays is so politicized, and it's good that an actual judge of the Supreme Court said something, because everything or anyone that disagrees with, we disagree. We don't get we're individuals. We are going to disagree on a lot of things in general.
Yeah.
The fact that it's like, oh, you just disagree with me because you're a leftist, or you support Biden, or
you and I have been disagreeing super hard on that one topic the last few days.
The Trump derangement. Oh, you have Trump derangement. No, I just disagree with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't even have to go there, but everything nowadays is like, it's, especially coming, unfortunately, from the right, because, when Mendez, which was a senator, he got in trouble for the shit that he was doing. You remember Senator Mendez?
Mm-hmm.
And nobody was like, oh, well, that judge voted not in favor of Mendez because he's a Trumper. Nobody said that. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's normal. It's mostly coming from one side, and it's kind of ridiculous that we cannot have a honest disagreement on something,
and
on
look,
policy.
I'm not even gonna attempt to say that I agree with Roberts on all of his opinions and all of his rulings, right?
So I'm glad he spoke up, because he holds a certain position that is, it's eroded somewhat, but he holds a very high position as a judge.
Sure.
And he's basically saying, listen, this is not the process we use. Let's stop politicizing everything.
Sure.
If you disagree with them, let's appeal it. You know what I mean? And that's good that he did.
I get the feeling that when it comes to like Roberts and Thomas and Alito, I do feel that they allow their politics to influence their rulings far too often. Whereas if I look at somebody like Roberts, while I may not agree with all of his rulings, I do firmly believe he does not let his personal politics get in the way of his rulings. And that's, I mean, we need that out of a Chief Justice. I think I feel the same way about Amy Coney Barrett, and sometimes about Kavanaugh, for the most time about Kavanaugh. and Gorsuch from time to time. Really, it's Alito and Thomas that I feel are very, very politically motivated. But, you know, I'm also a liberal, so it's going to look that way from my point of view. I'm sure some people would look at Kagan, Jackson, and Sotomayor, and they might say the same thing for some folks. But
Right.
yeah,
Well, that's a good topic for like term limits too, because I don't know if you notice
yeah,
these things, but when some people are younger, they're more liberal, but then as they get older, they get more conservative.
sure.
And these
I mean,
judges
I
sitting
used to
there,
be a lot
that's what
more
I'm saying.
progressive.
Maybe when these judges sat in that office at the beginning, they were a little bit more liberal, you know, a little bit more open, but they're older now, you know what I mean? And their, you know, views of life through experience and all
100%.
that has
100%.
changed, right?
Joe,
Right.
you would have fucking hated me 10 years ago, dude.
Right. So what I'm saying is like,
Why's that?
you know, that's why
Oh,
it's
because I was
good
like
to
just the
have-
typical like purity testing piece of shit far leftist guy.
I used to be
Right.
leftist too. That's because I never thought about anything. That's
But what I'm saying is like, right, and as you get older, you're going to get
Yeah.
more. You get. So I don't know if you know, like your parents were like probably hippies and you know liberal and love, and then when they got older, they became very conservative for some reason.
Well, you know,
You
like
know what I
I
mean?
always
It's
I
like-
always grew up with my parents being obviously much more moderate, right? Because they're in government. They understand how it works. So, like, I was sort of a lot farther left than my parents were pretty much my whole life. And, like, from even before I was born, because, you know, they were at the State Department from even before I was born. And so, in my case, you know, it was only very recently that I started agreeing, you know, within the last 5 to 10 years, that I started really agreeing with my parents on more things than not.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, right? So what I'm saying is that, and in the same, you know, justices are people too, and people tend to think of them as not that they're not people, but you know they're supposed to. Yeah, well, your opinions change over time,
Uh-huh.
and that's why there should be like term limits because a judge that's been on a bench maybe for too long, you know, could be influenced by certain
Yeah.
things, their environment, their age. Stuff like that. That's what I'm
Joe, how do you feel about Supreme Court term limits? I don't know if you no. I don't know if you don't know that you're still muted or you're not next to the computer or you didn't hear me. What about you, Elisa, if you're still in chat? What do you think about Supreme Court term limits? Do you have an opinion on them?
I don't know why my app keeps freezing.
Oh, yeah, the new update. Oh, wait, no, not Kick. That's, no, Discord app.
Yeah, Discord. Yeah, I don't know what's
so
happening.
Are you on iOS?
Yeah.
So when it freezes up, just turn it sideways and then turn it back so that it does like the change of orientation. That'll fix the freeze.
Oh, okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, it's a weird bug.
I haven't really thought about it. I'm not sure. I have to see both arguments.
Yeah,
For and against,
so
really.
I think there are good reasons for term limits on the Supreme Court. I also think there are also good reasons against term limits for the Supreme Court. I think Destiny posed a really interesting option where like each president is like guaranteed one Supreme Court appointment and that's like baked into term limits somehow. And that way you know that like along with elections of president, right, that also comes with one Supreme Court appointment that's not determined necessarily about when they die or when they retire. So it's not like a crapshoot. The American people have a more direct influence on, who is represented on the Supreme Court.
What would you think about half and half?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Meaning like split it down the middle so that way it's always kind of fair, no?
Well, first of all, there's 9 justices, so you can't really do half and
right.
half.
Well,
split 1 and a half.
But I mean, like, okay, so like, right, but I think it's kind of, I don't know, I don't want to use the word unfair because that's not the right word. It's, let's say something happens, Trump stays in office and something happens to Sotomayor and another, he could end up with 7 justices or not 8 justices that are all Republican. Sure. And that's kind of like, to me, too skewed to one side.
Sure.
I think it should be some balance.
Here's the problem. Now, while I agree right now, there's been like the shit with Merrick Garland, that was fucked. That should never have happened, right? Like there should be some rule that if somebody nominates a Supreme Court justice, you don't have a choice but to like do a nomination hearing and a vote or whatever, right?
Right.
But also, let's say, for example, 70% of America turns out to be Republican. We want a Supreme Court that's representative of the people.
Yeah, let me say something real quick. I'm against it being too democratic too. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. You want to be balanced. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Is you want your Supreme Court. You want your Supreme Court to be representative of like the opinions and general like points of view of the population, right? So, but what if the population over time does become very skewed to one side, right? That's what I'm saying. So if you mandate like a half and half or whatever, close to half and half, then you might get to a point, theoretically, where you have a Supreme Court that's not as representative of the population because it's not skewed enough to one side. Do you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's why I really like the idea that Destiny put forward where like every president would get like a guaranteed appointment, right? One appointment. And if like someone dies, and then you have like, okay, there's 9 justices, right? And then they like set like some sort of term limit per justice or something like that. I don't know if 9, maybe it would be 2 justices because 1 justice per term would mean that your term limits would be what? 36 years? which isn't really realistic, because then we'll have a lot of justices dying at the end. Or perhaps like, you're nearing the end of your 36-year term and like if you die, then it has to remain open until the next one. I don't know. Smarter people on this stuff than me would have to like figure this out. But I think there's some merit to thinking about it from that perspective. I don't know. I think it would be interesting.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of being too democratic or too. I think having a good balance of both is good, because that doesn't mean they're not going to come. They're not going to agree with each other just because one is left in, because they have agreed with each other in the past.
And you know what I mean? And I will say, even though it's a 6-3 Republican majority, I will say, I will absolutely grant to Barrett and Roberts that, cutting out a few exceptions, they have proven to be a balancing force and voted a lot with the liberal minority. So
yeah, they have. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Because that's not to say that they're not going to agree with one side or the other side.
Right.
But I don't know. The idea, to me, the idea of them having like 7 or 8 justices that are from one side, that to me is problematic.
Yeah, I mean, being that skewed is crazy, but I think it has
Yeah.
happened. Let me see. Hang on.
Has it?
Let me look this up. Let me see.
Um, give
Largest
me a second. I'm gonna go
Supreme
grab me a.
Court majority.
You there, Joe?
History.
Yeah, I'm just doing some emails. I'm listening though.
Okay.
I'm always here for you, Candy.
What's that?
I said I'm always here for you.
Mm. Stop. 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 Okay, I'll be back.
What? I don't know what that was about, but
Partisan majority. Okay, ideological leanings, partisan balance. Blah, 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 blah. In like 92, 8 out of the 9 justices were appointed by Republicans. That's crazy.
Sounds pretty good.
Let's see. Yeah, but like, what were the ideological leanings of them, right? Let's see. Supreme Court, 1992. Court term.
Okay, I'm back. I need a cold shower.
Yeah, Chief Justice was Rehnquist. I remember when he passed away in 2005. Gosh, it's hard to find. Most one-sided Supreme Court in U.S. history. Let's see. What can we get? This is rough. Let's see. The most liberal court in American history was the Chief Justice Warren Court from 1953 to 1969. Oh yeah, because that was like a little during and right after the Roosevelt presidency, which was 4 terms. Well, 3 and a bit, right? Oh yeah, he presided over Brown versus Board of Education. God, it's just they really don't want to break this shit down for us. I guess the only time it's been like a 9-0 court was under George Washington. 1953, all 9 were Democratic appointees. No, wait.
Good.
And only one of the 9 Democratic appointees, Burton, was a Republican. In 1992, 8 of the 9 justices, all except Byron Wright, were Republicans. So yeah, in 1992, 8 out of 9 were Republicans. Also, Byron White was a conservative Democrat, so there were no liberal Democrats on the court at that time. 2 of the Republicans were liberal Republicans.
Ouch.
Yeah, we've been hurting on the Supreme Court for a while. But it hasn't been like it hasn't been too problematic for the most part.
Right.
Obviously, I'm not a fan of overturning Roe v. Wade, but we are where we are. Anyway, next topic I wanted to talk about that I know Joe's gonna have a lot to input on is the continuing situation with the ceasefire discussions. Have you guys both been following the recent updates?
I have.
Yeah.
Putin don't want to do shit. He doesn't want to agree to anything, and Trump invited him to play golf. That's what I know.
So, I mean, I don't know if that's really a fair characterization. I think he's agreeing to negotiate, but I do think that some of his negotiations are not.
He's doing what
realistic.
I said he was. He's doing. What he's doing is he's while he's pretending to be interested, which he's not interested. He's bombing Ukraine, civilian areas in Ukraine.
Okay. So let me just read some of the notes that I have.
He just launched another attack on civilians in Ukraine.
Okay, so some of the notes that I had in like the news and different articles and reports that I was reading over the last couple days. U.S. and Russian statements and ceasefire discussions differ. The U.S., and these are like their public statements regarding those discussions. The U.S. talked about cessation of attacks on energy infrastructure. The Russian statements failed to mention this at all. And right after the call, where the U.S. publicly came out after the call and said Russia had agreed to stop attacks on energy infrastructure, they actually bombed a Ukrainian city and energy infrastructure, knocking out the power to that city merely hours after they had that call. They also said the halting of all U.S. aid to Ukraine is a key condition for the ceasefire. And I imagine they're also probably against security guarantees for Ukraine. But, for Ukraine, that's going to be sort of like a sticking point for them. I don't know how we're going to get them to come together on that. I mean, we'll see, right? But I'm skeptical that they'll be able to come to a resolution on that particular point. Like, that seems to be the biggest one, the way I see it. And then Trump on a couple times has kept mentioning this thing about Ukrainian troops being encircled and surrounded in Kursk. I've seen this being spread around here and there. It's not a true statement. And the only people who are really saying this is like Russian state media, but none of like the reports from the ground in Ukraine are backing that up. So I'm not sure why he's saying that. Russian state media has sort of been doing a bit of a victory lap as Trump comes out and says some things that are talking points from Russia and Russian state media. So we'll see how this goes moving forward. Trump has kind of a tendency to come out of negotiations and say things that support the person that he last negotiated with. That's kind of how it's been going back and forth. So we'll see how that moves forward. But again, I think my main issue here is I don't see how you get Russia and Ukraine to agree on some sort of a compromise on security concerns. Because for Russia, that's probably going to be a full stop no. And for Ukraine, that's probably going to be a full stop we need it. So what do you think about all the stuff I just went over, Joe?
Didn't Russia take back like 70% of Kursk?
I know they've been taking land in Kursk, so I'm not talking about that claim specifically. I'm talking about the claim that specifically. So this is a very specific claim. That Russian troops had encircled some 2,500 Ukrainian troops Ukraine, which as far as I know, in Kursk, which as far as I know is not true. And there hasn't really been any evidence to support that, but that's the specific point. I do believe Russia has been pushing back in Kursk, but let me double check. Hang on. Russia pushing Ukraine troops back in Kursk. With forced withdrawal, Russia takes away Ukraine's Kursk parts. Yeah. Zelensky had gambled on being able to trade land in Russia for the return of land in Ukraine. Oh, he was going for a land swap. Pressed ahead with peace talks in August rather than invading Kursk. He has no cards left to play. This sounds like...
You don't have the cards.
Yeah, this sounds like Trump, like straight Trump mouthpiece propaganda. Let me find something a little more neutral. Okay, Reuters. Here we go. Russian troops battle last Ukrainian forces in Kursk region. Russia battled on Sunday to drive the last Ukrainian soldiers from Western Russia, Russian officials said, after a 7-month incursion by Ukraine. Yeah, so they definitely pushed them back. So specifically, I believe it was the statement that they had them encircled, which...
What does that mean, though?
So, like, essentially their troops would be surrounded by Russian troops on all sides, and that, implying that all of those Ukrainian troops would essentially die and would have no option for retreat, which I do not believe appears to be the case. They can retreat.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's what that is. That was the one thing that... So the reason that it's sort of... I raised an eyebrow at that is because that's something that has been sort of being pushed on Russian state media. And it's just a little odd to me when I hear that coming from Trump, but I don't know. Maybe it's part of his negotiation tactics. I'm not sure. But it is what it is. I'm trying to be charitable here, Joe. I'm trying to be super charitable.
I mean, I haven't even heard of it, so I'm not sure either way. But it could be true, right? Potentially, just because you haven't heard from another side, and only Russia doesn't mean it's not true.
That is definitely that is a correct statement. However, the statements I've heard to the contrary are pretty strong. So let me see if I can find something, and let's see if we can get some real info here. Hang on.
I want to send this video before I hop on the show.
Candy, what are you doing?
It's Jasmine Crockett talking to Jake Tapper, and it was funny.
Are you watching Adam Mockler? Is that Adam Mockler? I feel like I hear Adam Mockler.
Oh shit! I did mute my mic. Sorry.
Was that Adam Mockler?
Yeah.
It was. I called it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here it is. The title of this article is Retreat from Kursk, which would not be possible if they were encircled.
I'm sorry. I'm just watching. Adam Mockler was allowed to, well, not allowed, invited to go on Newsmax to have a discussion about. What do you mean? Why would I watch that?
No, I said I should watch that.
Oh, okay, yeah. So basically, to have a discussion about, what's going on with people getting deported.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's the liberal in the, conservative news media. So basically, he had a debate, and that's what I was watching.
Yeah. So yeah, Joe. It looks like, prior to the statements the Russians were making, like a day prior, they were in full retreat. There's not really anything in this before Russians started making their statements from the Ukrainians saying like, yeah, we're in really, we're totally surrounded and we can't get out. It seems as though they are just in full retreat. They have pulled back to, quote, more favorable positions. They are still staying in Kursk, but they are losing ground at this very moment. Zelensky says there's no encirclement of Ukrainian troops in Russia's Kursk region. Putin's claim on Thursday was that Russian forces had isolated Ukraine's troops in Kursk and that it was impossible for them to escape even in small groups of 2 or 3 soldiers, saying there will only be 2 options, surrender or die. Let's see. Ukrainian officials and independent analysts have disputed Putin and Trump's claims. The Institute for the Study of War, a U.S.-based conflict monitor, said Friday that it has observed no geolocated evidence to indicate that Russian forces have encircled a significant number of Ukrainian forces in Kursk or anywhere else along the front line in Ukraine. Ukraine's military said that Russia was lying to shape perception of events on the ground. Reports of the alleged encirclement of Ukraine units by the enemy in the Kursk region are false and fabricated by the Russians for political manipulation. That's a Ukrainian statement. Yeah, it does sound like independent analysts, though, using geolocation data, are saying there's no evidence that they are surrounded. So I'm inclined to believe that, unless the Russians start providing evidence. What do you think?
I'm reading the article now. I mean, it seems like there's statements that saying it was hard for them to retreat. They had to wait until nighttime. Mm-hmm. So it seems like it's Russia just exaggerating facts to make it seem worse than it is.
You're probably right about that. Yeah, I don't think I'm necessarily saying like, oh yeah, they're just like totally open in full retreat with no like resistance. I'm sure there's definitely resistance there. Yeah, that seems to probably be the more likely situation on the ground. So yeah, what do you think about what I was saying earlier about sort of the sticking points in the ceasefire negotiation, where Ukraine is probably not going to accept anything that doesn't, have like security guarantees, and Russia's probably not going to accept anything with security guarantees. How do you think there's a potential way to sort of reconcile that difference?
I don't think the war's gonna end. I think it's just gonna keep going and going until someone stops. Probably Ukraine.
That does suck. I mean, we'll see. Ukrainians, so they're not doing so well invading Russian territory, but they've done a pretty decent job defending their own territory. The problem is, right, if we stop providing weapons and the EU doesn't have enough time to build up what they can to aid them, I think you're probably right. Right? I don't think
it's easier to defend something than to go on the offensive, especially if
which
you're
is
a
exactly
smaller...
why they're having a more difficult time in Kursk, because that's Russian territory.
Were you saying? I didn't really read anything about this until you talked about it. But Putin said he was going to stop bombing certain areas, or no?
So apparently, on the call between Trump and Putin, after the call, the Americans came out and said that Putin had agreed, as part of like the ceasefire negotiations, to not bomb any more Ukrainian energy infrastructure. And,
okay, that's what I read.
Yeah, just a few hours later, however,
he did it.
He did it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And there was like a whole Ukrainian city that their power got knocked out. Now, what I'm not super clear on, because I've heard some people say one thing and I've heard some people say another thing. What I'm not super clear on is whether that was agreed to be implemented immediately or as part of the overall ceasefire negotiations. However, it definitely doesn't fill me with a feeling of good faith, right? When, a couple hours after having that conversation, they're it almost feels like if they didn't agree to do it right away, which is like fine, they didn't agree to do it right away. It seems like they're like, okay, we got to knock out this infrastructure before we agree to any ceasefire so we can get it now. I just, I mean, I don't like it. It's icky. It leaves an icky taste in my mouth.
Well, that's what war is.
Oh yeah, it's no fun. It's no fun.
Which goes back to what Zelensky was saying, right? When he was having that meeting where it went all sideways, that, what kind of agreement we're going to have with Russia when they keep breaking their word.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
So
it goes to that.
well, again,
Again,
I do want to say, just to play a bit of devil's advocate, here, Candy. I don't know at this point, and I'll look it up now and we'll see if we can find out. But I don't know if they had made the agreement to do it immediately or as part of the ceasefire negotiation overall. Like, if they got the ceasefire, they would stop doing it. In which case, yeah, technically, it wouldn't be
no.
Let me just finish. Give me a second. In which case, it wouldn't be necessarily breaking a deal to do that. But, on the other hand, it also, like, if you're just hours after talking about how it's important for them not to attack energy infrastructure, it also doesn't look great, right? Like, it doesn't look good. It doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence. But let me see if I can find.
You can find it, but I know exactly what happened. They didn't agree to the ceasefire, but they did agree not to bomb, like, certain.
Are you sure about this?
Infrastructure. Like, okay, we're not gonna do the ceasefire, and I'm not gonna agree with that, but I'll agree that we're not gonna bomb, like, infrastructure and stuff like that. And then as soon as they hung up the phone, they fired upon infrastructure.
It was like a few hours later.
Yeah. Well, not literally, like, but yeah. But they didn't agree to cease, but they did agree, okay, we're not going to shoot your infrastructure and you're not going to shoot mine. Okay, we agreed to that. And that's as far as what the agreement was. Both sides agreed not to take down each other's infrastructure. And then a few hours later, well, you see what happened.
Okay. Yeah, this doesn't look very good.
So, again,
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the article is titled Russia-Ukraine Trade Accusations of Violating Deal Not to Target Energy Infrastructure. Mm-hmm. Russia, and you're right, they did agree not to target energy infrastructure. Yep. Russia and Ukraine accused each other on Wednesday of launching air attacks that sparked fires and damaged infrastructure just hours after their leaders agreed to a limited ceasefire to halt attacks on energy infrastructure. Putin agreed to temporarily stop attacking Ukrainian energy facilities, but declined to endorse a full 30-day ceasefire sought by U.S. Okay, so he's just outlawed he's just ruled out for now the 30-day ceasefire.
That's what I said.
Yeah, U.S. President Donald Trump in a telephone call with a Russian leader on Tuesday. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky had agreed to the U.S. proposed 30-day ceasefire before the Putin-Trump call and later supported the more limited ceasefire on energy targets. But after Russia launched its air attacks early on Wednesday, Zelensky urged the world to block any attempts by Moscow to drag out the war. Russia is attacking civilian infrastructure and people right now, Andriy Yermak, Zelensky's chief of staff, said overnight on Telegram. Regional authorities in Sumy in northeast Ukraine said that Russia's drone attacks damaged 2 hospitals there, causing no injuries but forcing the evacuation of patients and hospital staff. A 60-year-old man was injured and several houses damaged in Russian drone attack on the Kiev region that surrounds the Ukrainian capital, Mykola Kalashnik, governor of the region, said early on Wednesday. Zelensky said that Russia launched more than 40 drones against Ukraine in the hours following the call between Trump and Putin. Russia's defense ministry said that its units destroyed 57 Ukrainian drones overnight, 35 of them over the border Kursk region. The ministry reports only how many drones were destroyed, not how many were launched by Ukraine. Authorities in the southern Russia region of Krasnodar said early on Wednesday that a Ukrainian drone attack sparked a small fire at an oil depot located near the village of Kavkazskaya. No one was injured in the fire, which spread across 20 square meters, but 30 employees were evacuated. The administration of the southern Russian region said in a post on the Telegram messaging app, the work at the facility has been suspended, the administration said. The Russian Shot News Telegram posted a video of blazes at night at what seemed like an industrial area. Shot said the Kavkazskaya oil transshipment point is an important facility designed to transport Russian oil for exports, railway, and into the Caspian Pipeline Consortium pipeline system. Reuters could not independently verify the Shah report. Russia's aviation watchdog Rosaviatsia said that for a couple of hours, overnight flights were suspended from airports in Kazan, Nizhny Novgorod, and Nizhnekamsk, Russia, all hundreds of kilometers east of Moscow, to ensure air safety. The agency did not say what was the reason for the suspension, but it usually suspends flights when there are reports of drone attacks. Why are they not talking about the bombing?
They talk about the bomb, and I seen it. There was a news report. I'm look for it. There was a person that a reporter there, and she basically went to the area that was bombed, and there was buildings, and she was showing what was bombed and whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, here it is. Hours after Trump and Putin negotiated a ceasefire energy strikes, Russia bombed Slovyansk's power grid, hit homes in Kramatorsk, and targeted hospitals in the Sumy region. So they didn't mention the power plant stuff in that last.
They hit the power plant, they hit the hospital, and they hit civilian.
Yeah. Which one was first? Attacks took place less than an hour after Trump and Putin had negotiated a 30-day ceasefire. Less than an hour. Late on March 18th, explosions were heard in Kiev, with the first blasts reported around 11:01 p.m. Kiev Mayor Vitaly Klitschko confirmed on Telegram that air defense systems were active on the right bank of the city, urging residents to remain in shelter. Soldiers continued intermittently. On the evening of March 18th, a Russian drone struck the roof of a medical facility in Sumy, shattering windows, damaging the building. No casualties. However, early on March 19th, Russian forces launched another drone attack on the region. A drone hit the roof of Krasnopil Hospital, marking the second healthcare facility targeted in the Sumy region within hours. Preliminary information suggests no casualties, but emergency services were deployed to the site. Evacuations were carried out for both patients and hospital staff. Meanwhile, in the Bucha district of the Kiev region, a drone attack injured a 60-year-old man. The head of Kiev OVA, Mykola Kalashnik, reported on Telegram that the man suffered injuries to both legs and is currently receiving medical care at a local hospital. The attack also damaged or partially destroyed 9 private houses across 3 settlements in the district. Fires broke out in 3 townhouses but were successfully extinguished. Additionally, a private house in the Borispil district sustained damage. Ukrainian Air Force reported on Telegram that since the evening of March 18th, Russia has launched attacks using 2 Iskander-M ballistic missiles, 4 S-300 anti-aircraft guided missiles, and 145 Shahed strike UAVs, along with various types of simulator drones from 6 directions. As of 8:08, Ukrainian forces have confirmed the downing of 72 Shahed strike UAVs and other drones over Kharkiv, Poltava, Sumy, Chernihiv, Cherkasy, Kiev, Zhytomyr, Vinnytsia, Kirovohrad, Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhzhia, and Odessa regions. Those names just got harder and harder as I went along.
You said them perfectly, though.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Additionally, 56 Russian drone simulators lost their intended targets, resulting in no negative consequences. As a result of the Russian attack, the Sumy, Odessa, Poltava, Dnipropetrovsk, Kiev, and Chernihiv regions were affected, the report read. So it does sound like Russia probably struck first. Yeah. No good. Not good.
But again, which brings me back to Zelensky saying, whatever they agree, you can't believe it.
Yeah, and also
And then,
the difference in damage that we're talking here between what the Russians did and what they're claiming the Ukrainians did, which was a small fire that they evacuated the area for. I mean, there's definitely a disparity there. What do you think about all that, Joe?
It's hard to know what's happening right now because
That's
both
true.
sides are a lie. It's just like at what degree?
Well, we do know that like the reports of the power plant, the attacks on the hospital, and that stuff, that's all real, right? Because these are corroborated by video and photo evidence. Um,
But they're saying they spotted the Russians spotted Ukrainian drones. Like when did they spot them? And like I don't know.
Sure. But
Or
I
if they
think
even spot, they could just be lying. I don't know. Probably are
yeah,
lying.
the main thing here was the agreement was not to attack energy infrastructure, right? They're both
Yep.
claiming each side attacked energy infrastructure. Forgetting all of those other things about, let's say we put aside all the drone stuff and all of that, right?
Yep.
There does appear to be a large disparity on the damage done between what Russians are claiming happened, even they are claiming happened to their own energy infrastructure, and what appears to have happened to the Ukrainian infrastructure. So let's say we take Russia at their word, which at this point, like, there's no reason not to. The damage that appears to have been done to this oil plant, I think it was, a small fire necessitating a temporary evacuation versus knocking out the power to a city. I mean, I think there's
what did they say? What did they say the fire was from?
From a drone, from a Ukrainian drone. I think they said.
Yeah.
Not only did they knock down power to a city, they went after a hospital and civilians.
Yes, but technically, if we're just talking about the ceasefire agreement, there
was no ceasefire agreement.
Sorry, pardon. If we're just talking about the energy infrastructure attack agreement,
hospitals are all okay.
Yeah, apparently. That was not part of it, and it does appear that the damage to the hospitals was very minimal.
Look at I sent you in the chat a video. It's from CNN, and it's not just them. It's a reporter on the ground in Ukraine, showing where the drones hit, showing the trucks that are coming in, trying to give people boxes of food and supplies. They got all the supermarkets and everything boarded up, and because that's the only supermarket they could get any food from, and everything's boarded up. Like, it shows basically there's somebody there kind of showing you.
Okay, but this is in Kherson. This is not any of the locations that we were just talking about.
Is it somewhere else?
Yeah, this is a different part of Ukraine.
It doesn't say. And it shows parts where the drone hit.
It doesn't. It says it in the video description.
It showed where the drones hit.
Yes, but remember, it's not a full ceasefire, right? It's just about energy infrastructure.
Yeah, but also they're not supposed to hit houses, right?
That's not part of the... I mean, we don't want them to. That's not good, right?
No.
We don't like it.
But it's a war.
That's not part of the agreement, and that is war. That happens in war.
I understand that's war, but even in war, you're not supposed to hit civilian housing, right?
So that's Israel.
Oh my God, Daniel.
Are you not right?
Like I'm not like
that would be
if I'm going to be consistent in my position on like Israel, for example, I'm going to be consistent on my position on this, which is, you shouldn't be targeting civilians, right? But like, if you're making the justification that people are working out of civilian infrastructure, then you're making the justification that people are working out of civilian infrastructure. And the agreement that they supposedly agreed to Had nothing to do with any of that. All it had to do with was energy infrastructure. Right. So I may not like it.
In general.
Huh?
In general.
In general, yeah, I don't like it.
Isn't it a
but
war crime to attack civilians and stuff?
To target civilians solely is a war crime. To target civilian infrastructure that's being used by
they target hospital and people's houses.
To target civilian infrastructure that's being used by enemy combatants is not a war crime. To target, if you're targeting a hospital without like intent to destroy it and you don't destroy it, I don't know what the deal is with that. What up, Daniel? He called me Benito Guppolini, which is fucking hilarious. We're talking about the the not attacking energy infrastructure situation with Russia, because it appears to me that while they're both saying they violated it, at the very least, Russia violated it more, and appears to be they violated it first. But, you know, Candy's talking about houses being hit and stuff like that.
Right, houses and hospitals being hit.
Yeah, but again, like realistically, we have to look at like the extent of damage here, right? And like, are people being killed? Did people die? Nobody died in any of these hospitals. Civilian infrastructure is not being targeted with the intent to kill civilians. And when it is, obviously, that is a war crime. And there are cases of that happening, and those are war crimes.
Really giving them the well, we don't know if he did it. Are we really conceding to that?
Who's conceding anything?
I'm saying, are we really doing that? Like,
no, you just don't assume.
Well, we don't know if his intent was to hit a house. Well, he didn't destroy the hospital, so it's still still a crime, isn't it?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, like, there's a lot of justifications that he could make potentially to do that. I don't like it, and it might be a war crime. I don't know what the situation is there. We just don't know. And the way you determine whether these things are war crimes or not is like, well, he did it, so it is. That's not how that works, unfortunately. I would love to just be like, oh yeah, it hit a hospital, that means it's a war crime, but that's just not how that works. Now, if you ask me, do I think Russia has committed war crimes in the war? Almost certainly. Might that have been one? Maybe, but I don't know at this point. And I'm sure that's not going to be at the top of the list of things that they would be looking at for war crimes to accuse Putin of at this point. Right now, my main thing is like targeting energy infrastructure, civilian energy infrastructure. That may be a war crime. I'm not super sure about that, but that may be a war crime.
Why would that be a war crime and targeting civilians and hospitals not be?
Well, because in this case, he destroyed that infrastructure. So he did it with the purpose of cutting off power to millions of civilians or hundreds of thousands of civilians.
So he has to kill thousands of people in order for them to become war crimes.
Can you explain the logic of what I said going to what you said?
Because you're saying in one case they destroyed infrastructure. So that is bad. But they could have bombed a hospital, but nobody got hurt. So maybe it's not as bad.
They didn't bomb a hospital.
They hit a fucking hospital with their drone.
Yeah. Drones are like way more targeted and a lot smaller. It's not the same thing as hitting a hospital with a bomb. And like again,
Right.
these are like the way they make these calculations is very, very
which
specific.
would make you think, okay, is it really an accident? Because again, drones are more precise. So if they're hitting a hospital and housing,
if a hospital is
people's
targeted unless
houses,
it is being actively used by combatants for military objectives under international law and the Rome Statute and Geneva Convention, do we know that there were no Ukrainian military in the hospital? I don't know the situation. I don't know. It might be a war crime. I need all the information. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Did he do it intentionally or? Because drones are accurate.
I mean, he probably did it intentionally. If he hit 2 hospitals, he probably did it intentionally. But like, you know, were they trying to target areas of the hospital where there were militants and, you know, avoiding any damage to places where there's civilians? I don't know. Like, there's a lot of other considerations. Is what I'm saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think thing. That's insane.
You're fuzzy.
I said it's insane that they could target a hospital based on something.
All right,
but
well,
infrastructure. You can't hit infrastructure. And
take it up with the Geneva Convention, then, Candy.
That's insane.
Take it up with the Geneva Convention if you have a problem with it. That's how you determine whether things are war crimes or not.
Stop a bomb, the bomb might not hit this target, but a drone is very precise. So if it's hitting hospitals,
can be precise too.
There's you know what I'm saying.
Bombs generally are pretty precise.
You know what I'm saying? They might. It's been known, bombs have been known to hit something else when they're trying to target, anyways. But drones are more precise.
So being Daniel says, this is kind of what I'm saying. Daniel says, here's where it gets complicated. If a soldier is being treated in a hospital, for instance, for a sprained ankle, but they still can fight, they are not hors de combat, is that how you say it? They are a valid target. If, however, a soldier is unable to fight because of grievous injury, they are hors de combat. I don't speak French. Why you gotta give me French words, bro? Hors de combat. A valid military target will do just fine. Thank you very much, Daniel. Don't make me look like an asshole. And like, yeah, that might be frustrating, Candy, but that's international law, and there's a reason that that's international law.
The whole thing is frustrating because from the beginning, Ukraine is not only, even when we were giving them everything, they were still being held back because they were like, well, don't throw, you are allowed to defend yourself, but you're not allowed to shoot shit into Russia because that's going to escalate. And they kept holding them back.
What we're talking about right now.
I'm saying from the beginning, the whole Ukraine situation is horseshit because in the beginning,
I agree. I agree.
I think
Joe, I think you even agree that we should have been like in the very beginning of this war, we should have given them a ton of shit and gotten this over and done with real quickly. No.
Yes, but they were being held back. But they were like, yeah, you could if they cross the border, then you could shoot them, but not if they don't, because you can't shoot into Russia. Like they were holding them back. They weren't letting them, even though they were at the border.
We know, Candy. Hang on, Joe. I don't want to misrepresent you if I was wrong.
What's up?
I said I think somewhere in our conversations you said at one point that you would have preferred we let Ukraine off the leash and kind of given them everything they needed right in the beginning, so this could have been done quickly.
No.
Okay. So then that's why I'm glad I cleared that up, because I don't know who it was that I was talking to who said that.
No,
I know there was one conservative that I was talking to at one point who did say that, but it wasn't you, I guess. So that's my bad.
No. I think Boris Johnson shouldn't have gotten involved with the ceasefire at the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a conspiracy theory, though.
Oh,
and it's also a lie that Joe Biden didn't try to negotiate a ceasefire. He did.
This is true, Daniel. This is true, Daniel, because at that point, it's not, okay, it's now a valid military target. At that point, it says, okay, now we have to start proportionality calculations. We have to determine, like, how many soldiers are there? Are there particularly high-value targets? That's when you start the proportionality calculation. And it becomes even more complicated at that point, right? And then you have, like, teams and teams of lawyers to do it. Now, do I think Russia probably doesn't care as much about doing that? Maybe. They're probably more likely to be a lot more lenient on their proportionality calculations if they're doing them. And that could constitute war crimes as well. Okay. But, like, you know, just because a hospital was hit, we can't just immediately assume, yeah. Dude, Chechnya, proportionality in Chechnya makes Gaza look like a clean as fuck war. That shit was crazy. Isn't it like 10-1 or something in Chechnya? Yeah. 10-1. That's fucking nuts. That was the first Chechen War. The second one was better. 4.3-1, but if you put them together, 7.6-1. That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. And then let's see. God damn it. What? Why can't you just give me like a fucking direct proportionality number? I don't understand. You should have this shit ready for me, Google. What the fuck are you even spending all this money on AI for in the first place? Give me a quick fucking answer. Okay. Did they not... Okay, here we go. Total. Okay. In Syria, it looks like way more combatants died than civilians. In this case, however, the burden of proof is on Russia to prove there was a valid military objective, and at that point, they don't get the benefit of the doubt. That is 100% true. The burden of proof is on them. And, the bill is going to come due at the end of this war, and they're going to have to prove a whole bunch of shit, just like Israel is going to have to do, right? They're going to have to prove a whole bunch of shit as well. Even though they do make efforts to do that during the ongoing war, they do. Israel does release a number of data to try and back up their positions, but eventually, there are certain things that they're gonna have to pay the piper on. Netanyahu is certainly going to get in trouble for a bunch of shit. Which, is like good that he's going to get appropriate punishment, but not great because, it continues to give the crazies anti-Israel fuel and thinly veiled anti-Semitism fuel. Which I do not like very much. I guess it won't be negotiated in 24 hours. Sorry, that was a little.
Yeah, I didn't say it.
That's true. You did not say it. That is 100% true. I mean, like, I would give Trump a whole lot of credit if he came out at one point and said, you know what? This was a lot harder to negotiate than I thought it was going to be. This situation is really fucked up for like a whole number of reasons, and we'll keep trying to do the best we can, but it is very, very difficult. But my guess is that he'll probably just blame it on Biden. But if he came out and he said that, I would say, you know what? Props from me. I would absolutely give him kudos for that if he did that. But we'll see what happens.
He might say it in a year or two.
Yeah, maybe. Once it's like, if they're at a point where it's like, okay, it's not happening. It's just really not happening.
Yeah.
And I would absolutely, like, if he came out and he said it like that and, like, didn't try to, like, push the blame on anyone else, not even take blame himself, right? But just be like, yeah, I thought it would be easier than it turned out to be. I would give him super big props for admitting that. But I don't know, like, he doesn't like to do that. So we'll see if he does it. I mean, I hope so. That would certainly make me respect him a little bit more, for sure. Yeah. Anyway. We will see what happens. The negotiations continue. Another news, stock market having a little bit of a bounce back. It's climbing back up a little bit. We had Friday and Monday were up, then yesterday was down, and then today it was up a little bit because the Fed said they were not going to raise interest rates. They are keeping them steady. I do think some of this is a bit of market desperation to, grasping for any sort of good news. Which is fine. Like, take the bump. They're also waiting to see on how tariffs are going to affect everything. And we're there. And we'll probably see companies start to settle into the idea that, okay, the tariffs are going to be permanent, which will actually kind of be good for the markets because one of the big issues there, like, was the uncertainty itself. So hopefully we'll see the market start to stabilize a little bit more consistently. But we'll see. Yeah. What were you going to say, Joe?
No, it's all manipulated. So, because the Fed came out with, like, worse numbers today. Like, projecting worse, like, slightly, but still higher than they expected. So why would the markets do better? It doesn't make sense.
So I didn't want to be doomer. So I was trying to avoid that, but I was having this exact conversation with my mom earlier, actually. I was like, I don't understand why they're higher, because my reading of it, of what they said and what the outlook was kind of negative. So I felt like it was just like, okay, it's not as bad as it could have been, and then, we'll take this opportunity to give the market a bump. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, that was interesting. Sometimes the markets do weird things.
Sometimes, like every other week.
True. But hey, at least they didn't raise interest rates, right? They said as of right now, they still they're hoping they can still cut interest rates later this year. Hopefully they do. That would be good for all of us. But if we're seeing a significant market and economic slowdown, they are going to have to raise interest rates. So it'll all depend on how things go. It'll all depend on how big of an impact I think those tariffs have, really.
Yeah. They just say the same generic things whenever something happens. It's just not even worth listening to them.
Yeah, I mean, in a time of market uncertainty and economic uncertainty, they're definitely going to say a lot of the same stuff. Because they don't want to rock the boat too much, right? Because there is a world where the Fed comes out and makes a strong statement and it sends everything into a tailspin.
Yep.
And so, a good, stable, we're not saying too many crazy things, is good for the Fed. Especially like, when the Atlanta Fed came out and predicted a GDP contraction. The markets were not happy with that one. So, keep us stable. Keep us as stable as we can. I'm all for that, right? Like I'm
waiting for.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I was just saying. I'm waiting for Trump to tweet out that he's buying more Bitcoin, so it goes up another 10%, real quick.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Because the whole thing with the Bitcoin government thing was that was never really meant to be the government buying Bitcoin. It was just Bitcoin that they had seized from arrested
they won't sell.
People and stuff. Yeah, they're not going to sell. They're gonna keep that like just like they hold money in like the Fed and the Treasury and stuff. But yeah, I think I'm not like look. It's obvious that I have no love for Trump whatsoever, right? But I'm not so vindictive that I want to watch the markets and the economy crash, right? I always say to my conservative friends, I hope you're fucking right. I hope everything becomes great. We all have amazing lives, and that's what happens, right? So, like, I'm not going to sit here and celebrate when the market crashes or anything like that. I want things to be stable.
No, let it crash. It's just cheaper. Buy it.
Yeah, but like in the meantime, people lose their 401ks, their life savings, like jobs get lost, right? Because companies' values go down, shareholders lose value. That stuff has a wide-reaching effect on the economy.
Trump could make things better even with the tariffs, because if things that being imported to us are becoming so expensive, then we would go to buying stuff that's American made, right? Because it would be cheaper. So it's so expensive that we can't afford. Hold on.
That's how it's supposed to work.
Okay, but if Trump took an extra stop and incentivize companies to lower their prices by offering them some sort of incentive for lowering their prices, then people would be more encouraged to buy their American as opposed to.
I'm 100% on board with you on that. But the problem is they're all about slashing spending. And if they're trying to do this big tax cut, which is already supposed to raise the deficit by like what, $2 to $4 trillion, I don't see how they're going to be able to justify spending huge subsidies on, propping up our businesses while not generating any other new revenue anywhere. I mean, like, it's going to be an even larger deficit spend.
How are we not generating taxes? Generate the revenue that we make
because part of this whole thing, the reason why they're trying to slash all this budget is so that they can justify the big tax cuts.
I hear you, but I'm saying like what I'm saying is he could make it better for Americans even with the tariffs if he offered an incentive to, like a subsidy, so that way people buy American and we're not as affected by these tariffs.
No, I understand that. And like I said, I agree.
Right? But then like the side of that coin is that he wants to do both things.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to do both things.
Right. And,
or he will, and he's going to have to deal with the fact that, he said he would cut the spending and then he's not, and then he's deficit spending instead. And he's just going to have to contend with that, which is going to piss off a lot of people, I guess. But I don't know. I mean, it seems like...
what I'm saying is he goes for America first, he should try to fix one thing instead of, you know what I'm saying? And maybe once that is in place, then we could start cutting certain things and looking for, you know what I mean? But it's like everything's being done at the same time, and it creates more chaos than it needs to be. But he could get out, he could, the markets will go up once it shows that, people are incentivized to buy more, the markets will go up. It could look really good for him, but the whole, cutting and spend, you know what I mean? It's like at the same time. You can't cut and spend. You want people to spend money on American, but you're cutting their salaries.
Yeah.
You're firing them.
So
you're taking away the money that they get, like through Social Security, or firing veterans, and they won't be able to afford anything. So it's he's doing both.
One of the things he did in his last term was he did, as part of his tariffs, it sort of raised costs on farmers, caused a lot of problems for farmers. And he did supplement that by subsidizing the farmers, but it cost a lot of money. And that's part of why, his first administration was added the most money to the deficit out of any administration ever, including Biden's. And his there's COVID, of course, but if you take away the COVID spending, he also still outspent. And so like that's one of the big things. That's why they're so committed to like cutting funding and all of this stuff right now. It's so that they can justify continuing the tax cuts, which were very popular among his base.
But then but that's fine. But then don't tariff the people where we buy products from, where we get it cheap.
Dude, you're preaching to the choir.
I know.
That's what he's doing.
I know that's what he's doing. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he could do whatever he wants to do.
This is why I don't like the
tariffs. In a more precise way, instead of just kind of trying to do both and say America first. I want to put America. They're going to spend billions of dollars creating all these companies here. Yeah, that's going to take a long time. You don't create a company, even if you are bringing manufacturing here and creating more jobs. That's not going to happen till years down the line. It doesn't happen like overnight. So again, in the meantime, you know what I mean? Like if he had, I don't know. I don't know why people think that he's a good businessman, because I could devise a pretty good plan. Like do this first, and then focus on this, and then do that.
Well,
you know what I mean? Once everybody's
also,
good,
again, he
and the market's looking good.
He made a lot of promises to do things right away and very quickly, and that's what he's trying to do.
The problem doesn't necessarily mean he has to do that. He also promised.
There's also another problem that it seems like nobody else is talking about.
What's that?
So yes, there are tariffs. We get a lot of things from certain countries, but there are also other countries that produce these things cheaper than the United States that we don't get a lot of these things from. That a lot of companies will probably just switch to buying them from those other countries. So what is he going to do? Is he just going to start tariffing them too?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Or because of the tariff war too, that would disincentivize other countries from making deals with us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Am I making sense, Joe? No. Go ahead. Laugh at me. Go ahead.
No, I'm just tired. I'm laughing at nothing, really. I think his entire argument is he's just bluffing.
I think what I'm saying is I think he could do the things, and he could be a great president, and he could be there for the people, but he's trying to do too much too fast. You know what I'm saying?
But his bluff is getting called a little bit, though, right?
Not really. Yes, and
we're still a few weeks, right? It's April something.
Yeah. But Canada did not remove any of their retaliatory tariffs after he said he was going to delay it further.
Like, if what I'm saying is that if you're going to do tariffs, right? Let's say you want to do tariffs, right? Okay, fine. Then incentivize people to buy American, because that's what he wants, right? He wants America first. He wants people to buy American products. He wants to give American jobs. Perfect. let's do that. Let's do that. You know what I mean? But if at the same time you're taking away people's paychecks by firing them, and cutting Social Security and cutting, stuff that people use to eat every day, then that's not good either. You know what I mean? It's just too much. It's to me, I think. It's like coming up with a plan. Let's deal with this, and then okay, we got this next thing on the agenda because he hasn't even been in office.
My opinion is the smartest thing for him to do would be to do targeted tariffs, right? Target certain industries that there's a high chance of us being able to bring them here and manufacture or produce at a relatively cheap enough rate that it wouldn't impact Americans so much. That's really smart, right?
Right, because he held back on the tariffs on aluminum. No, he didn't hold back on all the tariffs. He still tariffed certain countries, and he still did tariffs for certain things.
Hang on,
but
let me
he
finish.
held
Candy.
back on the aluminum steel because Elon was crying to him, telling him, "Oh, that's going to ruin my business."
Let me just finish. So he can do that, and then he can pair that with an act that he could pass through Congress that would be supportive, that's going to provide certain subsidies. So Biden did something very similar with the Chips and Sciences Act, right? There were some tariffs that he put on different products that we use to manufacture chips or chips themselves, and he provided subsidies, targeted tariffs plus targeted subsidies equaled a lot of growth in business, a lot of jobs, which of course in turn is going to turn into a good bit of tax revenue. So that's a really, really smart way to pair tariffs with subsidies, where in the end it's going to end up being profitable. And that's the kind of stuff he could definitely do. I would love to see stuff that's more like that.
Right.
Yeah. But it has to be targeted, right? It can't be blanket.
Right. Right. It has to be targeted, and it has to be, have a plan. Okay. And then have people, okay, because a lot of these plans that these presidents make, you don't see the revenue right away. It's sometimes it takes years down the line to see that money, you getting that money back. You know what I mean? And that goes for everything. Like people say, okay, you spent that much, yeah, but the plan that they did over the next 4 years, 5 years, we're going to make that money back and then some. So that's kind of like how they do things. They have people who do the math and, know the economy. And if everything goes well, this is what we're going to see. And this is good, what do you call it? Like potential loss versus what's, because again, the Chips and Science Act is great and the incentives are there, but it's going to be some time before we even have these factories built for these chips. So again, it's a lot of these plans are long.
That's how that works, right? Like certain economic incentives, they take time to actually work out into the economy. And that's the same with economic disincentives, right? Like tariffs. We're not seeing really the impact of those yet. We're going to see them over the next couple months. They're going to start to really affect things.
Right. I don't think, and I think also there's certain things that presidents should be able to do. Like, for instance, if they offer, let's say, Joe, you as a individual, and they're like, listen, we want to go green. The government wants to go green. We're going to give you a good amount of money back in your taxes if you get a few solar panels or whatever, and you decide, all right, sounds good. I get money back from it. It's basically going to be super cheap, and then my electric bill is going to go down because now I got solar and energy both. You know what I mean? So it's a good win-win. But then the next president comes and says, no, we're not going to give you that money, which is what they did with the farmers. After they had them upgrade all the equipment, now they don't want to pay them on the money they promised them because it was a Biden deal. It wasn't. And I think if a president does a deal like that, whether it's Biden or Trump or whatever, they should still follow through on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, if that's true, they should sue the government.
I don't know if they what they did was they had the farmers upgrade their factories, and they said going more green, whatever, and then they said we're going to give you 25,000 or something like that for doing that incentive, and basically it was going to pay for itself. Plus, they had the opportunity to upgrade their, to be more efficient, basically. And then when Trump came, he said, "We're not giving you, we ain't giving you shit." Which is I shouldn't laugh, but it's kind of funny. We ain't giving you shit. That was a Biden agreement. That was an agreement with us. We ain't giving you shit. And then the farmers are like, "Yo, we got screwed because now we still got to pay for all this shit upgrades we did, and we ain't getting no money back."
I thought the farmer subsidies were Trump.
No,
Yeah, I'm
they
pretty sure
did
they
one,
were.
but then the Biden subsidy was a green deal, so that they could go green.
Well, let
Yeah.
me look that up. Hang on. Is that part of like the Build Back Better?
Mm,
No,
I
it was
don't
part
know.
of Inflation Reduction. I just looked it up. It was part of Inflation Reduction.
It could be yeah, that sounds more like it, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on.
I mean, and you know what I mean? Like, it's frustrating to me too, Joe, because I think Trump could be a great
Moving
person.
on, Candy.
Well, I'm saying Trump could be a great president. He could. He could be and be remembered as one of the best presidents. But he just does these things that are just like, why? Why are you? It's frustrating. It's very frustrating.
But egg
I
prices
agree.
are going down, so that's something he's doing.
Yeah, but
What'd you
prices
say?
went
Rent
up
prices?
because of him too.
Egg
Hang on.
prices.
Egg prices. Well, egg prices was nobody's fault. Let's be real about this. It wasn't Biden's fault. It wasn't Trump's fault. Egg prices was the fucking bird flu.
Started under
I don't know
Biden.
why everybody seems to have forgotten about the bird flu.
Yeah, well, who's in control of the bird flu?
Who's in control of the bird flu?
That?
I don't know. Fucking viruses. What do you mean?
Yeah, but why didn't
No,
Biden?
he meant the people he fired in the CDC that he had to rehire. Not CDC.
No.
Not the
What?
CDC. I'm wrong.
There was like an epidemic of bird flu. I don't think you can really I don't think
Listen
you
to
can
what I'm
really
saying.
prevent that from happening.
There was
to a certain
an
extent.
epidemic.
Not prevent it, but
I understand that. But then he fired the people who were in charge of dealing with that, and then they had to rehire them. Remember?
Okay,
this,
but I don't
this all
think
happened
that
under
was.
Biden.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I think in this case, this was not a partisan thing. Look, I'm happy to blame Biden on certain things, but I think in this case, this was not really so much of a partisan thing. I think we had, a bird flu outbreak, and outbreaks happen, and you can't always control them. Like we've got a measles outbreak right now going on in Texas and New Mexico, right? I might say that, like, okay, I'm not a fan of RFK Jr.'s rhetoric on vaccines. Maybe that's not helping so much. But, like, if an outbreak happens, and it's going to spread. And if they're vaccinated, it won't be so bad. But whatever. That's not the point. You're not going to be able to stop, like, this disease when it moves so quickly. And that was the thing about the bird flu, is it moved really, really quickly. And the only option they had was to cull all of these chickens. They had to continue culling them under Trump as well. And that's what made eggs go up, right? You don't have enough eggs. You don't have enough chickens laying eggs. Egg prices are going to go up. It is what it is. And now that they've, like, culled a lot of chickens and they've continued that practice, egg prices are going down. Through this whole egg thing, I have maintained this position. Like, I have never said, like, when all the Democrats were saying, well, egg prices are still going up, I was never saying, well, that's Trump's fault. I was always like, well, that's...
Well, they said that when he was in office for 3 weeks. Didn't even make any sense.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense, but, like, we knew what it was. We knew that it was this bird flu outbreak. Like, I don't know why we were I don't know why people were blaming it on anybody but the fucking bird flu in the first place. Daniel said the bird flu was controlled by the Fluminati. Many chickens met a foul end. Oh my god.
It's pretty good.
What'd you say, Joe?
No, it's pretty good.
No, before that you were gonna say something.
I said I was mostly kidding about the Biden thing.
Oh, about the Biden. Oh, you were being tongue in cheek. Yeah.
No, he said he was mostly kidding.
That's fine. I'll let him go with mostly. I don't need to fucking micro litigate that.
It took Trump 3 months to fix it, and Biden can fix it the whole year. So I don't know what to tell you.
Say that again.
Biden was in office for like a year while it was happening. Didn't solve it.
Was it a year?
No.
So.
Yeah, it started like a year ago.
No.
Yeah, it started. If we can look it up, I'm almost positive it was around a year.
No.
Well, did you know that there is now a new outbreak of bird flu? Just so you're aware. So
we'll see what happens with this one.
We'll see with that one. Yeah. No, hang on. Let's see. Bird flu.
You have to look at when it first started.
Yeah, outbreak. Well, also it's like when it really gained steam.
Yeah. It was. I think it was like in April or something.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly.
Hang on. Bird flu, chickens outbreak, timeline.
Because I looked it up to troll someone in Destiny's chat.
Started the first outbreaks were in Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Middle East in 21. Came over to the States in 21, 22. 22 outbreaks began in U.S. commercial and backyard poultry. When did the culling start? Like, when was it big enough for the culling? First human death was in January. Okay, so let's see. When did mass chicken culling start? In July, it looks like. So let's look at how egg prices went. Egg prices over time. Yeah, because it was a big election issue, right?
No, groceries in general were the big election.
Sure.
Yeah, bacon, eggs, whatever, everything was pretty expensive.
Jeremy.
Hey.
Hey, bud.
How's it going?
Good. We are talking about the bird flu and the egg pricing.
Oh.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Good. We just moved.
Nice.
Yeah.
How's the new place?
Brand new, which is pretty cool.
Cool.
Yeah, no mold problem. And also my commute went from an hour and 10 minutes to about 15 minutes.
Okay. Real quick, Joe, prices didn't really start shooting up until shooting up really high until like mid-December. So
no, I'm not arguing that point.
Yeah, before that they were kind of going up and down.
I'm arguing
they were
that
handling it like well enough, but then I guess by December they were just like, it's spread so far, we really just have to do these big mass cullings.
Yeah. No, and I said I was mostly joking. But
no, for sure. But it's good to be accurate. For us to just know, I guess.
Well, they detected it back in April.
It looks like they detected it
March,
back
April.
in 2021, 2022.
I think the one that specifically the Centers of Disease Control reported a multi-state outbreak of HPA1 bird flu in dairy cows in March 25th, 2024.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. the prices are going back to normal now. Because I guess they finished all of the culling, and now there have been like enough chickens. God, chickens grow quick, man. Jeez.
Yep. I was just buying organic eggs. They're still kind of cheap.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. So, yeah, Jeremy, tell us about the new place. Oh. I don't know if you know that you're muted.
It wasn't letting me press it. I don't know why.
Are you on your phone?
Yeah.
That's why. You got to turn it on the side and then turn it back if it freezes up like
that. That's good to know.
It's a weird ass bug. Yeah. It was happening to Joe earlier.
Got experience. Yeah, no, we live in this town called Cedar-Woolley now, which is by far the smallest town I've ever lived in.
How many people?
So don't really know how that's going to be, but it's nice because we got. Oh, that's a good question. I want to say like 100,000, maybe.
That's pretty small.
It's very small. But we got mountain views. It's quiet. We're really close to the North Cascades National Park.
Wow, I gotta come visit you guys there. That sounds beautiful.
Oh, it's worse. It's 13,000.
Gee.
Yeah, it is a small town.
Yeah, because like 100,000 isn't that small. Like I've lived in like Charleston when I lived there was like 300,000. It was still decently big.
Right. I think the smallest I'd ever lived in was 200,000 until this.
Wow. Is that Bellingham?
Yeah. But yeah, got a lot to learn about the town, but we have this very nice corner apartment and we like it. We like it a lot.
Awesome. Are you all like set up?
I'm sorry.
No. We've got piles
Jordan,
of boxes. What?
Jordan,
What's up,
I just
Candy?
invited Puggy over. They said they said they're gonna come check it out. That we're over here. I told Puggy.
Was Tiny still going?
He just finished.
Oh, okay.
So I sent a message to Puggy. I was like, listen, we're over here and come on over. And she was like, well, I'll come check it out.
Yay.
Yeah, he just got done. All right, that's it.
That'd be awesome. Love it if Puggy came here. Cool, man. So yeah, you still got a lot of shit to unpack.
Oh yeah. Yeah, lots to do. Just figured I'd check in. I haven't seen you.
I know. When are we gonna be able to get our deep rock on again?
Ooh.
Well, that sounds.
We did just get internet.
Yeah.
It might be a bit. We got a lot of work to do, so.
Yeah, I figured. Gonna be a minute, but you know, I'll be here. Is Ash there with you?
She's showering.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So yeah, bird flu.
Yeah, so we were talking about the effect of egg prices and like how everyone's trying to make the egg prices into a political thing, and I have like through this whole thing not thought it was a political thing at all.
Not political.
Yeah, like I don't blame it on Biden. I don't blame it on Trump.
Yeah.
Don't blame it on Trump because Trump is not the one infecting the chickens. However, I do think it was a mistake for him to fire the people who are dealing with the issue.
That's fine.
I am
going to say right now, I have a very strong level of confidence that would not have had anything to do with how they were handling it, because there were already orders in place with how to handle this from the Biden administration. They would have continued doing those orders because this was a big deal. And clearly it's working. So they're just continuing the...
Well, they have to rehire the people.
Yeah, but it's not like they rehired the people and they were like, you know what you were doing before? Keep doing it. And then everything's magically fixed. They were already doing it. They just continued doing it. They didn't just stop culling chickens because Trump fired the head of the CDC.
I understand that, but they
Okay.
had to they fired and then they had to rehire because they were the people they were those people were handling that situation. So
No,
that was not a good
farmers
thing.
were
I'm just
handling
saying
that
that
situation.
was not a good thing. That's all.
Okay, that's fine. You could say that's not a good thing, and I probably agree with you on that, right? But I do not agree that that affected the situation with the bird flu and the culling of the chicken. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's true. Is my point.
Hmm.
Because they would just continue. I mean, it's not. I mean, like, why would they just be like, okay, they fired the head of the CDC, and then Farmer in bumfuck middle of nowhere just goes, oh, they fired the head of the CDC. I'm gonna stop calling these bird flu infected chickens. Right?
Yeah,
Like
but
they're
there's
just
a
gonna keep doing
reason
it.
why they had to rehire them, right?
Huh?
Because if that wasn't affecting anything, why did they rehire them?
Because they were ordered to.
No, this was before.
There were certain
Same
ones
thing
that
with
they
the
there were certain ones that they
The
had to
same thing with the
rehire
nuclear
for like the.
stockpile. They fire a bunch of people and they were like, oh, yeah, we shouldn't have done that either. And this was before the judge
So
told them to
I think you're the one making the claim here that that directly affected the issue with the chickens. So I'm gonna say you have the burden of proof here, Candy. So if you're claiming that that directly affected the situation with the
No.
chickens, I'm gonna say I think you need to prove that.
Why do you always put words in my mouth?
What? How am I
I
putting
never
words
said
in your
it
mouth?
affected. I said it wasn't a good thing. Did I not say that?
Yeah,
That
and
he
I agreed
fired?
with that. I agreed that it wasn't a good thing.
Right.
But then when I said I don't think it affected the chickens, you said, well, then why did they hire them back?
No, you said that the people getting fired, everything would go as normal. And I'm like, well,
I
if
did
everything
not
was
say.
going as
Now who's
normal,
putting words in people's mouth? Joe, help
Stop
me out
putting
here.
things in each other's mouths.
Joe, do you remember what I said, Jeremy? Guys, please, because if I repeat myself, I don't want to get accused of changing what I was saying. Can you guys say what I said?
Not exactly, but
Okay.
I remember what you said seemed accurate.
Jeremy, do you remember what I said? Because I know what I said.
Oh, I want to say that you said that the bird situation was not affected by the firing.
Right.
No,
The
sorry.
bird situation specifically.
I don't know.
Yeah. So specifically what I said, just to reiterate, specifically what I said was that the situation with the bird flu and the culling of the chickens, the things that were affecting the egg prices, was not affected by the firings at the CDC. Not that everything would continue as normal in regards to the CDC, but that practice would continue as normal. Okay? That's what I was saying.
Yeah, so Kenny, what are you talking about?
what I had said was that I don't blame Trump for any of that, but I don't think it was wise of him to fire the people.
I agree.
Hold on. I let you talk. To fire the people and then have to scramble to rehire them. And then he's like, well, I don't think it affected anything. Like, it didn't affect what they were doing. They were still doing what they were doing because they had already orders to do what they were doing. And I'm like, well, if it didn't affect anything, then why did they have to rehire these people?
Because the CDC does more than just handling the culling of chickens. Right? There's a lot more that they do that it did affect.
The specific thing that they said was, again, they specifically pointed out to the fact that that basically he fired the people, and then with the bird flu going on, and then they had to rehire them. So obviously, there is some kind of.
Where did he say specifically that they had to rehire them
because of the bird flu? Said that he fired a whole bunch of people in the middle of a bird flu epidemic.
Okay.
And then they had to rehire them.
I'm gonna look this up. So this says they're greatly diminishing CDC and the country's ability to respond to emerging infectious threats. Yeah. I mean, like, handling research on the bird flu is obviously something they're going to keep doing, that the CDC is going to be in charge of, and they need to do that. Handling research on it, moving over to humans is something they're going to be in charge of. They're going to have to research that. But, like, directing the farms to do the culling, which is what they need to do to, like, eliminate the disease from the mass amount of chickens and bring down the prices of eggs, that's not something that, I mean, they already had, like, a role in advising that, right? But when that was already ongoing, which it was, like, since the middle of the last month of the Biden administration, the firing of those people was not going to stop them from culling the chickens. And that was the thing that they needed to do to bring the egg prices down, was cull the chickens, grow some new chickens, have more eggs coming in, right? So research for, like, potential vaccines for the avian flu that would go to humans, maybe for the chicken, maybe for chickens as well, perhaps that, right? Those things were important to go on. But as far as, like, the culling goes and the things that directly affect the egg prices, the firing of those CDC people wasn't really going to affect that. So there were definitely things related to the avian flu that the CDC would work on. Absolutely, I'm not arguing that. But the culling of the chickens that directly affect the egg prices, I don't think so. And yeah, I mean, like, generally the statements were more about a lot of diseases in general and stuff like that, as far as I see.
Well, hey, I'm gonna get going. Just wanted to check in.
Good to see you, buddy.
Nice talking to you guys for a little bit.
Call me soon. Talk to me soon.
Yeah, enjoy your talk, and well, see you guys.
Take care.
See ya.
Okay,
high school friend.
Here's an article from NBC from February 18th. The U.S. Department of Agriculture said Tuesday that over the weekend, it accidentally fired several agency employees who are working on the federal government's response to the H5N1 avian flu outbreak.
Okay.
The agency said it is now trying to quickly reverse the firing.
Okay. Keep going.
That's what I'm saying.
You think that supports your point?
What did I say? I said it wasn't a wise thing to do that in the middle of an outbreak, to fire these people, which they would later.
Which I have agreed with you. The contention
so
that we have is that it wouldn't affect the culling, and that the culling.
Never said it. When did I say culling?
Okay, so what are we arguing about, Candy?
Did I say culling? Did I say, Joe? Did you hear me say culling?
Nope.
No.
Okay. But I think you guys are arguing about nothing at this point.
Yeah, we
kind of just
about
anything.
You know why? Because Jordan likes to add.
No, don't you put that juju on me, Tandy! Don't you dare! Oh, I'm not taking responsibility for that one.
And then goes on a tangent on that, and I'm like, that's not even what I'm talking. I cannot even tell you how many times I've told Jordan. That's not even what I'm talking about.
So hard right now.
How many times have I told you that's not what I'm talking about?
I don't even want to get into this. I don't even want to get into this with you right now.
What's the next topic?
You've done that many times.
Holy shit. Okay. One of the other things I wanted to talk about was the processes for enforcing like judicial orders on the executive branch if the executive branch decides to ignore judicial orders. There, normally under normal circumstances, it would be the U.S. Marshals that enforce the orders of the judicial branch, judicial orders. However, we may be in a situation where the DOJ may direct them to stand down and not enforce judicial orders. If that's the case, there are several other avenues that judges can take. So for one, if the Justice Department will not take up a prosecution, they can actually appoint an independent prosecutor to run a prosecution. So if they won't prosecute a contempt charge from within the executive branch, they can appoint an independent prosecutor. If Trump tries to pardon somebody in his administration charged with contempt, it may be possible to nullify the pardon based on the legal theory that you cannot make a pardon that undermines the separation of powers between the judiciary and the executive. This is actually legal theory. So that'd be very interesting to see that tested. It's never been tested before, so we'll have to see how that actually goes. And that would go to the Supreme Court. I feel confident the Supreme Court would rule that they cannot ignore the powers of the judiciary. And when it comes to civil contempt, not criminal contempt, civil contempt, courts can deputize others to carry out those orders outside of the marshals. So it does appear that there are other avenues if the executive branch decides to fully ignore any court orders and not obey any contempt charges or submit to any contempt charges. It does appear that there are other avenues for the judiciary to take to both prosecute and carry out those judicial orders. So we may see some of that happen. I don't know. Obviously, with the deportation thing, there's sort of an issue right now. It's kind of fuzzy because it was really an issue with that one plane. I don't know if they're continuing the flights at this point. I have to check on that. But so far, for the most part, with the exception of those 2 flights, they are following judicial orders. I hope that continues. I don't want to see these things have to get tested, but let me see. Our flights.
Joe.
Yeah.
What's your take on that? Because I have a feeling you and I are going to agree on this take.
Wait, what's your take? I don't really have a take.
My take is he said that a pardon can't supersede a judicial ruling. But if that's the case, then Joe Biden couldn't pardon his son, right?
No, that's not true.
Wait, what?
Okay.
How is that not true? It's because you can't make a pardon that undermines the separation of powers, is this theory. That did not undermine the separation of powers.
Okay. Now I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
So in this case, it would be a separation, and in that case, it's not?
That's the legal theory. It would probably end up going to the Supreme Court to adjudicate. I feel confident the Supreme Court would adjudicate that you can't do that. But yes, because it's never been tested.
I think that I don't think so. I think they will go the other way.
Based on what?
What do you think, Joe? What do you think, Joe? Which way do you think the Supreme Court would go if something like that went to them? Do you think they would uphold the judicial, or they would decide, no, he's okay to pardon?
I think they would go with whatever the status quo would be. So they'd probably just say it's okay.
No. They do not.
I agree.
The status quo is to obey. That's incorrect.
No, you and I.
The status quo is to obey the separation of powers.
Joe, you and I.
The status
I'm
quo
gonna
is
say,
to obey the separation of powers.
I'm gonna repeat myself when I said this the first time. I don't really have a take. I just said that. Don't take anything I'm saying right now seriously. I'm falling asleep.
Candy, the status quo is to obey the separation of powers. That's the status quo. It's not to allow the executive to apply the pardon in defiance of the separation of powers. The separation of powers is outlined in the Constitution.
Can you give us an example of how this would happen? Like an actual, like a pardon that would.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So let's say in the event where a Trump, like a member of the executive branch under Trump, is held in contempt for not following a judicial order, and Trump says, "I pardon this person from contempt for not following a judicial order," that's a violation of the separation of powers. He would be pardoning someone on a violation of the separation of powers. So by not following or not submitting to that contempt charge, that in itself is the violation of the separation of powers. Also, not technically following the judicial order is a violation of the separation of powers. And then pardoning them for being in contempt would be an invalid pardon because it's overturning the separation of powers, and the president does not have the authority to overturn the power of the judiciary.
Yeah, that makes sense. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I've seen the example.
Yeah.
To fully understand it. So I disagree with Candy 100%.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. No, I agree with myself.
Okay. But you realize, does my explanation track, though, like from that perspective, whether you agree with it or not, whether you think they will rule it? No?
No.
So you're saying the judiciary does not have the power to make rulings over the executive branch, as outlined in the Constitution?
They do, but when it comes to pardons, hold on. They do, but when it comes to pardons, I think Trump gets the upper hand.
No, not if it overrules the separation of powers. That's in the Constitution. The Constitution wins every time.
Well, not every time.
Well, it's supposed to, I guess.
All right, Joe, go with Jordan, whatever. Betray me.
No, I need an example because I wasn't following very well. I'm falling asleep.
Hang on.
Yeah, I think Trump will still win that.
Based on what?
Based on the pardon powers OP.
Yeah, but the Supreme Court could just overrule it, right?
Yes.
Who's what?
The Supreme Court would just overrule his pardon.
I don't think they will.
Based on what?
Because
the separation of powers is like one of the most important things of the Constitution.
That are part of the Constitution that are being violated right now. Look at the judicial, the executive are supposed to be separate, and apparently they're the same right about now.
No, they're not. They've ruled against him a whole bunch of times. What do you mean?
Yep.
I'm talking about Trump going to the Department DOJ and having a press conference and talking about how he wants things done, and that's what I'm talking about.
That's not a violation of the Constitution, though. Talking to the DOJ, is it?
Okay, here we go. Federal courts may hold someone in contempt of court in civil and criminal cases. Contempt refers to disobeying or disrespecting the court. For example, the judge can hold you in contempt if you swear in the court. The president can pardon someone held in criminal contempt in federal court. However, they cannot pardon someone held in civil contempt. And I did say this. Chief Justice William Taft explained the rationale in Ex parte Grossman, 1925. He wrote that the president may pardon someone held in criminal contempt because the punishment is, quote, punitive. The president cannot pardon someone held in civil contempt because the punishment is, quote, remedial. He also noted English law provided the same rationale. This is what I'm saying. If they're holding them in contempt of court, it's going to be civil, not criminal.
Even if it's a federal court?
Yes, because they're not committing a crime.
Is a contempt of court a crime?
The action of contempt of court is not necessarily a crime. No.
How is it? Well, it's not necessary. I hate this. How is it not necessarily a crime? It is or it isn't?
I mean, so crime, when you're saying crime, you're talking about like a criminal action, like a felony, right? There's two different types of contempt. Criminal contempt is a crime. Civil contempt is not a crime. So criminal contempt, here, let me get like a good explanation of the difference. So criminal intent would be something like insulting a judge, creating a disturbance at the trial, or refusing to testify after being granted immunity. Civil contempt would be failing to pay child support, refusing to turn over documents during discovery, failing to comply with a court order.
Is that why Bannon didn't get a pardon?
What are you referring to exactly?
When he was in contempt because he didn't participate in.
No, he failed to produce documents. That's criminal contempt. I don't know why he didn't get it. A pardon. Let's see. Oh no, he did. He did pardon Bannon. Right before he left.
That was the first term. I'm talking recently. Steve Bannon had to show up at court because he was in contempt.
So, in the 2021, he was indicted on 2 counts of criminal contempt, and he went to jail, right? Until Trump pardoned him.
2021. I'm talking about recently.
Defying a criminal subpoena. He faces up to 2 years in federal prison when he's sentenced on October. No, that was in 2022. So wait, what is this recently? Hang on, why is this dated 2025? I'm not super up to date on this case, so like
Google
I'm just,
is
like,
a shit.
He appealed last year on his conviction. Died for contempt of Congress. Appeals conviction. Hang on. I guess he might pardon him again. depending on how the case goes. Well, yeah, because he has to be. I guess he has to be charged before he gives him the pardon, right? Or no, he has to be convicted before he gives him the pardon.
Perhaps.
I mean, technically, he could do a preemptive pardon, but I think he's probably going to wait. That's my guess.
After starting with hormone health and wellness, my life has changed quite a bit.
Don't play an ad. I don't care.
Yo está dormido.
You're sleepy?
No, Joe.
Oh.
What'd you say?
I said Joe is sleeping.
Yeah.
Sí, mucho.
But yeah, he can pardon Bannon. This is criminal contempt. But I guess he'll probably wait until the trial's over and there's like either a conviction or he's acquitted. But yeah, civil contempt, you cannot pardon. Because pardons, I believe, are reserved for criminal offenses.
Right, like saying it's also a state. If you get charged by a state, a pardon wouldn't apply just to a state.
Yes, because it's a federal pardon.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's why Trump can't pardon the guy who killed George Floyd.
Guy who killed George Floyd.
Because it was a state conviction?
Yeah. It was like federal and state. We can only do like part of it.
I don't know how disappointed I am about that one, though.
Well, that's a debate we can get into, but
hey, let's do it another time. You might know more about it than I do. We'll do it next time because you're very sleepy, Joe. So I don't want to get super hard into it. Yeah, I'm down for that. Give me a little
what's his
time
face?
to research as well.
The what's his name? The fucking Daily Wire guy. Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. He's like going. He's like making a whole video about it. Video series.
Yeah, I think I've seen like a lot of the points about George Floyd vis-a-vis like the drug stuff and all of that stuff, but I've heard a lot of really good arguments against those points as well. So, look, I'm not going to sit here and say that George Floyd was some kind of saint, some kind of martyr, right? But I'm definitely not for like overuse of force.
We can definitely debate this.
Yeah, my buddy in chat says George Floyd had the best weed. Ryan, do you want to come on up here, bud? You want to come and join us in the Discord? It's another one of my friends from high school, one of my best buddies. He's been saying
You have friends? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I have a lot. He's been saying he's been dying for like the best one. He says he's been dying for like a good faith disagreement with a Republican, that he's been really frustrated by the way people have been engaging with him lately. And I was like, well, we have lots of really good faith discussions in here, so. But I will warn you right now, Ryan, our one particular resident Republican who's in here right now is quite sleepy, and so it's not going to be that great. So if you keep coming on, you'll definitely have more. Are you taking off?
It depends what the next discussion's about. If it's something that I know about, I might stay on. But
you should visit the group I'm in and pull up some of the comments. Yeah, I'm sure it's a cesspool. But, I met this guy in Destiny's chat, so I'm sure he sees enough of it, Ryan. He sees enough of the bullshit. We all do in there. It can be pretty crazy in there. Let's see. Other things I wanted to talk about. Judge officially declared actions towards dismantling USAID as unconstitutional. Trump fired 2 FTC antitrust officials. Probably another move that's going to get reversed. And USDA had to rehire their 6,000 fired employees with back pay. We're not sure how many of them will return.
What do you mean?
But it was a big, waste of time and money. What?
What he said?
Yes, but now he can enjoy some S-tier takedowns. So, Ryan is very humorous when he is trolling people who are engaging with him in bad faith. And so he gets some fun zingers in there, and that's kind of what he's saying.
Oh.
Yeah.
So now he can do S-tier takedowns as opposed to before?
As opposed to him not enjoying the S-tier takedowns. I'll tell you though, Ryan, there's some pretty good takedowns in Destiny's chat. Don't underestimate Destiny's chat, okay? One way to understand. Just click on the voice channel in my Discord. Sorry. Don't say that shit in my chat. We say unalivings here on the internet, okay? Here, let's see if I can pull you in here. Can I just pull you in here? I wonder if I can do that. No.
Oh my god.
Just click on general chat. The general chat live stream. Like the fucking voice chat. Why do I have to teach you how to use Discord? You're a millennial.
I was gonna say, is he a boomer?
No, he's not. We went to high school together. He's like a year or two younger than me.
Joe, I thought you were a boomer.
No, I'm 35. 36.
Yeah,
36.
Joe's like my age.
Okay, so like when we would be
Candy, how old are you?
She won't
you asked
tell
me
you,
that
man.
last time.
She won't
And
tell
I'm
you.
not gonna
I don't know
Why?
either.
But what I will tell you, when we were like in Destiny's chat, I remember we were going through a back and forth, and you had said something like, "Oh, what were we talking about? I'm tired" or some shit like that, and I'm like, "Oh God, I think he's a senior or something, a boomer."
Oh my god.
Thinking that, I'm being honest.
Hey, you
I
started
am
calling me
oh my
old.
God.
That's why
That's
we got into the debate, because I was arguing very good points, and you ignored them and just called me old.
And then you would say to me, "Oh, what did you want me to repeat myself?" Because
he figured it out.
Did you want me to repeat myself? Figured it out.
Wait, Ryan, turn the volume down in the background.
There's like an echo.
Yeah, there's an echo. We can hear the stream.
Yeah, let me exactly.
Turn down your radio, please.
Yeah, my AM transmitter and receiver.
Yeah, exactly. And is it just me, or did I just turn? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, let me turn up your volume a little bit.
Yeah, turn my shit up. I got shit to say.
First of all, say hello. For fuck's sake.
Hello.
What's up, Mr. Wonderful?
Say hello.
He's Mr. Wonderful.
Well, in here he's Mr. Wonderful.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
in the chat he's Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah. But I do prefer Mr. Wonderfru.
This is before Discord had numbers and some other cocksucker had Mr. Wonderful, so I had to be Mr. Wonderfru. Now they have numbers next to the name.
Yeah, but Mr. Wonderfru is funnier to me, so.
Yeah, it works.
It does sound better.
Yeah.
True.
All right, what do you want to talk about, Ryan?
¿Qué vamos a hablar? Vamos.
Sí, Ryan, ¿de qué vamos a hablar?
Well, I mean, what have you spoken about today? Let me ask you that.
A whole bunch of shit, man. It'd be easier for you just to say what you want to talk about, and then I'll tell you if we've talked about it already.
Let's. It's just okay. So, do we? What level of speech do we want? Are we wanting something sophisticated, or wanting something that's like, oh, everybody knows this, let's all agree and sing kumbaya and cry together? Or
I mean, I wouldn't. Joe is one of our resident conservative guys, so I wouldn't necessarily assume he's going to agree, but he might.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, cry together. I love it.
Yeah, well, I mean, because there's different kinds of podcasts. Ones where it's like, oh yeah, why didn't he release the Epstein list? Oh, because fucking retards on it. You know what I mean? That's why I didn't release. That's why it's always redundant. Let's talk about FK files.
Probably
who gives a shit? You know,
that's probably what.
But that's the top. That's not what you think. That's what we know. It's fucking. That's obvious. It's.
Well, Joe,
what's
what are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I agree. Probably.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So let's try another one.
Once again, everybody can agree upon. Everybody can agree upon that one. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Or we can talk about where, you know, we can say, for example, the claim or at least the psychological, somewhat statistical fact that while conservatives can be intelligent and have a high IQ, they are entirely and wholly morally corrupt and have a very low EQ, causing them to be very smart but make really fucking stupid decisions because they are inept when it comes to understanding society and other people's perspectives.
Yeah, they win elections and we don't.
Well, once again, so the idea is that when you're so dumb, you don't know how dumb you are. Or for example, you're intelligent, you don't have emotional intelligence. So essentially, oh, this is the right thing to do. Let's cut spending on a lot of agencies that we think are wasteful money. Well, what they don't realize is that most of these agencies get approved in Congress because they're a net positive fucking expenditure where you put $1,000 into it, you get $1,200 back of services or savings that otherwise would be more of a crisis to handle, right? So yes, why don't we need to shrink government? We need to increase taxes on fucking rich people. We need to consolidate taxes to allow streamlining of taxes.
I am going to agree with a lot of that in principle. But I just want you to dial the rhetoric down a little bit for the sake of having the discussion, right?
He's doing good.
Because we can, Candy, relax. Because we can have
Jordan, go back 8 years. Tell the fucking retarded conservatives that voted for Trump to then be nice and kind to you, and see what they're gonna say back to you. They didn't give us the fucking grace back.
If you want to have the good, if you want to have the good faith discussion, you're going to have to enter into that good faith discussion. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So if you want to have a discussion with Joe here and have it be like an actual discussion,
if they allowed us to have discussions, Trump wouldn't have been elected. It is time to now, when no one's getting elected, the vote's up. These guys are fucking retarded. Let's let them know it, because that's all we have to do. It's not, none of it's our fault. The Democrats aren't in power anymore. It's all on them. Last time that was the case, they gave us shit to high heaven, saying, oh, you're fucking retarded, this, stupid, that, all these fucking things, which is why Facebook banned the word retard to begin with, because Republicans overuse it against leftists when they fucking lost last time. So guess the fuck what? Now you can say retard on social media again. It's because they're fucking retarded. It needs to be blocked. Otherwise, everybody would be banned on Facebook today. Again, I mean, this is an exaggerated example, but you get the idea. The fact that why the fuck are we trying to be decent people when for the last 30 fucking years, ever since McCarthy, not a single Republican has been a fucking decent human being. They've either been misled, misinformed, or they just are morally fucking corrupt.
So
there was a time to argue for that.
I've had a lot of really decent. I've had a lot of really decent discussion with conservatives, including the one who's in this chat. You're making a lot of assumptions about people who are also here, who are willing to talk to you and have a discussion about your disagreements. So I get that you're pissed off.
Statistically, this is a fact.
That's fine. You can have that position. But if you're going to be able to have that disagreement with somebody who's here and actually have a productive discussion, you're going to have to be able to approach that from a certain way.
I'm not disagreeing. Jordan, you're trying to make this into a conflict. I'm not disagreeing with anybody. This is a claim of which is a statistical psychological fact. So that's my claim, of which is the source of all this problem. Education is the problem. Everyone lacks education, specifically rural Americans that get most of their information from their neighbor or Fox fucking News, which again, not my opinion, statistical surveyed fact from their own fucking people. Fox News put out a poll that says most Republicans get their information from their neighbors or their friends, and they don't fact check it because they trust the people that are like themselves, which is, what do you know? Same thing that got Stalin into power, fucking Hitler into power, Mussolini into fucking power, and fucking dumb shit Trump into power, all those dumb shit fucking cronies. A lack of intelligence, a lack of emotional intelligence, and a huge increase in emotion and moral corruption is what leads to fascism, because it plays off your sensation, which, again, it doesn't matter how well spoken you are. If you're fucking, oh yeah, Trump is doing this, good, and that. Well, guess what? You are so morally corrupt to think that one of his points that are decent trumps the 99% of his fucking economically destroying and socially dividing behaviors. If you think that that one point, oh, Trump, he's gonna fix, I don't even fucking know. Give an example of something that's decent we can all agree upon. Great, wonderful. A fucking monkey with a goddamn wrench could do that. Let's not omit the fact that he is a misogynist fucking racist who has bankrupted his company 6 times, a sexual assaulter, fucking criminal convict who can't have a consistent fucking message between one day to the next day. If you are somehow aligning with that, by all means, say whatever the fuck you want to say. You are literally morally corrupt and fucking retarded by the modern definition of the fucking term.
So, Joe,
sorry to say that, Charlie.
Joe,
that's how the history books are gonna fucking say it, as they've always done in the past.
Hang on, Ryan. Yeah. Joe,
good luck justifying
that.
There you go.
Did that convince you of anything?
No.
Who, me? Oh,
yeah.
No, I know. Of course not, because that's the problem, right?
No, that's not the problem. The problem is that you're not caring about actually convincing anybody. Now, Joe, in our discussions, when I have a discussion with you about this stuff and we talk about these different issues, am I not able to sway you on certain topics?
Yep.
Boom.
As in, you're not able, or you are able?
I am able.
No, he is. Yeah.
Perfect. Great. So here's the thing. Why has that not affected your ability to critically think on these things, as opposed to having someone else tell you, which, again, I understand the principle of conservatives rely most of their information on being told one time and they stick to that principle. But how come that never applies to factual information, things that are grounded? How come that doesn't branch off or change your base understanding of politics, economics, whatever the topic is, to where that can affect other things? The idea is that it takes a very little bit of base knowledge for someone to then be able to critically think to a point where they can change their other beliefs. The issue is those who are indoctrinated into Christianity or religion at a young age have fucked brain plasticity, so they can't generally think beyond what they've been told. And I'm not making, that's my opinion. That's a fucking physical, biological fact.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people who are religious who are Democrats.
I'm giving examples of. I'm giving examples. I'm giving examples of general consensus as to what causes this kind of, this groupthink mentality that causes these fascist uprisings. It's these things. We've studied it. You see in an MRI that somebody who has been raised with a third-party stimuli of control, whether it's a cult, religion, heavily fucking.
How do you contend with the fact that there's a lot of religious people who agree with you on a lot of shit?
Well, that's fine. What I'm saying is, again, there is a way where you're changing. Okay, you have a political party of people. There is a demographic of which a lot of these things overlap. You have a lot of Christian conservatives. You have a lot of incel conservatives. You have a lot of traditional conservatives, right? They have these 3 kind of main groups that kind of come along together, right, to make the conservative party. Each one of those have a fundamental logical fallacy or cognitive fallacy that is the principal cause of what makes them believe what they believe, because none of it is ever in their interest.
You're going into issues with like fundamental religious thinking, which is an entirely different discussion. We have somebody in here. We have somebody in here who is not a fundamentally religious person, who is a conservative.
And listen to what I said. There's 3 groups. You have the Christian-leaning conservative. There's the Christian values. You have the young incel conservatives, and then you have the traditional conservatives. I know. Then you have traditional conservatives.
Yeah, I don't think you really said any of those.
Idiot who voted to flip a coin. Why did you vote? If you flip a coin, you said, "Oh, Trump, let's go."
Joe, do you want to talk about your reasons for voting for Trump?
Yeah, I would love to know, please, because I'm finding someone they can give me a valid reason as to why it's morally valid or sound to vote for Trump, why it's logically, economically sound to vote, even any conservative at this point, any fucking conservative at that point, doesn't even fucking matter. But, in this case, Trump, to put the pinnacle of it, to get right to the point, what is a valid, justified reason? Mind you, bigotry and sensationalism and the fact that an ego might be impacted are not sound reasons for logical discussion, which is what always comes down to is I just don't like black people. I don't like fucking Mexicans.
Whoa.
My dad was a Democrat and I hated him. Again,
When did he
I do it all
say?
day.
Can we get into the claims you're making? When did he say he doesn't like Mexicans? You're saying Trump said this.
No. Don't get distracted.
You're saying
The followers
Let's not get
that lead him
distracted.
to vote for Trump.
If we go down this
This is making a
road,
lot of
we're
claims.
gonna go down this whole road. I don't want to go down that because he's projecting something onto
What's
you
his-
that I know that you don't believe. So
Again,
I want you to go ahead and just explain to
voters
him
generally believe.
why you voted for Trump. And Ryan, I want you to try this thing. It's called listening. Okay.
Oh, I am. Yeah. So I
Okay.
can do my piece out. 'Cause I'm rolling.
I'm
All
not
right,
sure I'm a
good.
good example because I don't think normally. So I could do that. I just don't think it would help the situation.
What?
Like Joe is really not your typical conservative, typical Trump voter.
Like I'm barely conservative, but I agree with
I'm like
conservatives
a
more.
typical liberal. I got a wall full of guns, and I fucking will fucking bash people in their face for being retarded all goddamn day. You kidding me? You know,
Like I don't even
Bashing
believe
people
voting
in the
that
face for being retarded doesn't mean it's not a liberal.
much. Yeah, I don't even
it's just
believe
it's against the typical
voting
norm, you know?
matters.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't
Again,
think
that's
Kamala,
very atypical conservative thing. Yeah, voting
Trump.
matters.
I don't think it matters at all.
What, Trump or voting?
Voting.
You think voting matters at all? Well, I mean, yeah, because you guys
No.
are constantly cheating the electoral college. Yeah, I understand that. I know
Don't
voting
say
doesn't matter.
you
to
guys
out of
again.
moral
Don't
reasons.
say you guys. You don't even know Joe. You don't know what he believes. Just
Are you
talk to the
independent?
man. Get to know him. For fuck's sake. He's
He
a
just
nice
makes
guy.
a lot of general. He just makes a lot of assertions without any.
I know he does
evidence.
that sometimes. I love him anyway.
Again,
Sometimes it's his
What's
entire
the
argument.
that I make that was incorrect? What's a single thing I said that would be wrong or politically incorrect against this point? What's a single
Look,
thing that I said that wasn't
We just have
misconstrued
to
by
rewind.
Jordan?
We just have to rewind about 2 minutes where you said, "What was the thing about racists and black people?" Just say that again. Mexicans.
Yeah.
Say that
So
again.
that's why I said to Jordan, the first thing I said to him, go on to the page I'm on, the conservative page I'm on, and look at how many people say I fucking
What
hate black
page?
people and hate Mexicans. And that's
Okay,
their
he's
reason for
talking.
voting
He's
for Trump.
talking about
It
people
opens-
in like. He's talking about people like talking
So,
in some
on
like
the
fucking
internet-
bottom of the barrel internet fucking Facebook.
You know,
page.
Yeah.
it's the Republicans for America group,
And how many
then
people
I'm
are those?
Republican group. It's
buddy.
What's that based
As
on versus
right
like
as
the
you can
entire?
Ryan,
conservative base?
you're talking
What's
about
the
like
percentage?
some of like the shittiest fucking worst faith fucking people you could possibly talk to.
statistically, the majority is
Statistically, based on a
8%.
page
That's
I'm on.
fine, but that's
how
not who you're
statistics work.
talking to right now. That's not who you're talking to right now. You're talking to Joe,
I
who
know,
has his
the
own
thing is-
points of view,
but
and he's going to
he's
engage
for
with
his
you in
fear.
good faith about certain topics. I think you should return that favor. and
Honestly,
you can start
I'm
on a
not sure I
good,
am anymore.
on a good, on a
It's
good
not really
fucking
going
foot.
anywhere.
Well, he says I wouldn't say why he voted for Trump. He thinks voting is
He's
irrelevant. So
happy.
then-
I know he's happy to talk about why he voted for Trump. But the problem is, like, you know, like if you're coming in like already assuming all of these things about him, he's not really going to
Nice
want to
about
engage
him.
with you.
Stop putting words in my mouth. That's some fucking bullshit. Again, what did I say about him? I didn't say a damn thing about him. I don't know his
Well,
fucking
you're
name.
generalizing about people who vote for Trump, and he voted for Trump.
Oh, no.
Yes, because statistically, what I'm saying is actually the fact. I'm not my fucking
Okay,
opinion.
Okay, but
This
then
is like
that
Can you
means
bring
you're
up the
making
statistic?
assumptions about him.
Can you show the statistics
No.
specifically right now? They
Let
aren't
me.
based on a
Say
page
what?
you're on.
All
Can you
right.
show the statistics that you keep talking about? Just bring them up.
Which one?
Whatever you're
While
talking
he's
about right
looking,
now. I have no
while
idea
he's
what you're
looking-
talking about because you ramble on for fucking 20
Name
minutes.
it. Name it. I began to
Show this whatever statistics you were just talking about 7 seconds ago.
Which ones? I've said a lot of things.
I don't know exactly. You said a lot of things, so I can't keep up. What were you talking about 10 seconds ago? Do you remember or not?
Which ones? It could
Or do you
be,
just talk to talk?
The ones where this the conservatives openly admit that bigotry is one of their core reasons for
Sure,
voting.
bring that up.
that
Bring up the stats for
brain
that.
plasticity issue, which is a brain that has studied for 30 years.
Cool.
There's the
Okay,
Cool.
share the stats.
Cool.
Give us the stats.
Bring the
more
stats.
intelligence
Bring the
studies
stats.
that show that Republicans are
You
morally
can stop
corrupt,
rambling.
that
Just
they
bring the
can-
stats up.
Which one?
The one you just said.
Start with the first one, I guess, about the bigotry thing.
I'm about to
Candy,
go to
what did
sleep,
you
I'm
want
not
to
actually
say?
sure about this.
If I got to pull up the fact that fucking conservatives are generally racist party, then why we waste time on such an obvious thing?
Because you're making a
If
claim.
it's so obvious,
he's
just
asking
bring it
you
up.
to provide evidence for your claim. Candy, what did you want to say?
You're just saying all this entire time we not established this.
No, because you haven't brought the stats up, buddy.
That you are. I'm not saying anything about it. I'm just saying what he's asking is for you to provide evidence for the claim. Candy, what did you want to say?
No, what I was going to say, but I don't think he's directing it towards Joe. I think he made
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
He made a general. He was just rivalry.
No, I don't think so either. Even though he kind of did.
No,
I just
and then
see
he
that's just the way he
asked
talks.
Joe, hold on. But then he asked Joe, give me a reason, a specific reason that's not this, and this. You know why you voted for Trump, and amongst those was the racist. One of those.
Yeah, exactly. Among the major surveyed reasons to vote for Trump. Yeah.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as if it's not a mainline reason, because Jordan wouldn't have a mainline person on his chat. I don't think they wouldn't have the mental capacity to withstand a conversation.
I don't think it was directed at him.
So if that's the case, what is?
Well, I do. Listen. I don't limit who's going to come on my chat. I want to be able to talk to and debate with anybody, no matter what their position is. If they're being a piece of shit from the left side or the right side, I don't care. I'm going to argue with them on that, right? Like that's my position.
Yeah, I mean, another thing too on the racist thing. There are dozens and dozens of studies and things like I don't know which particular one you're looking for, kind of a thing.
It's just finished,
right? So we can establish like a baseline
based off of blaming immigrants and shit for things they're not doing. I mean, like
the point of asking is so we can establish like a baseline to have the discussion from, right?
Okay, my question was what is so to him, what allows him to align with Trump to the point where it allows him to sleep at night and not consider all the negative things that come along with his policies. What is so great about him that swayed you to his policies?
There's nothing great about him. There's nothing great about any politician.
All the negatives. Sorry?
There's nothing great about any politician.
Okay, so are you a nihilist? Is that why you just want to see the world burn? So you picked the worst decision because you knew it was the worst of the two evils?
I didn't pick the worst decision. I just think that Trump is a better decision than Kamala. There was only two choices, so I picked the one that I felt was better for my life, which was not Kamala.
Okay, and how is it better for your life? What would Trump do better for your life than Kamala? I mean, especially now after the fact. Let's see what these reasons are.
Well, he couldn't. First of all, let's say his opinion changed after the fact. Can't exactly change his vote after the fact, right? So we're talking about his reasonings when he voted.
At the time,
a lot different before November than it is after November. I'll tell you right now. I can guarantee you that.
It's mostly just business decisions.
Like, is it RBI? Is it his fucking his extension of the business tax credits? Is it what is it? You know what I mean? What exactly is the so you're saying, just to be clear, if you're saying, because mind you, it's a valid option 100%, your business and all you do is business, I totally get it. Okay, let's pick Trump. So we're going to save this year 20% on everything that we buy for our company. We can take 20% of that, write it off our taxes. We can take, 20% of our business income we can deduce from our taxes. We can buy things for our company. 80% of those purchases can be taken off of our taxes. Great. So say you make $100,000 a year net. You save, $20,000 will be added to your tax. You're only going to owe against $80,000, which if you're working a standard business, we have an S corp, so 21%. We would owe about $18,000, to which at the end of the day that would be a $2,200 difference in my taxes in exchange for crippling about 40% of the country's well-being. Okay, keep going.
So wait, who got crippled exactly? 40% of the country got crippled. How?
Let's say about 400,000 people that got their planning or planning to get fired from the federal government. There's that. There's all the USAID recipients that would keep us from spreading infectious diseases from other countries. There's medical funding on cancer research. You know, a little black kid that was there because he cut his fucking funding. That's why he was there. That, for example, he's suffering out. Again, you save a couple grand. Congratulations. But can I give you $2,000 to not do that? Is that a possibility? Can we just be like, hey, listen, Democrats coming next round, we're going to give everybody tax savings and give them that in cash because you can tell their tax reports from last year. Give them cash savings, so now you can no longer say you're saving on business because we're going to give you fucking cash up front for that. Now what's your option? Is that honestly that nominal under $5,000 a year savings on just your business taxes, mind you. Personal taxes would be fucked. You'd be paying more at the end of the year. Like, as we're all seeing already. But is that honestly the reason you voted for Trump? Is because you want to save a couple grand in your business taxes if you even own a business?
I mean, first I'm gonna restate my claim that I don't think any president actually matters. So I'm gonna keep repeating that because I don't think Kamala or Trump matters to my life at all. I understand how to save taxes. I can move to Puerto Rico and pay 4% tax rate. It doesn't matter to me.
So you can. So perfect. So let's right there on that point and that claim. So with
that's why I said I'm not a good example.
No, 100%. Yeah. So you personally, it doesn't matter to you. I understand that. A lot of people believe that. I understand. It doesn't matter to you. The question is, do other people matter to you?
Yeah, people in my close circle, yes.
Yes, people in close circle, which again,
people in Ukraine, people in Russia, people over the country, over the world I've never met. Not really.
Okay, so people in your personal circle, right? I'm guessing family, friends, things like that.
Yeah.
Okay, people that use Medicaid, people that drive on roads, that have probably jobs at factories or major companies that have federal benefits for hiring people locally, and having factories in the United States, things like that. People that I guess those kind of jobs, ones that import a lot of their parts, make the jobs in this country happen. Those people.
Those people matter to me. You're saying?
Mm-hmm. People next to you, they have jobs. Do your grandparents you have Medicaid or retirement funds?
My grandparents are dead, so.
Okay, so I apologize, but once again, you get my point, right? These people around you, they have jobs, they utilize social infrastructure and social utilities that are subsidized by we're subsidized by the government.
Correct.
And they have credit cards and debit accounts of which the FTC and the SEC regulates the usage of which those companies have been now recently dismantled, and now, as you saw, recently been fired. The two people from the FTC that were the two liberal, quote unquote, members of the board that now are going to be replaced by conservatives that want to dismantle the FTC, of which if you like your money being refunded if you get scammed, or if you don't want people hacking into your account in mass and not having that be foreseen and prevented by security measures and things that we can detect transactions happening, that we can stop fraud before it happens. Those kind of things that the FTC, SEC would regulate and be keeping track of are no longer a thing. So the people you care about, if their jobs are going to be threatened,
my family hasn't been hacked. I haven't been hacked. My friends haven't been hacked. So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Because again, mind you, this is a very, very common problem along the entire world, of which we don't experience very much of it because we put so much extensive thought and precaution into preventing those things from happening. And yet, still a problem here, but not nearly as bad as other places. You're welcome for having social services in these institutions that exist to prevent that from happening so badly. So once again, what you don't see, oftentimes you don't act upon. And a lot of conservatives don't like to see that things that they don't see, they don't act upon. They must act upon things they don't see if they want them to keep existing, right? That's what they say, a good, you're good at your job, you won't notice that you're doing it because everything's going to be seamless, right? Well, they don't like to take those things into consideration, right? So when you're talking about somebody who's willing to dismantle all of these things that seem to have been fucking working, because guess what? As you just admitted, you've not been scammed or frauded and shit, which without people constantly working every single day to prevent that would not be the case. So just on that point alone, once again, the person of which you're saying you don't care and you voted for is actually acting against those protections and interests of the people that you care about and yourself. Apart from, Medicaid, retirement, Social Security, all these things, which, mind you,
did you guys get cut off or did I get cut off?
People around you.
I think you got cut off.
I can hear
everybody.
Right, everybody, we're good. Yeah. But again, so now just again, I don't want to sound like I do want to sound like a dick, but in this case, I'm not, because I'm trying to be nice. But
no, you're fine. I love dicks.
You care about the political.
I do want to say. I do want to say this conversation is going like a lot better than it started. So.
Oh yeah, but if you don't care about the candidates, right? But you care about the people around you. Well, have you considered what the people around you typically benefit from the administrations or the parties of which support the things of which you're all benefiting from. You know, if you don't care about them, why not just at least vote for the people that you know are going to continue at least to provide the protections and benefits that the people around you have been enjoying the last several years, and then just and just worry about the status quo. If you don't care, typically the status quo is what you go with. If you do care, you don't vote against the fucking status quo. So you do care.
Status quo is based on what? There's homeless people everywhere. Like, what are we talking about? The status quo? Status quo is bullshit.
Perception is low as it's been.
There's no homeless people right now. It's not perception. It's definitely homeless people.
It's going down. It's been decreasing, and it's been acting again, mind you. So guess what? If you care about homeless people, why defund the fucking programs that support them? Why pick somebody who actively
is there assertion that
homeless people?
Can I say something? Are you asserting that homelessness has gone down because of Democrats?
No, it's because of the programs of which this country provides that helps protect those kinds of things and people from abusing their labor or the fact that they're needy, right? Things like like I don't know, welfare or equal employment, equal housing, being able to have surpluses with certain programs that we can actually use to then divert to building homes, as opposed to just cutting them all together, right? You know, if you're doing good in a cause, you have a federal program that needs to do certain things. You've had 901c3. You have to contribute to the community. You can't have a fucking charity and do nothing. Even if you do that, which again, that's abuse, another story. But once again, you have to do something with the funds in which you're given. Otherwise, they get cut. Typically, what they do, if there is a surplus, or say if you say we don't need these services anymore, let's redirect what you're doing to fight homelessness. Not just cut your fucking shit altogether. Because once again, as I'm sure we all can agree, if we eliminate homelessness and poverty, well, there's a lot less social services we need to fucking fund, because that's what they keep people from going into extreme poverty. So why not then say, for example, instead of making wood and everything more expensive to build homes, how about we say, hey, Canada, can we cut some fucking some tariffs, and can we get a better deal on wood so we can expedite some federal construction of apartments, homes, whatever the fuck it is, reclaim federal land instead of for oil drilling? Let's put fucking homes on them. How about that? You know,
I do also think it's very interesting that the very trade deal that Trump is really, really upset with.
Yeah, he's negotiating 100%. Exactly. You know, so if you don't care, well, you care about the people around you. Well, then why not act in their interest? If not that,
I think you made a bunch of assertions about the people that I'm surrounded by.
You know, again, I asked you who they were. You didn't answer something. I'm assuming, okay, so they're just people who have jobs. I'm assuming that they're working American citizens, and if they're not, they're retired American citizens, which they have other needs. Once again, also affected by things Trump has been doing in the first, 8 weeks or some shit, right? So again, which mind you, I understand. Oh, we know this was gonna happen. Well, guess what? We fucking did. He had it all in explicit writing in Project 2025, which he distanced from. Lied to you about that shit, which once again, as I'm sure you've seen a lot of conservatives, we knew the whole fucking time he was gonna do that. We were just no, you're just fucking stupid and you're just going along with status quo. That is now the status quo, because what that is whatever the fuck Trump says, you either go along with it or you get belittled from your own fucking party, which once again, great for us. Our approval rating is skyrocket low, but what's skyrocket high right now is Democrats' call to action and wanting to act upon what's happening right now. That's what it's at all-time high.
On.
That's
Democrat approval rating is at an all-time low right now.
Yes, exactly. And we know what that means. Yes, which is a good thing for us, right? Because what also inversely means, if you keep looking at what they were polling for, is the Democrats' desire to act upon the government is at an all-time high. Because Democrats all-time low, but we are activated more than ever before.
You're saying the voters.
Yes, we are activated more than ever before. So now we're ready to fucking act, because we don't like what the Democrats doing right now. They can't do shit. So no shit. If you're one of the 25% of voting Americans that don't really know about politics, and they're thinking, oh, Democrats haven't done anything in the news. Well, I don't like what they're doing. Clearly, Trump is doing all this. Why can't they stop them? Well, you don't understand why they can't, because they're in the minority. But you can disprove them. No shit. That doesn't matter. It's an irrelevant statistic at this point. What's relevant is, the Democrats want to do something, or are they swaying from their party, which they're not. And as a matter of fact, conservatives are swaying to be more leftist or centrist or Democrat from what's happening right now, which again, that's the fucking headline. But God forbid, the one last fucking bastion of fucking help AP News or Reuters gives what do you call it? Some sort of reporting that is, swayed to the left, which again they're neutral. They wouldn't do that at this point. They need to fucking stay in the press
Specifically, Ryan, it was calling the Gulf of Mexico, not calling the Gulf of Mexico of America.
Somebody's messing with their microphone. It just sounds cracked.
It's probably me.
Oh.
He's wiping his ass with these liberal words.
Damn, Ryan, I feel like it felt like you've been holding that in, and like this shit has just had to come out.
Yes.
Every day at 5 a.m. I wake up and I go to these conservative groups and I post fucking
but like those
beliefs.
like people in Facebook groups, bro, like actually are pretty retarded. Like from almost any like government or political position, you can find really retarded people on Facebook.
You'll find the occasional person that passed high school and can spell economics, and they actually have somewhat of an argument, but once again, doesn't go very far. But either way, it allows me to constantly refine and search for people that can honestly give mind you, my claim is a morally sound, not intelligent, because anything can be logically intelligent. You can reason anything.
Okay, but
the sky is green.
You do understand that morals are subjective, and from person to person, they may have a different set of moral precepts, right?
If it comes to an economic set of ethics and standards, right, where what we know of that is in history we can show A plus B will equal C, right? Well, we've learned from the past of these things happening and with the effects of them. Yes, the world has changed. But when it comes to macroeconomics, things don't really change that much. You can compare things now to like fucking 200, 300 years ago and have similar effects in the economy. So the thing is that it's a severe lack of education. And if it's not education, it's a severe lack of emotional intelligence, which is, understanding that your decisions impact more than yourself. And by not considering that, you might get more negatively affected by the negative externalities of the things that you're voting for than it is the direct benefits you're going to get from them. Which is, always the case with Republicans, why the economy always fucking crashes and the trade goes up and the deficit goes up whenever these Republicans are voted in. But, it's always comes down to again, as I said, morally sound. Is it morally sound to believe that, baby Jesus in the sky says that we need a border up, and because of that, we need to divert funding from cancer research to build a border because Baby Jesus says that we need to love thy neighbor and fuck thine fucking foreigners. And
I don't think you're going to get that argument from Joe, at least.
But again, I understand that. But I understand that. But once again, that's the economical justification of doing some thing like this. You're imposing religious values into an macroeconomic setting that is morally corrupt, as we've always seen through all of fucking time, which is why this country was founded, to get away from a dipshit king that said, baby Jesus told me this, you have to do it now. And hence we made because you shouldn't do this because history has shown up to this point. That is fucking morally corrupt, and it destroys societies, and it leads you with a monarchy, of which, what the fuck do you know, we're in now because of religious fucking values and fascism, right? So if you only care about the people around you, why still did you vote against them? Was it ignorance, or did you really not fucking care so much that your answer to me was just to defend yourself in that very moment? But it can't be.
You keep saying I voted against my interests, but you're just making assertions. Like I make more money every year. It doesn't matter what president is. It doesn't matter what the president is. I'm going to continue to do what I'm doing. The president is not going to stop what I'm doing.
Okay, so the answer is you just simply don't care about yourself or people around you.
Did I say I don't care? From that sense,
yeah,
I just said
you
what
did.
part of that?
You said exactly verbatim. Well, I just don't care. I just don't care. Oh,
I didn't say. I said I don't care who the president is.
President or precedent?
President.
President.
President or precedent?
Yeah.
Like president, like the commander in chief.
Trump. Yeah.
Okay. Well, wonderful. What about his cabinet and his platform and all the people he hires?
It has absolutely no effect on what I'm doing right now. Literally has zero effect on my life.
Okay, so you don't care. So you don't care about yourself, people around you.
You keep saying I don't care about myself. But
well, that was what you told me at first. You didn't care about your personal inclination as to who you're voting for, but you still voted for one because of what you said, your close circle around you. and that would benefit them. And I was wondering, well, how would it benefit them? I went over reasons as to why it doesn't seem likely that would benefit them as we're seeing now. So
I don't think
what
any
reasons
president
you feel would
benefits
benefit them?
anybody
Well,
in
no,
my life.
you voted for a party of which then has a large overarching effect on the entire country and all these departments. Saying the president doesn't matter
I
is
voted
fucking
because I
ignorant
took 10 seconds online. That's why.
again, so you don't care
So they-
about yourself or the people around you, or you don't think that voting
You
matters.
keep
voting
saying the
matters.
same
Once
thing
again,
over and over again, and it's just incorrect. I don't care who the president is.
You
There's a
told me
difference between
voting
that
doesn't
and
matter.
not caring
You
about my
don't
life.
personally care.
You're making an
And
assertion
you
based
told
on
me-
nothing that you don't know anything about my life.
Well, I'm only telling. Oh my god! What you told me? You told me voting doesn't matter.
Yeah, I haven't
You
told you
didn't
much of
care who
anything. You
voted
just keep
for.
going on ramblings.
And when I
about my
said
life.
the inclination of who you picked was because of your immediate people around you, so I said, how would that benefit them? You didn't answer, so I gave a bunch of reasons as to why
I
it
did
wouldn't.
answer. I said it doesn't matter
What
who the
about that?
president is. That's the answer.
But that's not my question. I know. It's very easy to
Say
divert.
your question
and
again.
answer
Say your question again
No,
right now. I don't
First
care about
question,
your
Terry, is
fucking
it
insults.
easy
Just say the
to
fucking
divert
question.
Any question to something else is not
Just
important.
say the question.
Say what?
What is your fucking question?
What do you believe? What do you believe that who you voted for would benefit your immediate circle of people around you?
Right. I'm going to say this
That's
for the
what- that was-
15th time. The president does not affect my life or the people
So then
in my
why did you
immediate
tell
life.
me you lent towards Trump because it would benefit the people immediately around you? That's what you told me. So I'm asking you is why, or you just make that up because you're trying to defend yourself.
No, I think the benefit is
Which
almost
again-
is negligible.
Okay, so in that negligible, that 1% that
I think
made
it's
you
a-
lean, because you're saying you lent to one
Probably
side
less than
because it's
1%.
negligible.
Kamala's worse because liberals are fucking delusional.
Okay, so Jordan, he's a nihilist. So then why? What has he been contributing? You can slander whatever the fuck you want. He doesn't care. You know what I mean? What contribution has he been making to the group?
If you
What
remember
has he been
from the very beginning, I said my answers aren't going to be relevant because I think differently. So
Yeah, so I'm wanting. I think differently. That's why we're talking right now. And you're, again,
Well,
I'm
because
learning.
he doesn't really believe that who the president is has a large effect on his life, which I personally disagree with as well. But
Yeah,
I
but you're
also
saying you're
enjoy
conservative,
talking to
because
him
again-
because he has.
it might
a
affect
unique-
other people's lives because they put themselves in a position where they're dependent on the government. They're dependent on certain things, and that's their decisions. They decided that they need to
correct me
create
if I'm wrong.
actions.
Well, I think I
Yeah, go ahead.
probably disagree with that statement to an extent as well.
I mean,
think there's a lot of
we can argue with that.
conditions.
I wish we would have started with this because I'm about to fucking pass out. We can keep going.
Yeah, he was already kind of really tired before.
I was tired 4 hours before you got here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got out. I would have joined
All
earlier.
right. Well, let's. How about this? We'll put a pause on this for next time.
Yeah, we can
Maybe-
keep going for a little bit.
Oh.
Unless you want to end it. It's fine.
No, I've still got like another.
I think we should put a pin on
26
this.
minutes on that. Yeah, because I
Okay,
mean,
okay,
like, I
just
just think we've squeezed as much
lighthearted thing.
productive conversation out of this for right now.
Yeah.
And there are some other
This way,
things I
you
kind
can
of want to
lose-
chat with my buddy about. I know that Sleepy Joe is pretty sleepy. And so,
Well, 2 seconds. Just to end this up because it might be easier for you because you probably already went over this and I wasn't here. What are some
Yeah.
things you have reservations or that are things that you? What are things in life that mean the most to you? Could be politically, could be financially. You know, is it? Oh, I need to protect my family at all costs. I need to make as much money as I need to. I need to live as fulfilled as I can be. Like, what are things in life that drive you? What are like the 2 or 3 main factors that in your life, this is what drives me to just be. You know.
Are you asking me or?
Is it?
yeah, he's asking.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
for
is
sure.
it-
For
what
sure.
do
He's
you-
not,
do you
he's
believe or
known
act
me
upon?
for like what? How many years now? 15
Fucking 15,
at
yeah.
least.
Uh,
Yeah. So he knows what I want.
Yeah, as you say, you think differently. So in this case, you know, what motivates you? What is your driving factor in life with you and people around you? What do you think is the, people should, strive for? What keeps you going?
I'd say
justice, or money, or productivity.
yeah, I'd say fulfillment and just having
Fulfillment.
a healthy life physically.
You travel a lot.
I go to the gym a lot.
Nice.
Travel, yeah.
Swole.
Yeah.
So then
Okay.
being financially stable as well.
Speaking of which, creatine every single day. I've been working out every other day, continuing
Yep.
since we talked, bro. I've been keeping strong on it.
That shit helps,
Enjoy that
dude.
heart attack.
Did you say what?
What'd
What'd you say, Ryan?
Attack.
You said.
I said
you
enjoy that heart attack.
Enjoy the heart attack? What do you mean? I'm being
From what?
healthy.
Yeah, the creatine.
The creatine?
Yeah,
No, creatine's not gonna give you a heart attack.
Wait, what the fuck?
Are
you guys gone or not?
What's that?
Cut out for a second.
Oh yeah, we're gone.
Yeah, cut out.
No, he's talking about working out. That's all.
Yeah, what heart attack?
No, it was a creatine joke.
Oh.
Like supplements, workout powders. And
Oh yeah,
pre-workouts
like
and
too
shit.
much shit. No, not
Creatine's like one of the
pre-workout.
safest supplements ever.
Yeah. I think you're thinking of pre-workout, maybe.
Yeah.
No, I just get creatine mixes and shit. I have friends that fucking one of them ended up in the hospital because he had a creatine
Mine is just pure creatine because like pre-workout has a lot of shit in it that can be bad for you, right?
Yeah, I don't take that shit at all.
Yeah. You take your creatine. Is like, what do you do? Is it like pills or a powder?
So
What's your thing?
it's a powder. I do 1 scoop, which is the scoop is like maybe like a cubic couple centimeters, right?
A lot to snort though. That's a lot to get up.
And then I just mix it in water, and I drink one of those a day every morning when I take my ADHD.
Flavor is it just creatine flavored?
It's blueberry flavored. It's delicious.
Oh, it's a sweet one.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's really tasty.
Fancy.
And then it just helps. It basically just helps your body build muscle when you're working out.
Yeah.
Helps activate
Muscles.
Muscles.
Oh, yeah, we took our speaking of building muscle. We took our segways out for the first time this season today. It was really nice.
You got segways?
We have 5 segways. Yeah, like full on big.
Jesus
segways.
Christ! Wait, did you have segways when I visited?
Just shortly after you left, we fucking.
Oh, that's why.
I know. We got the go kart when you were here, right?
No, I don't think
no?
so. I think it was right after.
Fuck. Yeah, we got the
Well,
crazy.
I'm
electric
just
go-kart.
gonna have to visit again soon, I guess.
Yeah, man. A wall full of guns and a bunch of motor vehicles we can take around.
Yeah. I'm still riding high on my my go-kart victory for that one time we went out.
Yeah, that one time. Yeah.
Hey, look, I'll take it.
Jordan.
Yeah.
I do have a question for Joe, but we're gonna table the conversation.
No,
What's up?
No.
Candy, I'm always open to talk to you.
Okay, well, no. Okay, so what you said, because I was listening, it doesn't matter who's president. So if it doesn't matter,
it doesn't
why
matter
didn't
to
you-
me. It might matter
Right,
to people
okay, so-
in fucking Istanbul or some other shit. I don't care about that though. I care about my life.
Definitely matters, people.
So if it didn't matter, if it doesn't matter to you who's president or doesn't, why didn't you vote for Kamala?
Why didn't I?
Yes.
To own the libs.
Doesn't like Kamala.
Huh?
To
own the libs.
I can't hear you.
He said to own the libs.
Because of hate.
No,
Because
it's
of
not.
hate.
It's not what it is. And
Yeah.
he said this.
I don't
earlier.
think that-
exactly what it is.
He said this earlier. He said the difference was marginal, but he believed that marginal difference was with Trump.
I think Trump is more. He's very.
Yeah, it's tough to answer, isn't it?
Oh, relax, Ryan, for fuck's sake.
I could answer. I would have been immediately answering that if I didn't want my ass handed.
I
to me
love.
at
I
this
love
point
it.
in
It's like
time.
Ryan's like, oh, it took you more than a fucking millisecond. Let me jump in.
It was 3 ums and a hesitation. That's way unacceptable.
Not
at this point. He's got to be like,
not
Oh, it's almost
everybody-
1 a.m.
take a stick,
Not
or just there.
Ryan.
And, he knows how
I've
to
been up
spell
since
tariff.
4 a.m.
Not everybody speaks at 3 million miles a minute, Ryan. Okay.
Yeah. He's a better leader in my opinion than Kamala would have been.
In what sense is he a better leader?
In talking to other countries, their leaders, being more assertive.
And
Choked on all the air in my room.
you've
That's
never
fine.
oh my god. Okay. So you think he's better at talking at other leaders than Kamala?
He's got
I think he would have been. I mean, there's a reason why Ukraine and the Russia war didn't happen during his term. It happened during Biden's term.
During his term.
No, it
It
didn't.
happened because of his fucking term. Oh my god.
Oh, really? Where's the evidence of that?
Line troops and amassed a bunch of weapons and chips and shit because he fucking wasn't.
Ryan, you had your turn. Let Candy go.
Sorry.
But it did happen during his term. Remember, he keeps saying,
Yeah.
Obama gave you blankets, we gave you javelins.
When did Trump give them javelins? What year?
He said it. He says it all the time.
I'm saying he said it. What year, Candy?
Okay, let me look it up, honey.
Yeah, look it up because the current Ukraine and Russia war happened during the Biden administration.
No, baby.
The current.
Okay, look up the years.
The current stage of it did, but the conflict started under Obama and continued.
Yeah, because he was able to amass all the army and shit because he was under. Yeah. Oh my god. Sorry. Holy shit. Please look into that because like, undeniable that was like the reason why he was able to amass the army and be able to invade so quickly was because Trump didn't do fucking jack shit when all the indications are saying why is fucking Russia buying up all these weapons and ammunition and lining up all these troops and missile launchers across the border of fucking Ukraine. It sounds like he's gonna do a Crimea again, which again Obama fucked that up. But even still, it's like holy shit, everyone's like, listen, we need to do something about this. Europe is like, hey, you should do something, and the NATO's all voting against, because the U.S. and Russia doing anything about it and making resolutions about it. So it's like, well, no shit. The fucking, somebody who's wanting to get Trump in office because it's purely to Putin's benefit is not going to start a war when Trump is the fucking president because that's not going to hurt his interest. Why would he not wait several months to launch an invasion that's going to preoccupy not only preoccupy Biden but then fuck the world economy up to then make it look bad. So where all of a sudden, Trump is sucking his dick and Putin's acting like, oh yeah, Trump is such a great, powerful leader. Then he has these calls and then says, fuck you, Trump, and then to his fucking face, then makes him look like a huge bitch. Well, because Trump's a horrible negotiator. Well, it's entire.
What exactly did Biden negotiate with Putin?
2019 it happened. Honey.
He did. So Biden did attempt to open negotiations with Putin, but the Russians rejected. With Putin. Hang on, the Russians did reject those attempts to negotiate. Really quick, I also want to point out.
So was it Biden's? That's kind of what you just said right then, because Biden has statements that he said he was not going to negotiate with Putin as well.
All right, let me double check.
It started in 2019. It happened.
2018.
Candy, what happened?
2018.
2018.
2018. So
the javelin thing.
Yes. Let me just clarify also. Well, and I'll keep looking up about the negotiation stuff because I don't want to be.
We're splitting hairs over a morally corrupt topic.
Relax. You know what I mean? Okay, relax. So essentially, what happened was that they had sent Obama and Vice President Biden under Obama's presidency had sent certain military armaments and stuff like that to Ukraine. They had requested javelins, or there was a plan to send javelins, and Obama rejected the plan to send javelins. Trump overturned Obama's policy in 2018 to sell Ukraine javelin missiles for $47 million. So that was in 2018.
Yeah, but were Ukraine and Russia actively at war in 2018? That's my question.
So there wasn't the current stage of the war. However, they were still in conflict in I think it was either Crimea. I think it was Crimea at that point. Let me check real quick.
And then it was not. Oh my God, what's the neighboring country, the fucking Ukraine? They were still in a battle with them, and that was like Russia was feeding like a civil war, and then Russia was fighting against them. What the fuck was there? Oh my God. Let me Google it here in a second. I was rolling up some marijuanas.
All right, Russo-Ukrainian War. Checking Wikipedia. Let's see.
But yeah, Canada.
Yeah, the whole Joe. The whole
it was the Donbass. Sorry, it was the Donbass. The war was continuing in the Donbass from 2014 to 2021.
Joe, the whole first impeachment of Trump had to do with the fact that he was Bart trying to do a quid pro quo for aid.
Yeah, the same thing Biden did, so that's cool. I don't really care about that.
For no, it's not. It's
Biden's
not the
on
same.
camera
Biden,
saying we're not giving you weapons unless you fire the prosecutor. He's on video saying this, so we can get into a debate about that another day. But I will win it.
Where's this? Let's see it. You mean? Yeah.
Just Google it, dude. If you haven't seen the video, then I'm not sure.
Right, but what I'm saying is that it was.
Yeah, we can
it was
definitely table that one for
2018,
next
but it
time
didn't
because
happen to
I'm
2019.
unfamiliar with it, and I want to know what the arguments are before I talk about it. So
Yeah.
I'll happily table that one for next time. Yeah.
And once again, is that what you're gonna? Even if in some world that was a true thing, in the way of which you're saying the intention was, you're saying that is enough to say that Joe Biden be a worse turnout world economically than Trump in regards to dealing with international conflict. You're saying right now, what's alienating all of our allies and aligning with our foes, and while adopting their authoritarian governance, is, having the government have more power over you is better for you in your personal life, is what you're saying?
The Victor Shokin thing, I think, is what you're talking.
Victor, exactly, yeah.
Okay. I actually know a lot about this, but we will talk about this next time because I don't want to dive into it.
If you got your takes from Destiny, you already lost the conversation.
No, I'm not taking my takes from Destiny.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I really want to go over the fentanyl Floyd thing, though. On Friday.
We can do that as well. We can do that as well.
Okay.
Joe, the reason why I brought up the impeachment thing was just to establish a timeline when Trump was sending aid to Ukraine and javelins and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think when Biden is president, and I'm not sure if you looked it up yet, but when he said, I'm not going to negotiate with Putin, and Kamala is vice president, you can't say that Trump, who is actively negotiating with Putin, and Zelensky, somehow that's worse.
We did have a whole conversation about like how those negotiations are going earlier, so we'll see how.
Yeah, sure. It's been a whole month.
Yeah, not negotiations. Yeah, he was in the room.
How long were negotiations
take place?
That Biden had? His whole 4 years in office, and there's still a war. So
but he did try to negotiate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Hang on.
Why
Everybody pause.
happen?
Everybody pause. In 2022, Biden did try to start talks with Russia. Putin rejected them. So there's that. He did say he would be willing to talk to Russian President Vladimir Putin if, in fact, there is an interest in him deciding that he's looking for a way to end the war. Asked about those comments at the White House, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said, Putin remains open to negotiations so long as they help secure Russia's national interests. But Peskov noted Biden's demand that Putin pull out of Ukraine made talks unlikely. The U.S. still doesn't recognize new territories of the Russian Federation, Peskov said, in a reference to 4 regions of Ukraine the Kremlin illegally annexed to international condemnation in September. That complicates the search for grounds on which to hold a mutual discussion. The rejection of talks with it. I mean, okay, but the reason why Trump is able to open talks is because, he's open to annexing that land. Now, at this stage of the war, the annexation of that land is, at least some of it, seems to be a lot more imminent than it was at the time when Biden was having this discussion. It does seem at this point in the war that Ukraine is not going to be able to negotiate any sort of peace without some sort of annexation of land, which sucks.
Well, then what about what's it called? The Kharkiv, with the Russian territory that Ukraine has.
Are you talking about Kursk?
Kursk, that's it. Sorry.
Yeah, so they're getting pushed out of Kursk right now. The idea with that was to engage in land swaps.
Sorry,
but unfortunately, Ukraine is getting pushed out of Kursk right
now. My phone's about to die.
Brother, as always, it's a pleasure. I know Ryan comes in hot. He does mean well. I want you guys to get
No,
to
that's
like,
cool. No, I like it. That's why I
Yeah.
stayed on for longer.
yeah. I hope you guys like.
mean, well, that-
Maybe next time you're both on, you get to know each other a little bit more personally, right? Before we jump into the bullshit. But yeah, brother, I'm always happy to have you on here, Joe. I'll see you next time, bud. You take care.
Yeah, for sure. Friday. I'll see you guys.
Bye,
See you,
Joe.
Candy. Bye.
Bye, honey.
See ya.
Joe.
Cool.
How do you say bye in German?
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen!
um,
There you go. I was just more speaking his language.
yeah, but you see, like, he was, I mean, look, it may
So
be
now I
frustrating
have
for
a
you
question
because
for-
you disagree, but he was at least willing to have a conversation and not be like a dick about it, right?
Again, he was willing to say words in my direction. I understand it, but it was nothing towards a productive conversation because he's willing to challenge his beliefs. I asked him, well,
Bro,
what do you know?
I
That's the reason
challenge
why-
his beliefs all the time,
Beliefs, that's right.
and I have been able to change his mind on certain things. I promise you. It's
I
how
have a question
certain
for
people
Mr.
you can
Wonder.
approach a certain way, certain people you can't approach a certain way if you want to get through to him, and that's just my
Mhm.
point. Go
The
ahead,
thing is
Candy.
that
Right.
is
Wonderful.
Go ahead, Candy.
Why do you have Epstein and Trump in your picture?
Oh, because he's a troll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
again. I'm not. Again, you can say troll because again, by all means.
No,
you're
I
not
don't
troll.
mean. Listen.
When you see how I do it, it's one of those things where I'm a very, very philosophically and intellectually challenging troll where I troll in a way where it makes the people I troll forced to say
Man, we
things that they
all
don't
love
believe.
to write our own reviews, wouldn't we?
Yeah, so no, again, as I'm saying, first thing I said to Jordan, pull up my fucking things I'm up to today. Just today alone, you'll see exactly what I mean. Where I have people argue points that they
been
don't
very,
believe.
very funny
Hold on.
in his arguments.
Yes.
Go
Right,
ahead. You
yeah,
were saying?
where-
Go ahead. You were saying?
yeah, who?
You.
Me? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, Candy's telling me to hold on my own stream.
So what I like
Yeah.
to do is I like.
So I'm trying to
is
listen to him.
Studies show that a few things. I mean, if you ever study psychology, things of that nature, that humiliation is one of the most cognitively affecting tactics one can use to have somebody reflect upon something beyond the moment of which it impacted them. So essentially, you embarrass somebody, they're going to remember that and they're going to think about it. That's one
Not
thing.
if
The
they
second thing
engage
is
their
that
cognitive dissonance.
once again, that's exactly what it does, right? So here's what you do.
No,
So
it doesn't.
With that said,
Because if you're engaging your cognitive dissonance, you're not being humiliated. You're just wiping away what they're saying, and you're going, that person's obviously wrong because it conflicts with my preconceived
again,
notion about what
let me
reality is.
continue. Yeah. Exactly. So let me continue. Once you put them in a situation where they have to then expose themselves and think about a response or some sort of answer, what you're doing is, again, as you're saying, the cognitive dissonance, is it where the fuck it is? By putting someone in a humiliating situation, expose them to force them to expose how they're going to reason in any particular situation. Because mind you, if you're up against somebody who is, a worthy adversary, put it that way, you humiliate them, they will think of a way. Because mind you, there's always a way to humiliate the person you're basically to give what you get, right? In this case, how they respond, whether it's through data, through its a serious response, whether it's offense, whether it's again cognitive. So one of the various flavors of cognitive dissonance, it allows you to establish a dialogue with somebody based off what's already a reasonable thing, typically, in a way where then you can learn what they're gonna say next. So then I can plan my responses to them, assuming what they're going to say because I know the tools of which they're going to use to debate me. So if I can avoid them using those tools while my line of questioning is taking place, they're put in a situation where they are either forced to give up its ad hominem attacks, or they will actually take what the data is you're giving or whatever the fuck you're giving into account, and they're forced to either negate the original belief they had at the beginning of the conversation, or challenge that by, again, ad hominem attack. So one thing happens, they give up, which again, they acknowledge that they can't go anywhere, so they've already acknowledged the humiliation of the fact that all my tactics have lost, I'm actually wrong. Or two, they actually give a shit and like, you know what? There's actually a ground here. I see what your point is. It's rare, but guess what? It fucking happens all the time. And as you see, I'll do this. I'll have like 5 or 6 debates simultaneously at one time within like a 30-minute period, and I'll write about 150 comments within that time amongst these 6 people. One of them typically actually has an enlightening response that is, oh wow, actually didn't fucking know that. Like, dude, this, I know. I was saying, oh yeah, pull this up. Oh yeah, well, here's our data you didn't think was real, and B, what you said to us was a conspiracy, and in fact isn't fact, and wasn't by intention of what you're saying it. So 2 points that guy was saying, who seems to be reasonable, were wrong. And granted, we kept going on the conversation. He would have to admit to the fact that, well, if he's an intellect, he would have to take the intellectual, logical path to this debate. And if he's not, well, guess what? You're just a fucking idiot. And fuck you, get off the chat. You know what I mean? So that's how you do that. And now, of course, he didn't fucking like it, but guess what? We're all still friends at the end of the day. And I still did what I fucking did against what you guys thought would be a good idea.
Yeah, but the only time he was actually listening to any of the facts was when I was talking to him. So I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
And that's fine. And guess how we got to those facts? Right?
No,
guess how
I've been able to do that with him completely before you were here.
Yeah. And I just joined in, and we got to that point. And
well, so actually, right? There's not too much of a huge difference in essence of what we do, because we are at our root doing the same thing, but there's definitely a different style in approach.
I just did it in 20 minutes.
Actually, I feel it was my intervention that did the job.
Okay.
Exactly. Well, either way, the point is he's in a position where we're all challenging backed against his belief or his moral code to why he does things he does. And the way I like to say things is that because my belief is that, people that are of his belief and people that are of just general, I'll just say MAGA, the MAGA caricature, that person.
Yeah,
people of his affiliations.
I would say that Joe is not a MAGA caricature, and I think there are people.
Stop, Jordan, stop saying things. I say people, A, B, or C. You make it one letter. Stop. I say A or B or C. Oh well, A is and C. That's why I said A or B or C. Stop combining things I'm listing as one thing.
Shut the motherfuck up for a second. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's what
Shut up!
Arguing in the beginning.
Shut up or I'm going to mute you.
Yeah.
I think that I think that he is not a MAGA person, and I was going to continue saying, that there absolutely are MAGA people with which that approach is more effective. If you waited for 2 fucking seconds of your ADHD autistic ass to listen to me. Jesus.
Okay, Captain Obvious. The sky is blue. Wonderful. Let's keep going. So the point is that people have his mindset, right? So there's conservative incel types. There's the traditional conservatives, which are less affiliated with this situation, right? They're more traditionalists, but once again, them being traditionalists is, what I'm going to get to in a second here, like the MAGA people, a quantitatively bad, and in their words, evil thing, of which statistically and quantitatively, if they happened to be just deleted from the planet or switched to another affiliation, the world would quantitatively be a better place, as history has always shown. And we actually have examples of people being deleted all of a sudden, and things were better because they're of a fascist ideal, right? So the thing is unfortunately, as they say, stupidity is worse than criminals. If you're dumb, you are quantitatively bad in less. It's again, put in animals. You're in a fucking pack outside. You're a bunch of rabbits. You're eating a bunch of carrots. Rabbits that eat a lot of fucking carrots, the hoarders and stuff like that, typically get attacked. The ones that don't eat enough typically die off. The ones that
I just want to be clear for anybody listening. Longer. I don't endorse any of the stuff that he's saying right now.
I understand. Unfortunately, I'm at the point now.
Part of it. But let me ask you something real quick.
I don't agree with any of the killing people. I do not agree with that. Absolutely, morally.
I'm not saying
that.
But that's what this shit leads to, right? That's what this shit leads to. As we've always seen throughout all of history, any fascist uprising ended in violence.
Either. I think
even Reagan and McCarthy ended in fucking violence. You know what I mean? It's like, for fuck's sake.
So let me ask you a question. If a person gave you an answer like, well, I just regardless, like Joe just said, I don't really care. I regardless of who's president, I just care about me, whatever. Is that a sufficient answer for you?
Yeah, he's just a bad person. He's a careless person that is unfortunately going to be killed off in the grand scheme of things. People have his way of thinking. It's unfortunate, but it's you can only go with what biology, data, and all of fucking time has shown. And while people of his ideal can oftentimes rise up, if you don't believe anything, you're not congregating with anybody. You are simply a loner that is a blood. Again, unfortunately, to put it this way, he's a welfare queen. You know what I mean? If he doesn't care about the people, he just sucks from the community, doesn't contribute to the rest of it. So he's a fucking welfare queen, right? The people that he hates, right? The irony is that the people he hates most is him. People that don't care about other people, that don't contribute to society. Well, that's why he doesn't care, because he exists. He hates himself. That's my whole moral of this whole thing was that I tell him that you honestly just hate yourself. Hence, you voted against other people's well-being because you don't like yourself, right? That's what I was going to get to, because unfortunately, I can put money on it right the fuck now. Either he's going to be in fucking tears or admit, yeah, I just don't fucking like myself. That's why he's a fucking gym queen, because he feels he has to fucking be a king alpha, otherwise he's useless. Well, because you don't approve of yourself, right? It's that's the mentality that gets people to be those kind of gym bros, is you don't approve of yourself, therefore you need approval in something, so you force yourself to be some sort of jacked up motherfucker, because brute force and strength equals big, strong alpha man. So you do that, makes you feel good because of the testosterone that it gives you, makes you feel tough, even though you're just a small dick fucking little piece of shit that was either bullied or were a bully, but could not find your place in life. So you just hate everything, right? So instead of just being productive, being part of the community and finding your place, you just want to see everything fucking burn, right? And that's a lot of fucking conservatives nowadays, especially the incel ones. That's why they're fucking incels, right? And it's a whole category of demographic nowadays, incel fucking conservatives. And unfortunately, he says he's not one of them. That's what the fuck he is. You know what I mean?
Well, it's just funny because I agree with what you're saying, but which is funny because a lot of these wannabe alpha males are the whiny babies.
Yeah, exactly.
Are the whiny babies that are. But wait a minute, you want to be an alpha male, but you're crying about this and that, the other thing, and you're always crying about the lips and like which one?
Hypocrisy.
Again, like I'm Hispanic. I'm from Puerto Rico, and we're just raised to be like, okay, help your community and whatnot, but shit happens, dust yourself off and move on. We don't sit here and cry about it like the alphas that supposed to want to be alphas. They just, oh, we didn't get a job, I was turned down for a job, and I'm like, okay, you go get another job. That's what we're told to do. You know what I mean? You go for another one. It's like, you don't sit there and cry about it.
Don't say what you're told to do. It's what's reasonable to do. If you say what you're told to do, you're giving yourself an in for every conservative. Oh, so you just do what you're fucking told, because that's what they do, and they have to project their fucking insecurities on you. You say that's what's reasonable to do, is you just get back up and you get another fucking job, so you don't make your family and friends suffer to keep you afloat.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what that's what you don't see people crying. That's what I'm saying. Like it's like you don't see people whining about it. Yeah, you lost your job. They just dust yourself off and try again. I've been passed for promotions from less qualified men because they were a friend of a friend, which is my gripe. People complain about people complain about DEIA, but nepotism is okay.
Again, DEIA, I had a whole thing today just before I got on this call. The last
you know what I'm saying? Like, DEIA is a problem, but nepotism is not.
DEIA is not a problem.
No, again, that's what I'm saying. She's saying in their mind, DEI is a problem, but nepotism is,
okay.
But again,
people
don't fucking
like it's dumb.
All DEI does is it forces you to, or not forces you. It basically makes sure that you're making a good pool of recipients, or sorry, applicants for your fucking position. So you don't, because mind you, the big issue is, I told people, it's like, this is the white guy that I actually won over. I won him over as one of the 6, right? Hypothetically, it was a lot more than 6 today, but you get it, right? It's like, but 2 or 3 dozen. But his thing was, oh yeah, DEIA, blah blah, all these things is, why do you hire qualified people? mind you, guy never owned a fucking business, never had to hire anybody, so he didn't fucking know. But my point was, well, here's the thing. So what if then you want to work for this job, right? It's a great company down the road that you went to college for, and you had an amazing, you passed in flying colors. It's a great job for you. But that company only puts ads out in their zip code and the one next to them. Why is it? Oh, because the owner lives in the one next to them and the business is there. They didn't think that people can actually drive to that business that would be more applicable, good old working white people that live 2 towns over, willing to drive 30 minutes to that job just because they didn't consider adding more zip codes to their application pool, right? So what do? You're omitting now a bunch of white folk that went to a better college that maybe down the road they didn't consider because, well, human nature is human nature. You know what's around you. In this case, this law says if you're going to employ people, especially in mass, particularly in mass, right? Which doesn't apply to most of us, but companies in mass, when you're putting your ads out, which is, people apply online, So yeah, you set your fucking parameters on Glass Recruiter. If you want to hire somebody, you still set your demographics and your, like where you want your ads to be shown to people and stuff, right? So it's like, you didn't know that. And it's like, well, okay, so there's that. But it makes you, as a company, have to make a large, wide pool. And there's actually a guideline to that as to, how far you have to go with it. But to say all people with relevant skill sets in your company all must be reached out at a reasonable way. Because guess what fucking happens? And I told him, here's the example, right? You have a bunch of good, hardy white folk in a rural country, and you're all a bunch of white folk, and you're all hiring white folk, and you can't help it because they're all white folk around you. Great, wonderful. That's your demographic. It works. It's not breaking any laws. But guess what? Imagine if you hire everybody in your small town to work for your company, and you only pick people in your small town and preferred people in your small town to work for your company, and then your company gets hit by a 25% tariff that makes your product no longer competitive, and your company goes under. Guess what happens to your fucking town?
Bye.
Oh, shit. Yes, and that's all white folk are talking about, not breaking any laws. But that's what DEIA fucking does. It's mostly a geographic thing to make sure that people all around you can apply to your business and see that your jobs are available to help spread away and spread apart economic benefit and stresses from companies thriving and failing, right? So they're not all allocated to one demographic in one fucking area, because that's a common problem, especially in the beginning of our fucking country. When the small businesses were popping up in rural areas,
I think really, like if you're talking to conservatives, for them it's a lot more basic than that. It's just
that's what I said. I said it's all white folk.
Well, let me just finish. They think it's like sort of like the same thing as like affirmative action, when in reality it's not. It's just ensuring
that's
that
why I said
your pool of candidates.
Advertising law.
Yeah, it's just that the pool of candidates is more diverse, but they still have the same qualifications.
But they are affirmative action as well.
The problem that
go on Facebook and make an ad. It's going to say, is this ad for housing or for employment? And you have to check one of those two. Why is it? Because it's for geographical fucking reasons. Go ahead.
Okay, listen. The problem that they claim is that because of DEI, there are less qualified people. This is the conservative argument, okay? I'm not saying this is what I believe, and I'm going to follow it up, so please don't launch off into the thing before I finish. Okay? So they're going to say that because of DEI, there are less qualified people being chosen for a job because of them possessing a certain like desirable ethnic or diverse quality, when in reality DEI is ensuring that whatever diverse qualification that they get, it does not sacrifice their qualifications for a job. And that's really the most basic part of it. And all of the other things that you're saying are absolutely true. But when it comes to what's bothering them, it is literally just that one thing. Now, you can add all of that other stuff to talk about the benefits of it, and that's 100% true, and I'm all for it. But the crux of their issue with DEI is this perception that there are less qualified people being hired for
a reason. Right. It's like, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but it's like I'm up for a position and I have the same qualifications as Jordan. I'm just saying, it's an example. And I speak Spanish and he doesn't. Well, the company might see me speaking Spanish as something good because they have Spanish customers. So you know what I mean?
Skill.
So we have the same qualifications, but I have maybe something extra, or that they may need or want. Right? It's an appealing thing. But they think that people who are less qualified, which is what happens with nepotism. They hire the idiot family member who don't know shit about the business, and that's fine with everybody. Nobody complains about that. You know,
well, I mean, people complain about it. People complain about it, but it's very difficult to legislate out nepotism. That's the problem.
But again, keep in mind the law does say you have to pay somebody the same amount as if you never see people
complain about nepotism. What do you think the whole nepo baby thing is?
Nepo baby is basically somebody who's born from somebody who's famous, and basically,
yeah. What do you think that is? That's money, nepotism.
I would say it's more from the death tax thing.
Wait, from the death tax? No, it's nepotism to be the son or daughter of a famous person and get advances in the career that you're trying to do, or the area. Like, let's say you're like, for example, fucking Northwest, right? Northwest is getting opportunities that no one else is going to get because they're the child of fucking Kim Kardashian and Kanye West.
Well, no, wait. What I was saying though is like I think the big social legal thing is I think the social legal thing is that you should be able to tax the wealth of passed down, or you should be able to tax passed down wealth
to
the other generations.
Tax?
Yeah,
I don't know if I would necessarily consider that nepotism.
No, but what I'm saying is when it comes to that generational wealth thing, like the legal, again,
nepotism is when they offer a less qualified person in a position that somebody who's qualified
because they're
is able
like
to get
family
because they're
because of
a friend or family.
Yeah.
Like look, Judge Alito called Trump to ask him to hire one of his.
Yes, this is like literally what I just explained.
Yeah, Trump called.
Okay, so that's the legal thing you're talking about.
The Supreme Court Alito called Trump to hire one of his interns.
Yeah.
So, like, that's nepotism. That's you calling the president saying, "Hey, can you hire?" I mean, I'm not saying the guy may or may not be qualified, but you're giving the position based on. That's what I'm saying. But you don't hear people. How many people do you hear actively complaining about that? They don't.
A lot of people, especially when it comes to like Trump's family.
I don't. DEIA, affirmative action, I hear all the time.
Okay, if you're saying, do they complain about it more than DEI? No. But do they complain about it? Sure they do. People talk about like the Trump family all the time. What do you mean?
Yeah, keep in mind,
complain about that. Conservatives spent 4 fucking years screeching about Hunter Biden.
Again, here, may I say something really quick? Let me say something really quick. So keep in mind, I always look at these things philosophically, because that's really what we're talking about here at the end of the day, because it doesn't matter what the fuck the law is. It's why people think it's a good idea is the problem. So what I see it is that you have a conservative ideal which says that generational wealth is the fucking goal. The end goal for a conservative is to be strong, alpha, self-sufficient, have money, support your family, and have the family be rich forever, fucking ever, ever, ever. You'll survive forever, right? So the idea is that if you're threatening the idea where, you're saying I can't give my family, of which I worked hard to give opportunities to, the ability to work and get a good job in my company, blah, 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 blah. Well, that's not the American way. How else will my family thrive? Why am I doing all this for? Blah, blah, blah. It's a threat to my fucking values. So they're not going to them, that's a threat to their family's protection, generational wealth. As I was saying before, the real legal issue is the estate tax. Because the estate tax is that, when you die, you pass up millions of dollars and somebody gets millions all of a sudden of income.
But again,
should that be taxed?
I don't see that necessarily as nepotism. I see that as a separate issue. But I agree that is an issue.
Once again, Jordan, we're talking about the philosophy of why people on one side, for example, conservative, wouldn't have a problem with nepotism, and then the legal precedent that shows why they don't care is, they're cool with having no estate tax and stuff like that, which again, it's a minor thing really, but essentially the idea is they were so hard bent about it because you're taking my family's opportunities away. Fuck you. The government shouldn't do that. So if that's their precedent, by all fucking means, you're going to be totally fine with homies being homies and family being family. Hook them up because that's why you're in that fucking position. You've earned it.
We're arguing semantics right now. I don't know why.
Well, no, that's philosophy. That's the idea of why they're driven to not have a problem. We're talking about nepotism is because, well, they believe that's a good thing. So why would they, if hypocrisy and
but
decency
then
is out
on
the
the
window,
flip side
why
of
do they
that,
fucking care about
hiring
it?
somebody who is qualified to do the job because of the color of their skin or whatever, that's a problem. You know what I mean? Like it's a big problem to them.
No, it's
I
for
don't
sure a fucking
understand.
problem. Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Like,
yeah.
how is that much more a problem? And it's because they
So
think that
again, you must
less
recognize
qualified
this.
people.
So okay, so here's the thing: you recognize once you recognize this, everything fucking changes. And I know it's recently it's been a fucking thing, so it's like just funny because I say this a lot too. Is that you don't earn success, you are given success.
Yes.
Once you take that to heart, what you just said means jack shit, right?
Okay.
Because it doesn't fucking matter what the hell is. Yes, it makes 100% sense. It is 100% logical in any way, shape, and form that if I'm a celebrity and I have a family, I live in Beverly Hills, and my kids are going with me to the studio all the fucking time. No fucking shit. Those kids who are meeting everybody, making good impression, are gonna be in their minds preferred before they even hire somebody, before it even becomes a hiring process. Hey, you know what? Come help me out with this, and you're gonna solve a problem before I need to make a fucking job for it. That's how it happens. That is human nature. That is how society works. That is not a legal thing. That's not whatever the fuck it is. That is how society works. You'll never, whenever you do, you will never change human psychology. When you believe that, the fact is that success is not earned, it's given, right? And mind you, I have two businesses, or one two businesses, but yeah, two main businesses that earn me all of my money. I work for myself. I don't work for anybody. I work for my clients, right? My success is not earned by my hard work. It is given by the clients handing me fucking cash at the end of the day, right? When you think of it in that sense, right? I had convinced them to give me money. Because when they say you earn things, typically you're doing a good job.
Is this
right?
really news to people?
Yes, it fucking is. Yeah, that's the thing. Because that's why, unfortunately, and mind you, this is a problem with the left. I'm complaining about Democrats and the left, right? They still believe in a fair world. Because mind you, a fair world can exist, but it exists with the proper idea of how it fucking works, right? Human nature will never change. Dumb people will always dumb. We now have a generational issue of very fucking stupid people, really morally corrupt ways of life, right? And decision-making skills. They're lacking critical thinking, right? So that is a fact. You will not change them. What we can change is the people coming after them, which is education, teaching how the fucking world works, how taxes and the economy and politics work, and being able to make people, because mind you, unfortunately, when you boil it down, a two-party system is fucking ideal, right? It is exactly an ideal system, because guess what? We are only separated by two ideals, not 5 or 6, where 20% of the country decides for the other 80%, as opposed to a hypothetical where really we all kind of meet in the middle and we spread off to the side, where now it shifts left and right oftentimes, where it's not shifting extremely far every single cycle.
So
yes, we happen just now, but that's one cycle.
There are certain structures in which a non-two-party system works better. For our structure, it is absolutely ideal. Yeah, for our structure, and also the way our Constitution and the way
that's why I said,
like the way it all works is, for us, it's ideal.
Exactly. For us, that's ideal. Now, unfortunately, we don't live in a true democracy. We live in a republic. And unfortunately, a republic is very close to a socialist.
A representative republic is a type of democracy.
No, a republic is a type of socialism, right? That's the funny thing. That's the irony here, right?
A representative democracy is still a democracy.
Yes, it's democratic socialism.
The type of democracy we engage in isn't direct, it's representative.
Yes, once again, a democratic socialist government is a fucking republic. The problem is Republicans don't want to do their fucking job. That's the problem, right? Hence the issue where you have a government that can do pretty much everything, but they don't, right? That's the fucking thing, right? They minimize their efforts, even though they have all the control and things they want to do, and they can overarch all these things, but they fucking don't act upon it. They don't do what they're supposed to do. They don't say, oh yeah, medicine's fucking expensive. Let's just tackle that by putting a blanket thing where you can't charge more than X% on fucking medicine. That's going to roll out in the next 5 years. You better get to it because we know you can, right? if we're gonna lay people off, have it be the large wages in pharmaceutical companies, or have them innovate to make these things mass produced on fucking robots, as opposed to kicking out social workers, huh? Right? If we're gonna cut some fucking staff, have it be from the private sector, not from the fucking government, right? Because when they do it, and more people can buy the product, what the fuck do you know? They make the same, if not more, fucking money at the end of the day, because more people can access the advances in technology. You know? So why can't we shut that? Which, mind you, a Republican in George Bush's fucking day would have killed somebody to defend that precedent. That's the fucking crazy part. So the idea is, unfortunately, Democrats are the most consistent party, which is, you know, one thing where you can say statistically is the fucking case. So why not force them to align with a very hard line? Listen, we all agree we want these same things to happen. We have to omit bigotry. It's against our fucking constitution, right? Most things you're doing because you're bigoted because of religious values that defend your belief to be bigoted, whether it believes it or not, whether it's true to Christianity or not. You'll find a way to be bigoted and say God's gonna let me to heaven anyway. So
because I'll tell you exactly why. As much as we don't like it, we do have to win elections. So we have to find a way to appeal to voters.
Yes. And what you do is you become the fucking bully, right? That everyone stands behind, because guess what? If he wins, we're all going to get lunch money from these guys that are trying to steal it from us. So let's go with the bigger kid that's going to take his fucking money because he's trying to steal it from us. The pickpocket
the reason why a lot of people went to Trump in the first place is because the far left purity tested them so hard that they fucking ran off to the people who were like, yes, come here, we'll say all the shit that you want to hear. Oh, come here. We'll suck your cock. That's what happened.
Remember fucking years ago in the Obama in the Obama days and shit like that. You know me. Back then, just like now, I'm like, these guys are fucking retarded. Like, you know what I mean? I was thinking we're like, people need to have a more
but a lot of people have been people have been like that for years. Yeah. So Democrat voters, people online, people who are having these debates have been fucking vicious this entire time. And I hear from Republicans all the time, and it's just like they're so fucking terrible to us all the time, right? So like, yeah, that's stupid and that sucks. But the reality is, if we want to win the elections, we have to find a way to appeal to those people.
The reality is, the only way to stop a pickpocket is to beat the living shit out of them and take what they've gotten.
I don't really care about analogies, okay? I don't really care about analogies. I care about reality.
Because you don't like my long-winded explanations that say how the government works. And the point is that you take this conniving, corrupt government. How do you destroy or take down a corrupt government that will always be able to use the government against you to then take them over? It's a fucking coup, or you beat them in their own game. Where you become
if you're talking about how to overdo the the things that people are doing in the government, I'm going to agree with you that in some ways Democrats absolutely need to be more aggressive. I'm not going to disagree with you on that at all. But
yes, in government, that's my claim. That's my
fine.
Personal thing.
We're very much on the same page in a lot of ways, right? I think not only is that going to allow us to like pass more legislation that we need to pass, it's going to gain more approval from from Democrat voters and from other voters. Forcing shit that we think is good through is something that we need to be doing.
Jordan, let's go back to psychology and sort of philosophy here. So say you're in Congress, say you're a representative in Congress, right? You're a Republican representative in Congress. There's a bill that's about to get passed. You know damn well that is a bad fucking thing to support, but you have to because your party is there. Will you, one, divert from your entire conservative crew that's going to bash the living shit out of you because you believe it's right? Would you do that right now? Apparently people don't do that because, well, we're Democrats, very kind of soft about things where, oh yeah, you can join us and do the right thing, but their perception, as your perception as a conservative congressman, is that the Democrats have no fucking spines. If I were to jump into their pool, they're gonna let me drown there because they're not gonna help keep me float. So what do? If you're a Democrat in Congress, you become somebody where if you align with us, you're not gonna get beaten to living shit. And again, I'm saying this figuratively, but the idea is where if you want to jump ship with us, we will defend you teeth and nail, regardless of what you've done in the past. We will allow you to redeem yourself by joining us. We will redeem you. We will defend your wrongdoings in the past. again, no, Jordan. As in, Democrats will defend their wrongdoings in the past for an expressed and written commitment to do certain things, right? In this case, where yes, you've gone pretty far, but we will not sue you for these things if you will align with us and have
that is like my entire that entire
Done.
philosophy is completely expressed by the way that I approach all of these discussions that I have with people.
Yeah.
I don't give a
But
shit.
mind you,
Like if I'm going to be able to convince you, if I'm going to be able to convince you to come to my side of things, I'm not going to care about what you did in the past. That's my approach.
But Jordan, you have to start with more and bigger guns facing your enemy and saying you can come and jump to our side before we pull the trigger. That's the difference between you and me. I will come to somebody and say, listen, I will fucking destroy you because that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but then you may eventually eliminate the possibility that they'll go there at all.
Well, once again, that is going to happen regardless if you don't do this. You see what I mean?
True.
If you're allowing them, yes, let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay, go on.
Mind you, if you have more guns and bigger ones pointing at the other side, you can jump to ours right now and do what's right because you know it's fucking right. That's why we're talking here. There's no question as to what's morally wrong or right in this fucking situation. That's why we're here. That's why I'm speaking so fucking boldly. But you come jump to our side, we won't fucking shoot and destroy you because no matter what, as history has always shown, either you're going to keep going, there's going to be literal physical violence, or you're going to be in a situation where we're going to be targeting you as like you are targeting us right the fuck now. Legally, we will use the system against you as you were using it against us because we cannot afford to have you come back. So we will bury you.
So the problem I have with this, is this attitude is exactly what pushed all the Bernie fucking bros over to Trump in the first place. If you're being that aggressive with them, they're just gonna leave.
They don't want to be on their side. They don't want to be on the Democrat side because they're
See, but you're assuming that just because you're not going as like completely unhinged and strong as you can possibly be, that there's not an entire realm of area in between that and as fucking weak as the Democrats are where you can work. And there is.
Again, let me ask you this, Jordan.
The idea that you have to like nuke every single person that you talk to is not going to work. That's what got us here in the fucking first place.
It is not. That's your perception of it. Because here's the case. Let me boil the reality down to you. So here's what happens. So say you're a neutral house music listening gym bro who liked Bernie Sanders. A lot of them were the young kids. They were those kind of moderate American youth that liked Bernie Sanders that were kind of on either side. I'm gonna break it down to you because again, when it comes down to psychology, I read a lot into this shit.
Oh,
this
shut the fuck up! Just say it.
What is going to get you, what in your perception as an alpha young male is going to get you pussy? Fucking aligning with Hillary or going with the bully Trump who is the billionaire businessman? Which in your young formidable mind as a fucking jerked up fucking gym bro is going to get you fucking pussy, right? Now, that is 20% of the population, whether you like it or fucking not, right? And all that 20%, about 5%, at least of them, are those kind of fucking formidable young minds.
This is one of the strangest theories on politics I think I've ever heard.
I'm breaking down to basic nutshell terms in a psychological sense. What drives you in life? Why would you align with things socially that would think you as a young person, which mind you focuses a lot on your id and your ego, right? At that point in life, you're focusing.
You understand there are ways to appeal to the id and the ego that don't require like talking down to people and being a shithead to people. And in fact, those are good ways to get people to engage their cognitive dissonance and not listen to what you have to say.
Well, you ask them, why do they align with the other side to fucking begin with, Jordan? You're missing the big picture here every fucking time I say something,
bro. Every time you talk to these people, you hear about these people. They always say the Democrats treated them like shit. Like the Democrats online were insulting them, saying, "Oh, you're a piece of shit because you don't believe this shit exactly the way that I do." They spent the entire time. This is what they've said constantly the whole time, and this is what they still say to this day. They say that.
A bullshit excuse, Jordan. It's not true. That is a fucking excuse so they can bully you on the spot and so they can make you look bad on the moment. That you're taking a moment in time and saying, "Oh, it's why they believe everything." They also will say, "Oh, well, you Oh, you want electric cars? Oh, well, now you're getting rid of them for gas cars.
So
No,
okay,
they're not.
hang on.
You know?
So they're simultaneously too stupid to understand any of the stuff and smart enough to pull the wool over your eyes when it comes to what they're talking about as to why they left.
Listen to what I said. They are driven by their id, and they're forming their fucking ego, right?
Yes, they are. So when you're going after that, they're going to protect their ego. They're not just going to open up to it and listen to all the shit that you're slinging in their direction.
Who is going to protect their ego? A conniving old bitch or a billionaire with a bunch of pussy? You fucking idiot.
What do you mean? That has nothing to do with how you fucking approach, how you talk to them. You retard. That has nothing to do with it at all.
Jordan, you're saying people that are already aligned with a side, are not switching over. I'm telling you, asking you, why are they already aligned with that side? What drove them, a young mind that has no fucking economical sense in their fucking world, did they decide to side with fucking Donald Trump? Their parents are traditionalists.
The problem here is that you're characterizing the approach as some, oh, it's okay, everything is fine, we're just gonna be so sweet, we're gonna come here, come sit in my arms, I'm gonna pet your head, which is a mischaracterization of the approach. That's not what it is at all.
Me? That's not what I'm
saying. Yes, that's what you're characterizing my approach as. You're saying it's the soft, weak approach, and it's not. It's in between that and what you're doing.
And that's not gonna work. That doesn't fucking work, as we know. As we've always known.
No, that's not even true. Because you haven't been paying it. Apparently, I don't know how. You haven't been paying attention to how online discourse has occurred for the past, 15 years?
You're saying we hugged the Nazis to get them to stop invading fucking Europe. We hugged Chavistas to fucking turn against fucking Chavez and try to revolt against the government and establish democracy in Venezuela. We hugged the fucking, ISIS to be like, listen, we need to stop fighting each other. We need to be peaceful. That works in all of history. We just fucking been, come and join us. We're going to be all peaceful.
I mean, do you actually think... Do you actually think those things are 100% equivalent at this point?
So you're saying that the government, as we're speaking right now, our American government is not working itself towards an authoritarian style corporatocracy.
Yes,
that is,
I do think that.
All of a sudden, eradicating social programs and the things that make this country literally a democracy brought into this fucking country.
I completely agree with that. And I've said multiple times that the Democrats need to be more aggressive in the way that they approach policy and dealing with the Republicans. That has nothing to do with going off the deep end in order to confront people and change their minds about things.
So hold on. So again, we're going back to the conversation here. As we said before, the generations that are older, that are traditionalists, conservatives, and Christian values, there's no changing them. As I said before, the conversation is about the 20-30% of the population, which are young minds that are actually formidable and can sway. And the reason as to why they survey, they like one side over another. And if it's because they think it's the tough, for America, generational wealth, these tough guy fucking reasons, well, guess the fuck what? We need to be the fucking bully that they want to stand behind and not be the fucking things that they think are wimps. That's not going to get them, again, as I said before, an analogy.
You can literally do that without coming off as an unhinged lunatic all the time.
Guess what? Trump did fucking won them over. Trump did, and that's why they won him over. That's Trump acting like
this is a mischaracterization of what happened. You're equating no. Listen, you're equating what Trump did as bullying them into submission, when in reality what happened was they were already getting bullied, and Trump gave them the nice option, and he said, I will listen to all of these things that you like, and I'll take them in, and I'll respect them, and I'll parrot them right back to you.
That's not what they resonated with the bullying.
He fed those egos.
They resonated with the fucking his behavior.
He fed the egos, Ryan.
I disagree with that, Jordan.
Great. Thanks,
Young
Kenny.
kids don't give a fuck to the parents. They give them fucking egos. Parents give them shit.
I don't think he fed the egos. I think they saw themselves in him.
Yes, exactly.
That's feeding an ego.
Because he's
That's
tough,
literally feeding an ego. Do you realize that you just described what I'm saying? They saw themselves in him because he was saying the same shit that they wanted to say.
Policy. You were saying because of policy, he's got to speak to them and give them what they want. No, it's not. It's because he's a tough guy and they want to be with their side and not be with a bunch of pussies. right? Because if their friends and family,
he was
think
literally
he's
saying,
with them,
so all of the
it's an easy
shit
thing.
that the left was ostracizing them for, treating them like shit, saying they were fucking terrible people, the way you're doing right now, he was saying, come here, I'm going to say all of those things are good, and I love them.
Jordan,
what do you mean? It's so obvious.
Jordan, please.
Obvious.
Please see the irony. Please see the irony. For somebody with a bunch of Marvel and DC shit around them, you really don't like what superheroes do. Really fucking weird.
Yeah, I agree.
They take bold fucking moves for what's fucking right for humanity. You're saying that's wrong to do that. It's wrong to be the tough guy.
This is why I side with fucking Tony in Civil War. Is because I think them going off and doing it by themselves is fucking stupid.
That was bullshit.
Oh my god. You're missing the point. The premise of a superhero in terms of Marvel and DC are people that take extraordinary, often violent actions to do wrong things for the greater good. And you're saying,
do you know what happens when you get? Do you know what happens when you actually have real superheroes in real life? It's the fucking boys. It's not Marvel and DC. That's a fantasy fairy tale. If superheroes were in real life, you'd get the boys. You would not get Marvel and DC.
And guess what? Once again, exactly. You get the boys, and what the fuck do the boys do? A lot of nasty, wrong things for what's right for everybody else, even though it might fucking ruin their lives. It's exactly what the boys fucking do. It's more brutal than the fucking Marvel and DC.
Okay, so one thing I will agree with Jordan.
As in the protagonists of the boys, like the good guys.
Okay, I will agree that with Jordan that approach will not work with everyone. I don't think it will work with everyone.
As I said, it won't work with everybody.
Right.
It will only work for the people that actually matter in these next generations we're talking about, that we are going to have to be activists in, because it's the young minds that are going to have the energy and desire to actually go out and do things for political parties. The young people that are doing the protests, that are doing the online activism, that are the ones that are running businesses and starting the new companies based off of the economy of which we all fucking live in. Those people are the ones that, and unfortunately, the rich rural families with the dipshit fucking kids that usually, when we were kids, we thought being a rebel was cool. Because guess what? That was being a rebel against conservative ideals like fucking Star Wars and shit, right? Today, that's not the case. They're like, where are the fucking movies that represent us? They should already fucking exist. You just want things that support your confirmation, that confirm your fucking bias. That's what's scary. They don't find toughness and strength in rebelling against what's fucking wrong. They'd rather choose the side that's winning and be content with that. And that's and unfortunately,
because they confirm
that
their
is
bias.
a certain terrifying thing.
This is the thing. Like we see the same thing. We see the same thing, but the reason behind it we differ on.
Well, I just go off a fucking survey.
The specific demographic he's talking about, he's not as wrong. He's not so wrong on. I think
he's not going to be 100% wrong. There's always going to be people who fit into that demographic. But the idea that every single Gen Z voter is going to be that caricature that he makes is just not true. First of all,
it is right. Hold on, listen. He's right because these young kids. These young kids who are anti-government don't even know, most of them, how even government works or works for them behind the scenes.
That has nothing to do. I agree with that. I agree with that. That has nothing to do with how you talk to them about it.
But this is what I'm saying. They're just looking for somebody to look up to because they themselves are still living with mom and dad.
Okay.
They haven't done anything with their lives.
That's not necessarily true.
Huh?
I mean, this is not necessarily true. You're just using stereotypes.
No. We're talking about specific demographic of people in our country, not talking about your country. Your country is different.
Wait, everybody pause for a second. Everybody pause for a second. Because I just realized something. Ryan and I have been having this argument for how many years now?
A handful. a few handfuls.
Yeah, we're not solving it tonight. And
again, we have this different personalities on how we approach conflict.
That's fine. You know what? And here's my thing. I do think there are people that your approach is good for. I do think that. I just don't think the idea that it's going to apply to everybody is the way that we need to move forward. I don't think that's going to move us forward.
Well,
and I think it's important to recognize, I think it's important to recognize when it's appropriate and when it isn't appropriate.
Yeah, like Congress and with kids.
Congress, yeah, I'd probably say in Congress it's more appropriate. With kids, it depends.
And then the youth, right?
Be fair, it does depend on the person. It really does. And you said this earlier.
Cool,
I know you know this.
Being the cool, tough, and righteous side is what won them over to Trump, even though that was based off of fucking lies. So being the cool, tough, and righteous side,
I agree with that.
We need to win them back over so they're cool and get pussy by being a Democrat, right? That's the fucking which again is the case.
I agree. I agree that that's the way they see things. It's just
Jordan,
different people are going to have different approaches on how to get there. Different people are going to be affected by different ways of getting there. The idea that every single one of them is just going to kowtow to this is not true, and you know it, and I know you know it.
You are arguing for the sake of arguing because you're not saying. I never said any. Wait, I said exactly what you said. So
we do this a lot.
The argument is
how often do we end up arguing for the sake of arguing? This is because we fucking grew up in Argentina and we just love to fucking argue, just to argue.
Well, I mean, I could be productive. I need to change minds, formidable minds.
Well, then what we should be doing is we should be working together to figure out who are the right people. To approach from your perspective and who are the right people to approach from my perspective. And what we've been arguing about is we've both been describing those different groups of people. I've been describing the people that are right to approach from my perspective. You've been describing the people that are right to approach from your perspective. And instead of saying that everybody falls under those, we just need to be able to figure out how to recognize more easily and direct those efforts in those particular directions.
Well, unfortunately, good cop, bad cop. You can't always be good guy. I can't always be bad cop.
We can be good cop, bad cop. That's fine. I'm fine with that.
No, we can't be that. We have to. We can't be giving any leeway anymore. That's the thing.
It's not incompatible with that position. You can do that and not necessarily be a dick about it.
Right, that's what I said. The approach in one work with everyone.
Not being a dick, you know. It's
Absolutely
not. Here's the thing: you can't
when
be Jesus.
He's talking about specific demographic and why they skew towards Trump. Why they feel like Trump is their guy.
Because you're. Sorry, Candy. Go ahead. I apologize.
Have you seen the Jubilee with Sam Cedar?
Yeah.
All of them, yeah.
The 20 MAGAs versus 1 progressive.
That was pretty bad.
Oh, that was really good. But let me tell you something. How many of those MAGAs knew what they were talking about?
You said knew what they were talking about?
Yeah.
None of them.
From their perspective, they knew what they were talking about.
No. How many knew what they were talking about?
None of them. I watched it twice.
That's what I'm saying.
There were a couple that were very well versed in certain aspects of, conservative belief and in the talking points. Yeah, but I obviously disagree with pretty much everything that they said.
Okay, there was one guy that the Sam Cedar brought back because he was the only one with the good point. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Oh my God.
He brought back one guy because he got to choose who he wanted to debate with, and he brought back one guy because he was the only one that knew what he was talking about. So what I'm saying, out of those 20 people that are there arguing something they know nothing about, and that's what I'm talking about. They're looking at Trump as their
bias confirmation.
Right. They're looking at him as somebody they could relate to when in fact they don't know. They're misinformed. Most of them didn't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay.
So is Candy your name? One sec, really quick. Is Candy your name?
Yeah.
No.
No, not her real name, but we call her Candy.
So I was saying that so I can address you particularly because I just know what your name was. I apologize.
You can call me
Yes.
Candy.
So one of the things that it's like a rule of the universe, right? That you just kind of have to unfortunately accept with humans that you can use to your advantage, right? Is that anybody who gives another person a reason to not have to consider something will always be preferred over somebody who asks them to give an answer back, right? So the idea is that if, like, basically what it calls it's a third party stimulus of control, if you give critical thinking or logical, otherwise logical base understand. Okay, basically, if you allow your base understanding of things, your base knowledge, to be given and affirmed or understood by a third party stimuli of control, God, or you believe that God says that you should do this and this will happen. Great. Okay, cool. So now you go through life that if you see something that's like, okay, God says if boat floats in water, I made it so, right? So now you go swimming and all of a sudden a beach ball falls in the water and it floats. Oh, God made that float. And why do they think that? It's because the first time they were told why something happened, instead of learning the physics of something, they were said that definitively, this is because of this, right? That's the whole God thing. In this case with Trump, if you vote for me, I am going to fix these things. And that's put it simply, right? And people believe, oh yeah, there were such emotional things of like, you know, in this case, you know, oh, I need money, I need more jobs, Mexicans are pissing me off, whatever the fuck it is. If someone is saying, oh yeah, these are problems, you're right, and by voting for me, they will be solved. And those people that are emotionally or sensationally susceptible to emotional and sensational
they'll just believe
solutions to things will then exactly, that's what they'll believe that, and not only will they believe that, they will then have that as their base foundational understanding of that topic, where they will no longer critically think beyond that point. That is where the argument ends. And if you go beyond that, it is like a hard brick wall. And again, as I said before, as I started this conversation, the only way humans have ever been known to reliably burst through that wall is through straight, sheer humiliation. That is the number one tested way that you can break through somebody believing something that is so inherently untrue, but it is so ingrained in their understanding. Again, like religion and Christianity, they say, oh yeah, why'd you convert? Oh, I went through my life just feeling confused, and I go to people, I meet girls, I go to public, and people just lived in different ways that seemed way better than mine. I would just feel like I just left out. I didn't know anything. I couldn't answer questions. I wasn't ingrained in their culture because I was stuck in this culture of Christianity with these people that don't share these new ways of life. I felt embarrassed. So I felt like inclined to learn new things that drove me away from Christianity.
I would say we would have to challenge the way of thinking. I don't know if humiliate is the right word.
Well, unfortunately, that's the technical term. That's like the psychological term is humiliation.
So, but I don't know if I would use that term. I would say definitely challenge their way of thinking.
There's an important distinction here that needs to be made, because this is sort of the crux of my argument, and maybe where some of the disconnect between us is coming. You can have quote unquote humiliation without shame. And I think your approach is
no shame anymore.
Shame. And my approach is not.
Because there's no more shame. Because there is no more shame on the conservative side. That's the problem. Is you have to admit shame in order to feel bigotry. I mean, that's the thing. You can't be a bigot and have fucking shame.
Okay. Point still stands. I don't think you've really argued against that.
Look, you all have I'm humiliation king.
Humiliation and shame are not they don't coincide. Shame is feeling again. Shame is feeling embarrassed against other people. Embarrassment is holy shit, I've caught in a corner that holy fuck I've not considered, and it's now put me in a light of which I have to think in a very uncomfortable way. That's what humiliation is.
Look, you can mentally subdue someone in a humiliating manner without browbeating them, and you know that. Again, why are we fucking relitigating this? Why are we relitigating this? Okay, never mind then. Never mind.
To recap, you all have a
memeing is one
humiliation
thing,
kink.
but
Yes,
debating
What's
again.
that, Phil?
Again,
I
what
said
does
to
the UN
recap,
do?
you all have a
Yeah.
humiliation kink.
Oh yeah, but what does the UN do? All the UN does when they have disagreements is humiliate the side that's being wrong. That's all it fucking does.
Yeah, but that's,
the UN
I mean, that's
who needs to embarrass who?
geopolitics. That's not interpersonal. That's an
Yeah,
entirely,
but
Again,
that's an
I get what
entirely
the
different
fucking
arena.
Your country has a dumb shit alliance doing some dumb shit. We're gonna point
Ours
out, and
have
oftentimes
different-
to do it, and ironically,
Oh,
comical
no.
light to make
The
it
problem
almost
with your
humiliating.
argument is that the UN
Especially in
can't
Congress.
do jack shit, and it almost never actually gets something done.
Fine, fucking Congress. What is Congress? All Congress does is humiliate each other in very classy ways, which now are less classy. That's the problem, to the point where now it's gonna get violent. You know what I mean?
I do love
That's
some
the issue.
classy
Before it was-
humiliation.
That's what Congress used to be. And that's what all
Oh my
Parliament
God.
is. Parliament is nothing but classy humiliation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fine. I mean, like I like.
But that's how they
I
do it. That's how
enjoy
humans
me.
work. You can't-
Listen. I enjoy me some Jasmine
Yeah.
Crockett. I do, and there's absolutely
yeah.
a place for that, and we agree. We agree.
But
We have this
all I'm saying is
argumentative
this is how
tone
humans
because
work.
we're used to it. But we agree
Yes.
that there are different ways to approach something.
Yeah.
They work for some
Look,
people.
in my
The
entire
demographic that you're approaching, a lot of them probably might respond to it. Some of them won't. There are a lot of other
And again,
demographics to consider as well that are much larger than that demographic, and they respond to other things too. Okay?
My point is
I don't think like maybe 40, like 40, 50 would
deny the fact
would
that human
respond.
nature
They're not going to.
No, I don't think so. But
Yeah.
young people, yes.
And not all of them
We are in a
either. And there are
post-equal
some older
world.
people who will respond to that too, right? Like it's spread out. But yeah, like right now, maybe you might have a better chance with like a lot of Gen Z demographics. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly the information.
Jordan, you are still missing the bigger picture.
Oh my
All
God.
humans, doesn't matter who the fuck you
No,
are.
I'm
no matter what
sorry.
part of the
I'm
world
not
you
going
are
to play your generalization game. You haven't demonstrated this other than generalizations and platitudes.
What is psychology, Jordan? What is psychology? Define what the fuck psychology is, Jordan.
Back your shit up with sources now, because I don't believe you anymore. You've said this a million
God
times.
damn the entire study of psychology, Jordan. It's study how the
Show
fucking
it.
mind works.
Show
We're
it.
all humans.
Give me sources.
It doesn't matter where you fucking live, Jordan. The human mind is the
Give me
brain. It's all
sources.
built the same shit.
Give me sources. You've said this over
Where
and
do I
over
source
and over
the-
again. You've said this over
Jordan,
and over and over
Jordan.
again. If you don't have a study to back it up, I
Do I
think you're
need
just
a
blowing
source?
smoke.
Do I need a source, Jordan? Do I need a source that says all humans have a brain and they're all made of the same fucking material? Do I need a source for
Yes.
that, or are we that fucking dumb now? All right. So you're saying that
I'm sorry.
people are so
I'm sorry. Do you think that was an argument in favor of your position?
yes, because you're saying that people. You're saying that right now that
then you don't understand logic.
psychology. Yeah, so you're saying that people of different races have different psychology, that their brains don't function with
What on
fucking
earth
hormones and
does
shit.
that? No, you made a claim that there's a very particular psychological reaction to things, and you're saying that everybody functions exactly the same way based on this psychological generalization that you're making. You've said it over and over and over again. You haven't really provided any of the studies that you keep claiming exist. Show the
Do
studies.
you deny? Did you? Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, I'll answer your bit of your what do you call it? The source with another question. Do you
That's not
deny
a
the
source.
accuracy? Jordan, shut the fuck up. Do you deny the
That's not a
accuracy of all of the Stanford prison experiment studies that have been taking place when those studies were being done? Do you deny all the exact same results that all the times it's ever been done?
What do those results
Do you
say,
deny that
Ryan?
those
What do
studies are
those
accurate?
results say?
That when you're given in a position of power and you're given a position of somebody to be overpowered, that no matter who you are, you can be pushed to a point where you will act against your original morals or ethics that you did prior to being given that position of power. No matter what country did this study, it's always the exact same result. You can take the nicest
you
person
realize those are
and turn them into a
extremely
fascist, basically.
specific conditions, right?
So to
Guess
clarify,
what?
those are
What
in-group
conditions are we
preference.
all in right the fuck
Steele,
now?
go ahead, Steele.
The ultimate authority,
Shut the fuck up, Brian.
of
Steele's
the
going
face
to
of
talk
the
now.
planet.
Let somebody else talk.
I'm sorry, it's
Steele,
meeting.
go
I
ahead.
didn't hear anybody speak. I'm sorry. I didn't hear him speak. I'm sorry.
Essentially, what they're an in-group preference study. So you create a set of parameters defining different group dynamics. And what they do result in is an in-group and an out-group. So an in-group preference, and they're measuring the response, essentially. But the thing is, this is...
And Stanley Milgram's the other one. So, sorry, really
Hang
quick
on,
to boil it down, the Stanley Milgram
Let him
experiment.
finish.
Well, no, I'm just putting that term out there because that's the
let him
the
finish,
human
and then you
response.
can say it afterwards. Let him finish.
Sorry.
Calm
They said the
down.
wrong thing. That's why I apologize.
Yeah. Essentially, what you get when you do these studies, it's not that anyone of any background can do this. It's that the effects on
authority.
The personal dynamics in this in group. It just shows that it just shows that the dynamics within an in group are very, very strong. Now the question is,
Stanley Milgram didn't. Well, the Stanley Milgram experiment is what's going to then say what you're trying to get to is false, because you can do it in a single individual environment, and then people will still torture other people if somebody who is of slightly higher moral authority than them, or perceived to be, tells them to do it. The nicest person on the planet will still shock another human being out of just curiosity at the minimum. That's the scary thing, right? So in the Stanley prison experiment was a macro version of that, where you take a group of people and how they work. Will they uprise? Will they work together? Will they eventually reason amongst each other? No, they don't. They're all individuals acting in their own interest for their own curiosity or best interest, right? That's just how humans work. I mean, if we can accept that, we can then cater to that for the benefit of everybody's individual lives in a way that actually will benefit them, not perceived in a way that will benefit you personally, because someone dipshit is then once again is omitting your ability to critically think by interjecting base knowledge that comforts you, that says, I will solve this once again. So just that person's individual life can be better because they're just duping you like you're going to be duped yourself. You know what I mean? It's how humans work. It's why the president's doing it. It's why people voted for him. The exact same philosophy and the exact same way humans' brains work in all of the world, no matter what country you're in. That's why you have conservative uprisings come up and down all over the place. The same fundamental beliefs. The idea is that will people be motivated enough to act upon those things? Will they be activated? That's what activated means. Will you shock the motherfucker if someone says to do it because it's a good thing to do, right? The question is can we win more people over with that principle by being the tough guys, the authorities that, oh yeah, they're in office, but guess what? They're destroying everyone's fucking lives. We're going to laugh at you for being so fucking stupid for doing it. And we're going to be okay because we can predict and be safe in the future because we're smart enough, we use our intellect to be safe during this hellhole where you guys are suffering. Why aren't we? Because we're fucking smart, because we put that at the top of our fucking list of things to achieve in life so we can advance as a humanity and society. We need to make that fucking cool again. And if you're not smart, you're a fucking idiot and you're going to be thrown to the fucking side. Because guess what? That's what they're doing to us right now as fucking retards. So that's what language they speak. We are now to the point of almost caveman mentality that we need to not stoop to the level literally, but act as though that we are the tough guy and that intellect is the thing that makes you the stronger, better human being. The alpha male is one that can outsmart the fucking dumb shit with dumbbells because you're going to shoot him in the fucking head with a gun.
All right,
Doesn't matter if he has fucking
you're saying
muscles
the same
or not.
thing over and over. Shut the fuck up. Steele,
what I mean?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and finish, Steele, the thing that you were originally trying to say.
I don't.
Yeah. There's no point now because that's the point.
No, it's
That
because he spoke for
point.
so long that
You know
he
what I mean?
forgot what he was saying.
Well, no, that's what he was getting to.
No,
Again,
just
that's
stop
why he was
interrupting
speaking. He was
people and
doing all
let
my
them
fucking
finish, Ryan, please.
You know, my autism does not allow that because I can assume it
Well,
before they
fucking
say it. And I'm
control
always
it,
right about that
because
shit.
I'll mute you if I have to while they're talking. Like I will.
I just moved 200 grand to fucking speakers, so my body is shot and I'm having some drinks and smoke. So I'm just having a good time, sore as shit.
No, I
So,
mean, like,
you know,
I always enjoy the debate. You know that. We like to debate people, but other people want to debate too. All right, so like, give them their time.
Now my living room looks tight as fuck with speakers everywhere.
Yeah. Once again, we've come to the same conclusion. It's going to work for some people. It's not going to work for other people.
You know, we didn't. You believe that there's a more peaceful approach than using human psychology, how it works, and using it to your advantage. Instead, we're going to try to find a way to convince
just
people that
one type of view of human psychology. It does not encompass all of human psychology, and you should know that.
It encompasses the situation we're in right now, Jordan. No matter how we want to fucking put it, that's
not
why
true.
we're in the situation we're in now.
That's a
dynamic.
Gross generalization, and it really doesn't. I'm sorry, you're wrong about that. There are definitely people who it does apply to, but the idea that that's going to apply to like everybody, even potentially the majority, I mean, that you cannot demonstrate that by rote generalizations using experiments from 60
using
years
data
ago.
and science and psychology and mass psychology throughout all of history and how we've studied it.
No, you're taking a couple experiments and then saying this is psychology across history, and there's lots of data that shows other things as well. You're absolutely wrong about that.
So you're going to let me sit here for 6 hours and give you a lecture on all of these things that combine. You're going to be okay with that and not say a goddamn word. Or I can say, listen, you're smart enough to know all the accompanying facts. Here's the direction I'm trying to get your mind to think in. Now understand, oh, wait a sec. Yeah, that's always the same fucking result, no matter what country does it. Wow. That kind of leads into why we're in the situation dynamic we're in right now. What do you know? Maybe we use that to our advantage, as all these psychologists, sociologists, and philosophers are writing about right now, saying, oh,
so you literally think there's no psychological studies on positive reinforcement that have generated anything that shows that it works?
Oh yeah, but not for this kind of, not to be effective against this kind of problem.
Why? Because it doesn't fit your narrative?
Specifically not for this kind of problem.
Because it doesn't fit the narrative that you've created of exactly what the problem is, how you've constructed it?
No. It's just how we've always seen. Again, if we want to be insane people, we can do the same thing, have the same fucking reaction. But unfortunately, sometimes you have to look at what the
that's not at all. This is just again, once again, you're constructing all of these preconceived ideas and situations in order to set your argument up for the best way to win, when the reality is not reflective of that. Yes, there are some people that it does apply to. There are some people that it does apply to. But the idea, once again, that this is the situation for everybody who thinks this way is just not true. And I don't know why we're arguing this again, because we've come to this conclusion 5 separate fucking times in this discussion.
All I can ask you to do is please be the person that is cool enough to stand behind for somebody who thinks they need a leg up on life or need a social bit of representation.
That's
because
fine.
Unfortunately,
I'm not trying to be a weenie fucking pussy about it. All right?
But that's how it sounds.
I'm just not trying to be an absolute dickbag about it. There is a lot of play in the middle there, okay?
Again, I'm being a dickbag to people that need to be a dickbag, or people that need a dickbag to hide behind.
Be a dickbag to the dickbag people. That's fine. Be a dickbag to the dickbag people.
But mind you, how attractive that is to people that are behind a dickbag that's bullying them.
Those are the dickbag people.
Bully them.
Not every single person who supports Trump is a dickbag person. That's just a misunderstanding of how people are. I'm sorry. That's wrong.
Okay. So again, that came at the beginning is I'm trying to find someone who isn't. I'm yet to find one who is not a dickbag.
No, but Ryan, you don't understand. Do you know what the observer effect is, Ryan?
Oh yeah.
You are engaging in an ersatz version of the observer effect. Your approach to people is causing them to be dickbags back to you. And so the reason why you're not seeing anybody who's not a dickbag is because you're already coming in with the dickbag energy.
Or now you could do what I originally asked. Hey, pull up a bunch of my comments from all the things I've done. You'll see how I would approach with people and respond with people.
Yeah, and it works some of the time. It doesn't work all of the time, and you said so yourself, and that's fine.
It works some of the time. Less than 5% of the time. But what always works
Okay.
is being the guy who seems cooler and smarter and tougher than the guy who's trying to bully me back.
Whatever. If it makes you feel better, that's fine. And look, I'll work on that. If it works 1/5 of the time, that's fine. I will work on that other 80%, and we can call it there. Okay? Jeez.
I
don't know why we're arguing over that.
Combat veteran. Yeah. I argued the fact that 25-year combat veteran was unpatriotic and it caused more harm to the country than it did good. And all I had his fucking person and his squad mate agree with me over the fact that he was the least patriotic thing. He willing to take a bullet for his ego, but not take a shot for his country.
That's fine. You're giving me,
jab, you know what I mean?
I agree. I agree. That's probably true, right? But like these are again, you can construct. You know, Ryan. But, you know this. Now, you can find anybody who fits your position and makes it look like it makes sense, and I can find anybody who fits my position and make it look like it makes sense. We're arguing with the knowledge that there are different people who are going to be approachable from different perspectives, and for the 6th time, I don't know why we're still arguing this because we both know it.
How do you survive in prison? It's a common saying. There's 2 ways to survive in prison. How do you do that?
We're not in fucking prison.
Again, this is separate. This is a funky thing. I'm curious if you know the analogy. There's 2 ways to survive in prison. How do you do it?
How Jordan would survive prison? He would be someone's wife.
Fuck off.
You either get
if you're in prison, obviously, if you're in prison,
find the toughest person out there and beat the shit out of them.
Yeah. I understand that's the prison situation, but not everybody sees regular society that way, okay? And there's a lot of people out there who are not like that, who don't respond to that stuff because they're not in fucking prison, Ryan.
It's a psychological thing, Jordan. It's a principle.
It's a psychological thing when you're placed into a situation that requires an extreme reaction, just like those experiments that you mentioned. But not every situation in real life is analogous to that. And that's the problem. Yes, there are some, and in those situations, your approach may be valid. But the idea that is every single situation is not accurate. And once again, for the 7th time, you know this. So I don't know why we're arguing over and over and over again.
Hey, I'm going to turn my pocket inside out.
I'm going to build Jordan this big-ass Doc Ock suit so we can have a nice, robust spine for once.
Are you... Listen.
Just fucking with you.
Head out because it's like 2 a.m. here. So
yeah.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night, Candy. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Buddy, I love you anyway. I know you're a dick, but you know, you gotta have them anyway. And listen, you may be a dick, but you're my dick, okay?
Oh yeah, my pussy. And I want to fuck you hard.
And you know what? Sometimes dicks fuck assholes.
And what happens is assholes and pussies.
Yes, I'm glad we were on the same page there. See, we're on the same page there. South Park knows it. South Park knows it.
Yeah, because that's the crude and plain truth that people will resonate with. You know, I mean, we align with that. Why not take that approach to everything, right? Like,
you need people of different approaches in order to get through to people. Yeah. And like you do, and like I'm not denying that, right? Like some people, you know, those 1 out of 5 people you reach, they need that fucking dick ass motherfucker, right? Hey, have you ever seen? There's this YouTube channel, this dude, he's a radio guy. If you haven't seen him, I want to recommend him to you because you fucking love him. You'll fucking love him. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's called Pushing the Limits.
Oh, nice! I already like the sounds of it.
Yeah, you're gonna love this guy. I enjoy his shit sometimes, even though like when I'm watching it, I'm like, well, I don't think he's gonna change him. I'm sure he changes some people's minds, yeah. And that when people are nice to him, he's nice to them. Yeah, it's Pushing the Limits. He's a radio show guy. He gets calls from MAGA guys, and a lot of times, yeah, he's just a complete fucking dickbag to them. I think you will enjoy it a lot. I enjoy it for like popcorn watching. I think you'll have some fun with that one. So that's my recommendation to you. And yeah, you know,
convince everybody to watch Gimme Roger.
For everybody watching who wonder why Ryan and I have argued for this long, even though we do kind of agree on a lot of the basic precepts of needing these different approaches. He's basically like my fucking brother, and he's, I mean, we've been friends for like long enough to consider each other family. So we will argue about just about anything, and we will get into it. And it's like, you know, we might have a blow up sometimes, but it's always fine in the end, and we're always cool because
I'm a firm believer that if you can't fight with someone, they're not your friend. You just
it's true. Well, you know, that's the culture that we were growing up in together, right? That's how it is down there in Argentina.
We
fight about everything.
Understand how they think, and you know, it's yeah.
But you know, I'm already an hour and 10 minutes over when I usually end the live, and that's what happens when we get into really good and intense discussions. So I'm gonna go ahead and close things out for the night. Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. Sleepy Joe, thanks for coming. Thanks for chatting. If you're still in the chat, buddy, I always love to see you over here. Jock, if you're still here, man, thanks for watching. Daniel, if you're still here, thanks for watching. Candy, as always, thanks for coming. Anybody else in the chat, you're all amazing. We're at 61 followers, 14 more to monetize, baby. Let's go.
You're saying I have to make 14 more accounts for you to follow it? God damn.
Don't say it on the stream.
All your accounts, I see.
Yeah, that's right.
Again,
Steel, you told me the other day that I should have the practice of naming every single follower. Ryan.
Ah, yes. There you
go. He's just 61 accounts, Ryan.
You want one? I'll give you another one right now. Give me 1 second.
No, don't do that. I could get in trouble for that. Don't do that. Unless it's Grace. If Grace is gonna follow me, that's fine.
And it was gonna be my studio account because I have a studio Gmail account.
Okay, I mean, okay. Maybe just don't do it right now. Do it later, and with like a name that's obviously not you, please. And Kick, I'm not doing this. This is not happening.
What? Hold back.
What?
Yeah. Well, I did also tell you to
Ryan,
say thank
stand
you
back, stand by.
Yes.
Sorry. Go ahead, Steel.
I did tell you to thank every follower individually. So.
I always thank the people who are in chat. I always thank the people who are here talking. I always
bunch of fucking followers. We need leaders.
Hey, listen, they're all amazing.
Exactly,
I love all
true.
of you. Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
Elise,
Elisa,
if you're still there, thanks so much for coming to watch. I'll talk to you very soon. God.
This is the end of your stream.
I love
you
you
do this
all.
in the beginning of your stream.
Jock says he's still hard as a rock. That's my guy right there. And by the way, haven't seen you in a while, Jock. Glad to have you. Oh yeah, finish, please. Don't let me step on your toes. Good to have you back, buddy. Missed you the last few times. Keep on coming back. Jock needs to finish, guys. He says he's so rock hard. I'm gonna give him a second.
Let me see.
Something with me so I can get off. That was good. Did you like that?
Well,
Happy.
And Jock, you should subscribe to Jordan's OnlyFans.
Yeah. Subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Oh, OnlyFans.
OnlyFans.
It's where he twinkifies Abe Lincoln.
No, George Washington. Come on. We talked about this, Seal.
Well, you're twinkifying every historical figure.
No, we've already talked about this. You can't twinkify Benjamin Franklin. He was a rotund individual. Only in a private video, Jock. Only if you pay for the private video.
3, 2, 1.
Oh. You motherfucker, you. All right. Yeah. Jock, come on. You can't quick shot, buddy. Let's go. Finish it up. I got a dog to take out. Mika, come say hi. Come say hi. And I'm spent. There we go. The man finished. Mika, say bye-bye to the people. Say bye-bye to the people. Hey, everybody, thank you so much for coming and watch my stream. You're all amazing. Doesn't matter what your opinions are, whether you want to be the dick or the pussy. You're welcome here.
Or a twinkified
Or a
Benjamin
twinkified
Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin. I don't know how that works, but it does. All right. Good night, everybody.